Chapter 1190. When the South Conqueror King heard Yi Hao's words, his face turned green. She couldn't help but think to herself, could it be that Yi Hao had discovered her thoughts long ago? The South Conqueror King was extremely anxious. It was impossible for him to surrender to Yi Hao. But if he didn't surrender to Yi Hao, he wouldn't be able to leave here safely today. Why don't I compromise with him first and pretend to agree to him, then think of other ways? The South Conqueror King thought. But at this moment, he was shocked by what happened. The weapon in Yi Hao's hand instantly pierced his chest. The South Conqueror King widened his eyes in disbelief. He didn't understand why Yi Hao killed him before he could say anything. This made him very puzzled. But he obviously didn't have the chance to get an explanation from Yi Hao. Plop! The South Conqueror King fell to the ground with a look of unwillingness. So when the generals of the Yang Kingdom saw this scene, they retreated in fear. Obviously, they didn't expect Yi Hao to kill so decisively. If even the South Conqueror King was killed, then they were nothing. So they had to be worried at all times, because he could lose his life at any time. Surrender. Or not. After killing everyone, Yi Hao's sharp gaze swept across the remaining generals of the Yang Kingdom. These generals saw Yi Hao's gaze. None of them dared to look Yi Hao in the eye and avoided Yi Hao's gaze. Obviously, they were full of fear towards Yi Hao. I surrender. At this moment, a general suddenly knelt on the ground and said in a trembling voice, Yang Kingdom's traitor, Yang Kingdom's disgrace. Seeing this person kneel down, another general of the Yang Kingdom immediately stood up and criticized him loudly. Die. Seeing this person stand up and criticize him, Yi Hao didn't hold back and killed him with a sword. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing a First-Order Demon Emperor. Congratulations to the host for gaining 10,000 experience point. Yi Hao knew that if he wanted to subdue these people, he would have to make an example out of them. Anyone else who objects, please step forward. Yi Hao scanned the crowd and said. Yi Hao knew that by doing this, he would leave an image of a vicious villain in front of everyone. However, Yi Hao was not afraid at all. This was because Yi Hao only wanted to temporarily control these generals and then use them to stop the rest of the Yang Kingdom's army. Yi Hao did not expect these people to be loyal to him, so he was not worried that he would be seen as a villain in their eyes. Moreover, at this time, the image of an evil person would be deeply rooted in people's hearts. Only then would they be able to control these people as quickly as possible. Of course, Yi Hao would definitely make some moves after he took control of these people. For example, they could replace some of the positions of the generals with their own people. Of course, all of this was in the future. The current problem was to subdue these generals and then subdue the armies of the two countries. Originally, Yi Hao did not plan to do this. His goal was to directly destroy the generals and soldiers of the two countries. This would save him a lot of effort. However, in Yi Hao's opinion, this was a pity. He would definitely turn all these generals and soldiers into his own people. He would definitely be able to increase his strength. Therefore, after careful consideration, Yi Hao decided to give these people a chance to survive. However, did these people really want the Zhennan king? When he heard Yi Hao's words, his face immediately turned pale. He could not help but think to himself that Yi Hao had already discovered his intentions long ago. The Zhennan king was extremely anxious. It was obviously impossible for him to submit to Yi Hao. However, if he did not submit to Yi Hao, he would definitely not be able to leave this place safely today. Why don't I compromise with him first and pretend to agree to his demands? I will think of other ways later, the Zhennan king thought to himself. However, at this moment, a shocking scene unfolded before him. He saw the weapon in Yi Hao's hand piercing into his chest in an instant. The Zhennan king widened his eyes in disbelief. He did not understand why Yi Hao killed him before he could even say anything. This made him very puzzled. However, he obviously did not have the chance to get an explanation from Yi Hao. Plop! The Zhennan king fell to the ground with a look of unwillingness on his face. Therefore, when the generals of the Yang Kingdom saw this scene, they retreated in fear. Obviously, they did not expect Yi Hao to be so decisive in killing them. If even the Zhennan king was killed, then what were they to him? Therefore, they had to be constantly worried, because he could lose his life at any time. Surrender. Or not. After killing all of them, Yi Hao's sharp gaze swept across the remaining generals of the Yang Kang kingdom. These generals saw Yi Hao's gaze on them. None of them dared to look Yi Hao in the eye and avoided Yi Hao's gaze. Obviously, they were full of fear towards Yi Hao. I surrender. At this moment, a general suddenly knelt on the ground and said in a trembling voice, "Traitor of the Yang Kang kingdom, the disgrace of the Yang Kang kingdom." Seeing this person kneel, another general of the Yang Kang kingdom immediately stood up and accused loudly. Die. Seeing this person stand up and accuse him, Yi Hao did not hold back and killed him directly with his sword. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for killing a first-order demon emperor. Congratulations to the host for gaining 10,000 experience point. Yi Hao knew that at this time, if he wanted to subdue these people, he naturally had to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Who else objects? Come forward. Yi Hao scanned the crowd and said. Although Yi Hao knew that by doing so, he would inevitably leave an image of a cruel and evil person in front of everyone. However, Yi Hao was not afraid at all. This was because Yi Hao only wanted to temporarily control these generals and then use these generals to control the remaining troops of the Yang Kang kingdom. Yi Hao did not expect these people to be loyal to him at all. Therefore, he was not worried at all that he would be seen as an evil person in everyone's eyes. Moreover, at this time, the image of an evil person would be deeply ingrained in people's hearts and be able to control these people in the fastest time. Of course, after truly controlling these people, Yi Hao would definitely do something else. For example, he would replace some of the positions of the generals with his own people. Of course, all of this was in the future. The current problem was to subdue these generals and then subdue the armies of the two kingdoms. Originally, Yi Hao did not plan to do this. His goal was to directly destroy the generals of the two kingdoms. This way, he could save a lot of effort. However, in Yi Hao's opinion, this was a pity. He would definitely turn all these generals and soldiers into his own people. He would definitely be able to increase his strength. Therefore, after careful consideration, Yi Hao still decided to give these people a chance to live. Chapter 1191. After taking the pill, everyone started to show signs of breaking through. They could feel that their cultivation was increasing. Boom. Suddenly, someone's aura shook. It was obvious that he was about to break through. I actually broke through. This person was surprised and shocked. One had to know that his previous cultivation was at the 10th order demon venerable realm. Although he was only one step away from the demon emperor realm. If he wanted to take this step, he needed luck. If he was lucky, it would take him 3 to 5 years to break through. After all, with the strength of the Yang Kang kingdom, the resources provided, and the martial arts and spiritual energy in the air, it would be considered good if he could break through in 3 to 5 years. But now, he had just eaten Yi Hao's pill and his cultivation had broken through to the first-order demon emperor realm. It saved him years of hard work. How could he not be excited? Of course, he was also worried that the pill Yi Hao gave him was so powerful. Would there be any hidden dangers or damage to his body? If that happened, the loss would outweigh the gain. When he thought of this, the excitement in his heart dissipated. He started to check his body. After a while, a smile appeared on his face again, because he found that his cultivation had reached the first-order demon emperor realm, and his strength was very strong. Furthermore, some of the flaws that were left behind in his previous cultivation were actually made up for during the breakthrough just now. One had to know that he had been distressed for a long time because of these flaws. Now, they had all disappeared. This was definitely an unexpected surprise after breaking through. Moreover, he didn't notice at all that the pill breakthrough had left him with any side effects, or any deficiencies. At this moment, his heart was filled with gratitude and admiration for Yi Hao. Not to mention other things, this kind of powerful pill that could increase one's cultivation without any side effects, not to mention the Yang Kang kingdom, even the Fire Beacon dynasty would not be able to find it. Therefore, after his excitement, He immediately knelt down and saluted Yi Hao. "This subordinate will be loyal and devoted to your majesty. I will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire." At this time, the rest of the people had also broken through. Everyone was surprised and happy. They were surprised that Yi Hao could have such a powerful pill. This made Yi Hao's image even more mysterious in their hearts. And what they were happy about was that Yi Hao's single pill could save them several years of hard work and rest. Everyone looked at Yi Hao excitedly and expectantly. If Yi Hao could give them more pills, then their cultivation would increase by leaps and bounds. Of course, they also knew that this was just wishful thinking. After all, how precious was a pill that could increase the level of a demon venerable or demon emperor? Even in the Fire Beacon dynasty, it was impossible to find one. It was already very good that Yi Hao could give each of them one. How could they dare to ask for more? "All of you, perform well. I even have pills that can raise the level of Atman body level." In order to motivate the crowd, Yi Hao said directly. One of them couldn't help but gasp in shock when he heard Yi Hao's words. "Gulp, you even have a pill that can increase the level of an Atman body? Wouldn't that be a divine pill?" Another person gulped in shock. At this moment, everyone looked at Yi Hao. Obviously, they couldn't maintain their composure. After all, a pill that was at the level of a demon venerable or demon emperor was already a divine pill that could only be found by chance. As for a pill that could increase the level of an Atman body, if Yi Hao didn't say it himself, they wouldn't even dare to imagine it. Therefore, Yi Hao's identity became more and more powerful and mysterious in their minds. "All right, all of you are dismissed." Yi Hao looked at everyone's shocked expression and knew that he had achieved the effect he wanted. Therefore, he waved his hand at everyone. "We will take our leave." At this moment, everyone immediately retreated. Their attitude was much more respectful than before. And it was also on this night that the soldiers who surrendered and were subdued by the Fire Beacon dynasty started to feel threatened. Some of them who still wanted to act one way with Yi Hao and act another way behind his back all stopped thinking about it. Some of them who wanted to form cliques and factions also consciously separated. This was because Yi Hao had killed so many of their generals in one go. This was really shocking to them. Moreover, they also vaguely knew that Yi Hao's men were hiding in their army. Therefore, they were afraid that if they showed any disrespect to Yi Hao would find out and they would lose their lives. This also made the subdued army much more obedient. "Guan Yu." Yi Hao looked at Guan Yu, who was sitting down, and said. When Guan Yu heard Yi Hao's words, he immediately looked at Yi Hao and waited for Yi Hao's orders. "I order you to reorganize the armies of the Yang Kang Kingdom and the Fire Beacon dynasty. You can assign some of your original troops to join this new army," Yi Hao said directly to Guan Yu. "Yes, Your Majesty." When Guan Yu heard Yi Hao's words, he nodded with a relaxed expression on his face. Because he had done this kind of thing before, it could be said that practice makes perfect. Therefore, it was not too difficult for him. Moreover, with the help of the people that Yi Hao had subdued, it would be much easier to control this new army. "Oh yes, how are things over at the other three kingdoms?" Yi Hao asked. When Guan Yu heard Yi Hao's question, he immediately answered and told him about the situation with Sun Shangxiang and the others. It was obvious that Sun Shangxiang and the other two weren't as successful as him. After all, he had Yi Hao's help to easily kill the Fire Beacon dynasty's spiritual martial realm experts. Otherwise, if he relied on Yi Hao alone, he wouldn't be able to guarantee his survival. Fortunately, the Fire Beacon dynasty experts who went to the other three kingdoms were all at rank 1 spiritual martial realm. Although they weren't easy to deal with, they were still killed by Sun Shangxiang and the others in the end. After all, those people were only ordinary spiritual martial realm experts. With the cultivation of Yang Liang and the others, it wouldn't be a problem for them to fight against ordinary spiritual martial realm experts, let alone spiritual martial realm experts of the same level. Of course, Sun Shangxiang's cultivation was only at rank 10 Atman body realm. Logically speaking, it would be a little difficult for him to deal with someone at rank 1 spiritual martial realm. However, Sun Shangxiang had a spiritual martial realm weapon. Therefore, Sun Shangxiang relied on the weapon to kill the Fire Beacon Dynasty's spiritual martial realm experts. However, when it came to subduing the army, the progress over there wasn't as fast as here. On the other side, the soldiers of the other kingdoms were still fighting with the Fire Beacon Dynasty. Let Sun Shangxiang, Yang Liang, and Huang Zhong quickly take control of the Fire Beacon Dynasty and the other kingdoms' armies. Otherwise, it will undoubtedly be more difficult when they react. Yi Hao said to Guan Yu. Chapter 1192. Hence, if he wanted to control the armies of the kingdoms and the Fire Beacon Dynasty, he had to quickly subdue them. When Guan Yu heard Yi Hao's words, he nodded and said, "I will contact them immediately. All right, if there is nothing else, I will make a trip to the Earth Fiend sect." Yi Hao's eyes lit up. "Your Majesty, you will be in danger if you go to the Earth Fiend sect." When Guan Yu heard Yi Hao's words, he looked worried. That was because the Earth Fiend sect was strong. They were on par with some of the dynasties, but they were stronger than some of them. At the very least, the Earth Fiend sect was much stronger than the Fire Beacon Dynasty. There were definitely spiritual martial realm experts in the sect. Hence, Guan Yu could not be blamed for not worrying about Yi Hao's safety. "Don't worry, I can still go to the Earth Fiend sect." When he saw Guan Yu's worried face, Yi Hao said with a relaxed face. If this had happened not long ago, he would have been worried and would not have dared to go to the Earth Fiend sect. He would have been worried about the spiritual martial realm experts in the Earth Fiend sect. After all, the Earth Fiend sect was stronger than some of the dynasties. The experts in the Earth Fiend sect were naturally much stronger than those in the dynasties. There might even be spiritual martial realm experts in the middle or advanced spiritual martial realm. But now, Yi Hao was not afraid at all. That was because he had a trump card. After all, he could summon an expert at the peak of the spiritual martial realm. Why would he be worried about the Earth Fiend sect? When Guan Yu heard Yi Hao's words, he was shocked. He was curious why Yi Hao had suddenly become so confident. Did he have a trump card? Otherwise, how could Yi Hao not care about the Earth Fiend sect? However, he did not dare to ask. He only nodded and said to Yi Hao, "Your Majesty, please be careful." Guan Yu also knew that he could not stop Yi Hao from going to the Earth Fiend sect. After all, the main reason why Yi Hao could enter the ancient demon's place was because of the Earth Fiend sect. The antidote to save the Purple Sky Supreme God Emperor and the others was in the Earth Fiend sect. Yi Hao and his group moved at lightning speed. One had to know that his speed as a First-Order Demon Emperor was comparable to a First-Order Spirit Martial Realm Cultivator. Therefore, his speed was definitely not slow. However, Yi Hao still had to travel for close to 1 day and 1 night before he managed to reach the Earth Fiend sect's territory. Yi Hao couldn't help but look forward to when he could reach the spiritual supreme realm. As long as he reached the spiritual exalted realm, his speed would become even faster, and he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble to reach the Earth Fiend sect's territory. The place where Yi Hao was at was a city under the jurisdiction of the Earth Fiend sect. It was extremely close to the Earth Fiend sect. The reason why Yi Hao had stopped here was because he wanted to find out more about the Earth Fiend sect's true strength. Only then would he be able to make his move. Therefore, Yi Hao tidied up his clothes and walked into the city. There seemed to be quite a lot of people here. Yi Hao couldn't help but exclaim in surprise the moment he entered the city. However, Yi Hao soon understood what was going on. It turned out that the Earth Fiend sect's disciple recruitment event was held once every 5 years. The Earth Fiend sect's strength was above some empires because of the sect's strength. Therefore, the disciples that the Earth Fiend sect recruited were naturally dragons and phoenixes among men. Countless geniuses from various forces and countries would flock to the Earth Fiend sect's disciple recruitment event. Not bad. Yi Hao looked at some people and realized that they weren't too old. However, their cultivations were at the level of demon venerables and demon emperors. If they were placed in some kingdoms, they would be considered top geniuses. However, when placed here, they really didn't stand out. A First-Order Demon Emperor Trash actually dares to criticize people here. Right at this time, someone looked at Yi Hao with disdain. When Yi Hao heard this person's expression, He looked over and saw that it was a young man. Although it was a young man, this person's cultivation was indeed at the fourth order demon emperor realm. Yi Hao was slightly shocked when he saw this. However, in the next second, Yi Hao didn't even put this person in his eyes. If it was someone else, he might be able to find a sense of superiority. However, in front of him, this person could only be seeking death. When this person saw that Yi Hao didn't even put him in his eyes, he was slightly angered. Dog, you're also here to participate in the Earth Fiend sect's disciple recruitment. Hope you don't meet me, otherwise, don't even think of entering the Earth Fiend sect. The young man said to Yi Hao, his tone full of threat. If it weren't for the Earth Fiend sect's rule that no one could fight in the city, he would have killed Yi Hao long ago. Miss Jun, let's go, the young man said respectfully to a beauty beside him. Obviously, this young man came to find trouble with Yi Hao because he wanted to show off in front of a beauty. Therefore, Yi Hao used this as a pretext to make a fuss. I'm really not interested in the recruitment, Yi Hao said softly as he blocked the young man's path. It was none of his business if the young man wanted to pick up girls. However, if the young man wanted to use him to show off and leave after doing so, it was obviously impossible. Therefore, Yi Hao didn't hold back and blocked the young man's path. Dog, get out of my way. Do you want to die? The young man was surprised. He didn't expect that after he let Yi Hao off, Yi Hao still dared to block his path. If this wasn't courting death, then what was? He was a fourth-order demon emperor. Moreover, he had an extraordinary identity. He was the son of the Earth Fiend City's city lord. He was the young city lord of the Earth Fiend City. As for his father, other than being the city lord of the Earth Fiend City, he was also an outer sect elder of the Earth Fiend sect. He was in charge of recruiting disciples of the Earth Fiend sect. He was confident that with just a word from him, Yi Hao wouldn't even be able to pass the Earth Fiend sect's recruitment test. Therefore, he was an existence that could do whatever he wanted in the Earth Fiend sect. However, at this moment, Yi Hao was blocking his path. If this wasn't courting death, what was? Most importantly, there were beauties present. If he didn't do anything about Yi Hao's actions, it would be too embarrassing. At this moment, the commotion had attracted a large group of people and they crowded over. Isn't that the young city lord? Who is the young city lord? You must be an outsider. This young city lord's name is Zhongzi Hao. He is the son of the Earth Fiend City's city lord. Moreover, his talent is not bad. He reached the fourth order demon emperor at such a young age. Although he isn't considered a top genius, he is above average. I heard that he is going to join the Earth Fiend sect this time. Oh my god, a fourth order demon emperor. How could he join the Earth Fiend sect so late? That's because Zhong Zihao purposely didn't participate. This year, he is participating because he wants to get the first place. After all, the Earth Fiend sect will focus on nurturing him. Chapter 1193. That young man offended Zhong Zihao. His courting death. Putting aside the fact that Zhong Zihao's family has the Earth Emanations sect behind them, Zhong Zihao's strength is not to be trifled with. Looks like this kid is going to be in big trouble this time. Everyone looked at Yi Hao. Some of them hurried over while others mocked him. They were all standing around, waiting to watch the show. Hearing Zhong Zihao's words, Yi Hao did not bother to talk nonsense. He directly attacked and slapped Zhong Zihao. For such a person with a dirty mouth, he naturally had to teach him a lesson. Slap. A crisp slap sounded and a huge red mark appeared on Zhong Zihao's face. When everyone saw this scene, they were all taken aback. Oh my god, this kid is too bold. He actually dared to hit Zhong Zihao. He hit Zhong Zihao. He really doesn't want to live anymore. Zhong Zihao's strength is not bad. How could he be hit by this kid? I guess Zhong Zihao didn't expect this kid to attack, so he didn't have time to defend himself. Everyone was extremely shocked. Obviously, they did not expect Yi Hao to suddenly attack and hit Zhong Zihao. The slap mark on Zhong Zihao's face was extremely eye-catching. However, Zhong Zihao was obviously a little confused at this moment. He had actually been beaten up, and by a first-order demon emperor trash no less. Most importantly, this was still his territory. He lived in the Earth Emanation City and had always been a small overlord. He had always been the one bullying others. Since when did it become someone else's turn to bully him? After Zhong Zihao recovered from his shock, anger appeared on his face instantly. At this moment, a group of patrolling guards in the city walked over. "Greetings, young master. Young master, what happened here?" When the guards saw Zhong Zihao, they immediately asked respectfully. "This dog dares to hit me. Capture this dog for me." Zhong Zihao immediately ordered the guards when he saw them. What? Someone actually dared to hit young master? He's tired of living. When the guards heard Zhong Zihao's words, they were first shocked and then angry. After all, this was his patrolling territory, and Zhong Zihao's father was his immediate superior. If someone were to beat up Zhong Zihao in his territory, and Zhong Zihao's father came to investigate, he would not be able to escape the blame. "You dog, you're in big trouble." The guard looked at Yi Hao, who was only a first-order demon emperor, and said with disdain, "Arrest him." The commander of the guards ordered. When the group of guards heard the commander's words, they did not hesitate and immediately took action. However, Yi Hao did not resist. He wanted to look for the city lord of Earth Emanation's city as well. Now that someone was leading the way, it naturally saved him a lot of trouble. But in the eyes of others, Yi Hao did not resist at all. Clearly, they thought that Yi Hao was at his wit's end. "Sigh, I thought that since this brat dared to hit Zhong Zihao, he would at least put up a fight. I guess this kid is scared stiff." That's true. After all, those guards are not weak. Everyone looked at Yi Hao, their eyes filled with mockery and ridicule. Even Zhong Zihao snorted. He thought that Yi Hao would put up a fight. If Yi Hao dared to put up a fight, he would kill Yi Hao himself. However, Yi Hao did not put up a fight. Hence, he could not kill Yi Hao at the moment. However, this did not mean that he would let Yi Hao off. No one had ever dared to treat him like this before. Since Yi Hao dared to treat him this way, he naturally wanted to make Yi Hao suffer a fate worse than death. "You dog, at least you know what's good for you." The guard commander saw that Yi Hao did not put up a fight and felt a little proud. In his opinion, since he had captured Yi Hao so easily and completed Zhong Zihao's mission, he would definitely be rewarded by Zhong Zihao. "Miss Jun, let's go." After settling Yi Hao's matter, Zhong Zihao immediately smiled at the woman and said. The beautiful woman nodded and walked away. It was obvious that she did not take this incident to heart. Before Zhong Zihao left, he glared at Yi Hao fiercely, telling Yi Hao that if he dared to provoke him, Yi Hao would definitely be dead. "All of you, take good care of him." Zhong Zihao touched his burning face and said to the group of guards while gritting his teeth, "Don't worry, young master." The guard commander immediately understood. So much nonsense. "Are you guys leaving or not?" Yi Hao also wanted to see the city lord of Earth Emanation City as soon as possible. Hence, he urged them anxiously. "Oh my, I didn't think that there would be someone so eager to die." When the guard commander heard Yi Hao's words, he could not help but laugh mockingly. Even the onlookers looked at Yi Hao as if they were looking at a fool. Even Zhong Zihao stopped in his tracks. He could not wait to settle down the woman beside him so that he could teach Yi Hao a lesson. However, he knew what was more important. He could only suppress the anger in his heart and leave. As for Yi Hao, he was led by the crowd and the guards towards the City Lord Manor. "Commander, how should we deal with this bastard?" When they reached the entrance of the City Lord Manor, a group of guards looked at the guard commander and asked. The guard commander sized up Yi Hao. "Send him to my room. I will teach him a lesson on behalf of young master." When Yi Hao heard the guard commander's words, he could not help but feel a chill in his heart. He could not help but wonder if this guy had some weird fetishes. Even the group of guards looked at the guard commander with complicated expressions. It was obvious that they had the same thoughts as Yi Hao. However, because they were afraid of the guard commander, they did not say anything. Yi Hao saw that there were many people here and was not in a hurry to make a move. He wanted to see what tricks the guard commander had up his sleeves. Therefore, he was also led to the guard commander's room by the group of guards. "All of you, go out and guard the door." The guard commander waved his hand at the crowd. Looking at the crowd leaving, the guard commander's eyes were filled with greed. Yi Hao said, "Brat, take out all the valuables on you and I will let you suffer less." After the guard commander finished speaking, he released his third-order demon emperor realm cultivation. In his opinion, with his cultivation, it would not be a problem to suppress this young brat. In his opinion, Yi Hao was so young and had such a cultivation. He must have a lot of resources on him. If he could snatch Yi Hao's resources, it would definitely be an opportunity for him. After all, this was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. He had done such things many times. Anyway, he was not afraid of offending Yi Hao. In the end, Zhong Zihao would definitely kill Yi Hao. Therefore, even if someone came to find trouble with him, the Zhong family would be there to support him. Chapter 1194. When Yi Hao heard the guard's words, he understood that the guard wanted to snatch his things. However, a mere third-order demon emperor wanted to snatch his things? He was clearly overestimating himself. "Brat, don't even think about playing games. Who knows, I might even bury you after you die. Otherwise, you will definitely be fed to the demonic beast." The guard commander continued. It was as if his words were a huge charity to Yi Hao, and Yi Hao should be grateful to him. However, in the next second, he was stunned. His vision blurred, and Yi Hao suddenly made a move. Yi Hao held the weapon in his hand and placed it directly on his neck. Gulp. The guard commander could not help but swallow his saliva. He could almost feel the coldness of the blade behind him. He didn't understand why he couldn't see Yi Hao's speed clearly when the latter's cultivation was lower than his. At this moment, he didn't doubt that if Yi Hao moved his weapon, he would lose his life. "Young master, let's talk nicely." The guard commander looked at Yi Hao cautiously and said with a forehead full of cold sweat, "I have something to ask you. Answer me honestly. If you don't, you know the consequences." Yi Hao looked at the guard commander and said coldly, "Young master, please ask. I will definitely answer truthfully." When the guard commander heard Yi Hao's words, he hurriedly replied, "I'm asking you, do you know about the Earth Fiend Black Energy?" Yi Hao asked directly. When the guard commander heard Yi Hao's words, his face changed and he was shocked. He didn't expect Yi Hao to ask about this. However, the guard commander nodded his head and said, "I know. This is something that only the core disciples of the Earth Fiend sect can cultivate. The Earth Fiend Black Energy is indeed from the Earth Fiend sect." When Yi Hao heard the guard commander's words, he heaved a sigh of relief. It wasn't easy for him to find out that the Earth Fiend Black Energy belonged to the Earth Fiend sect. If he suddenly found out that the Earth Fiend Black Energy didn't belong to the Earth Fiend sect, it would undoubtedly be troublesome. The good thing was that this Earth Fiend Black Chi really did belong to the Earth Fiend sect. His trip here had not been in vain. "Then do you know the antidote for the Earth Fiend Black Chi?" Yi Hao continued to ask. "The antidote for the Earth Fiend Black Gas? What is that?" The guard commander was obviously confused and did not understand what Yi Hao meant. "You've never heard of it?" Yi Hao frowned. The guard commander immediately shook his head. Bang! It was also at this moment that the door suddenly opened and a guard said, "Commander, the young master wants you to bring this brat over." At first, the guard didn't check the situation in the room. However, he suddenly saw that there was a blade on the neck of the guard commander. His pupils shrunk and he cried out in alarm, "Commander, are you all right?" The guard's exclamation also attracted the attention of the other guards. "Bastard, let go of our commander. If you dare to mess around, you definitely won't have a good ending. If you know what's good for you, put down your weapon." Many guards held their weapons and looked at Yi Hao vigilantly as they shouted. "Noisy." Yi Hao shouted softly. The weapon in his hand moved and there was a flash of blood. A bloody wound appeared on the neck of the guard commander. The guard commander's face was filled with disbelief as he held his neck. Even if he was beaten to death, he would never have thought that he would one day die in his own room because of his own greed. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing a third-stage demon emperor warrior. Host Haoshuan has received 30,000 experience points. Congratulations to the host for receiving one demon emperor level up pill. Bastard, how dare you. Many guards did not expect Yi Hao to actually dare to make a move. One by one, they immediately attacked Yi Hao. However, a group of guards who were not even comparable to the guard commander were no match for Yi Hao. In just a breath's time, they turned into Yi Hao's experience point. Before Yi Hao could leave the room, Zhong Zihao's dissatisfied voice came from outside the courtyard. "You bunch of trash. You let that bastard bring me here, but it took so long." As soon as Zhong Zihao entered the courtyard, he immediately realized that something was wrong. This was because he actually smelled the scent of fresh blood. This bunch of trash. Did they kill that bastard? Zhong Zihao's face immediately showed dissatisfaction when he thought of this. One had to know that he had not tortured Yi Hao properly yet. How could he bear to let Yi Hao die just like that? Zhong Zihao rushed into the room in 2 quick steps. However, what he saw was the corpse on the floor. This caused his face to change instantly and become very ugly. What's going on? Could it be that bastard who did this? Zhong Zihao thought with a pale face. At this moment, a figure appeared behind him. Zhong Zihao reacted quickly and immediately turned around. Yi Hao's cold face immediately appeared before his eyes. Most importantly, what caused him to break out in cold sweat was that the knife in Yi Hao's hand was right at his neck. "You!" Zhong Zihao was shocked and angry. At the same time, he was about to take out his weapon. Seeing Zhong Zihao's actions, Yi Hao laughed softly and said, "I can guarantee that before you take out your weapon, my knife will slit your neck." When Zhong Zihao heard Yi Hao's words, although he was unwilling, he still stopped. This was because he did not dare to take the risk. If he lost, he would be dead for sure. What do you want?" Zhong Zihao looked at Yi Hao and asked in a trembling voice. "Bring me to your father," Yi Hao said directly. This was because in his opinion, this Zhong Zihao was just a good-for-nothing rich kid. What he knew was limited. After all, he had heard that Zhong Zihao had not joined the Earth Emanations sect. What he knew was probably pitifully little. Hence, if he wanted to quickly obtain the antidote for the Earth Emanations black aura of the Earth Emanations sect, he had to find the City Lord of Earth Emanations City. In his opinion, the City Lord of Earth Emanations City would definitely know more than Zhong Zihao. Hence, Yi Hao did not want to go through the trouble of finding the City Lord of Earth Emanations City. "Why are you looking for my father?" When Zhong Zihao heard Yi Hao's words, he was very surprised. "Cut the crap. If you don't want to die, lead the way." Hearing Zhong Zihao's question, Yi Hao could not be bothered to answer. "All right, come with me." When Zhong Zihao heard Yi Hao's words, his gaze turned cold as he agreed. Zhong Zihao's heart was filled with cold laughter. He had wanted to deal with Yi Hao from the start. Hence, he felt that he needed his father's help. In his opinion, as long as his father made a move, Yi Hao would not be able to be arrogant. Hence, he could not wait for Yi Hao to meet his father so that he could see Yi Hao being taught a lesson. However, he knew that it would not be easy to see his father teach Yi Hao a lesson. Chapter 1195. One had to know that his father was the #1 formidable martial artist in Earth Emanations City. His status in Earth Emanations City was even higher. Furthermore, his father was at the first stage of Atman body realm. He was a true martial artist. If not, he would not have become an outer sect elder of Earth Emanations sect. He was in charge of everything in Earth Emanations sect. Hence, in Zhong Zihao's opinion, as long as Yi Hao went to see his father, he would be courting death. Although he was being held hostage by Yi Hao, Zhong Zihao's face was still cold. Obviously, he didn't take Yi Hao seriously, because in his opinion, as long as he saw his father, he would be able to do anything. As long as he saw his father, Yi Hao would be dead. Then, the danger in front of him would be resolved. Hence, he was full of confidence in his father. "Tumpage, you dog. I'll see how you die then," Zhong Zihao snorted in his heart. Now that Yi Hao was holding Zhong Zihao hostage, it caused a huge uproar in the City Lord Manor. Everyone rushed over and looked at Yi Hao vigilantly as they reprimanded him. "Dog, who are you? How dare you barge into the City Lord Manor? Young master, are you all right? Dog, you dare to hold young master hostage? You are destined to die." If you know what's good for you, let young master go. If you don't let young master go, we will make sure you die a horrible death. The group of people stared at Yi Hao warily and shouted. Their faces were filled with anger. What a joke! As members of the Zhong clan, no one had ever dared to offend them. They were the Zhong clan's guards. Normally, they could do whatever they wanted in Earth Emanation's city. But now, someone actually dared to barge into the City Lord Manor and even captured Zhong Zihao right in front of them. To them, this was a huge humiliation and a huge provocation. If not for the fact that Zhong Zihao was in Yi Hao's hands, they would have long turned Yi Hao into minced meat. If you guys say any more nonsense, I will kill him. Hearing the commotion around him, Yi Hao said coldly. Everyone got even angrier when they heard Yi Hao's words. However, for the sake of Zhong Zihao's safety, no one dared to say anything. However, under the furious gazes of the crowd, if they could kill, Yi Hao would have died countless times. Everyone, don't worry. Go and find my father. Zhong Zihao immediately shouted to everyone. In Zhong Zihao's opinion, as long as his father came, he would be saved. On the other hand, Yi Hao would be dead for sure. That's right, quickly go and find the city lord. Hearing Zhong Zihao's words, the crowd came to a sudden realization. Immediately, some people began to search for Zhong Zihao's father. You dog, just you wait. As long as the city lord comes, you're dead. As long as the city lord makes a move, this brat definitely won't be able to survive. Brat, be tactful and let go of the young master. When everyone thought of Zhong Zihao's father, they clearly felt that they had a backbone. They all looked at Yi Hao and couldn't help but toughen up again. Where did this thief come from? How dare you barge into the City Lord mansion and kidnap my son? Not long after, a powerful aura directly attacked. A middle-aged man, who was dressed in luxurious clothes and was filled with spiritual energy, appeared in front of the crowd. He looked at Yi Hao with an ashen face. Greetings to the City Lord. The crowd immediately bowed to the middle-aged man. Father, save me. When Zhong Zihao saw the man, he hurriedly shouted as if he had seen his savior. Zihao, are you all right? When the middle-aged man saw his son, he hurriedly asked with concern. Father, I'm fine. Quickly kill this brat. Save me. Zhong Zihao continued to plead for help. When he heard Zhong Zihao say that he was fine, the middle-aged man heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, the middle-aged man looked sharply at Yi Hao and asked sternly, Who exactly are you? How dare you kidnap my son? I heard that you are from the Earth Carnage sect. Yi Hao looked at the middle-aged man and asked softly. This is outrageous. This dog is too much. How dare he speak to the City Lord like that? He is courting death by speaking to the City Lord like that. City Lord, don't waste your breath on this dog. Kill this dog and save the young master. When the crowd saw the middle-aged man, they all spoke up. Clearly, in their opinion, Yi Hao was looking down on the middle-aged man by speaking to him in such a manner. This was something that they could not tolerate. When the middle-aged man saw that Yi Hao had captured his son and dared to speak to him in such a manner, he was furious. If not for the fact that Zhong Zihao was in Yi Hao's hands, he would have killed Yi Hao long ago. However, because Zhong Zihao was still in Yi Hao's hands, he had no choice but to suppress his anger. He nodded at Yi Hao and said, That's right. Who are you? Let me ask you. Do you know about the Earth Carnage Black Energy? When Yi Hao saw that the middle-aged man had admitted his identity, he ignored the middle-aged man's question and continued to ask. When the middle-aged man saw that Yi Hao had captured Zhong Zihao, he was already furious. Now, he was being ignored by Yi Hao again. One had to know that he, Zhong Taicheng, was the overlord of Earth Carnage City. Normally, no one dared to disrespect him. At this moment, a mere second-order demon emperor trash dared to ignore his words. There were so many people here. How could he save his face? However, what surprised him was that Yi Hao knew about the Earth Carnage Black Energy. This Earth Carnage Black Energy was the core secret of the Earth Carnage sect. Even though he was an outer sect elder of the Earth Carnage sect, he only knew about the Earth Carnage Black Energy but had no way of coming into contact with it. Only the core disciples of the Earth Carnage sect had the opportunity to come into contact with the Earth Carnage black energy. Hence, he could not help but be curious. Why did Yi Hao ask about it? Hence, other than anger, there was also a hint of caution in his eyes. Let go of my son and I will tell you. Zhong Taicheng looked at Yi Hao and said. Although he did not know about the Earth Carnage black energy, he still wanted to lie to Yi Hao. As long as Yi Hao let go of Zhong Zihao, he was confident that he could kill Yi Hao. When the time came, he would accuse Yi Hao of plotting against the Earth Carnage sect. Who knew, he might even be rewarded by the Earth Carnage sect. When Yi Hao heard Zhong Tietcheng's words, he nodded his head. With a look of indifference, he let Zhong Zihao go. He was not worried that Zhong Taicheng would lie to him. If Zhong Taicheng dared to lie to him, he was confident that he would bury all of them here today. Zhong Zihao did not expect Yi Hao to let him go so easily. He was overjoyed and quickly ran behind Zhong Taicheng. Zhong Zihao said angrily, "Father, help me kill this dog." At this moment, everyone looked at Yi Hao as if they were looking at an idiot. They looked at Yi Hao. Chapter 1196. I didn't expect this brat to be an idiot. He released young master. If he isn't courting death, what is? Just wait and see. The city lord will make his move. He will die a horrible death. He deserves to die. Since he dared to come to my Earth Emanation city, he should be prepared to die. A group of people looked at Yi Hao mockingly. Bastard, you're still too inexperienced. Zhong Taicheng didn't expect Yi Hao to really release his son. Go, take down this dog for me. Zhong Taicheng didn't want to take action against a second-order demon emperor trash. Hence, he ordered the guards to take him down. Yes. When the guards heard Zhong Tietcheng's order, they rushed towards Yi Hao. Kill him. The guards waved the weapons in their hands and rushed towards Yi Hao. The cultivation of these guards wasn't low. Each of them was either a demon venerable or a demon emperor. If they were ordinary second-order demon emperors, they would have been killed by these guards in an instant. It was a pity that they were facing Yi Hao. It wasn't easy to kill Yi Hao. Since you're courting death, don't blame me. Yi Hao looked at the guards and said nonchalantly. That was because these guards were already dead in his eyes. Bastard, I'll see how you're going to die. Zhong Zihao sneered when he saw the guards surrounding Yi Hao. Obviously, he was still holding a grudge against Yi Hao for holding him hostage earlier. However, with these guards selling it, they felt that Yi Hao would definitely be in for a hard time. But in the next second, he was really shocked. He saw Yi Hao's figure move. Before he could react, he saw the weapon in Yi Hao's hand flash coldly. In an instant, it slashed through a person's neck. Blood splattered and that person's head fell to the ground. More importantly, it wasn't over yet. Yi Hao was shuttling through the crowd. With every step he took, someone would die. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he could kill one person with every step he took. Most importantly, he, a fourth-order demon emperor, was unable to achieve such a feat. He couldn't help but suspect that Yi Hao was really a second-order demon emperor. How could a second-order demon emperor be more terrifying than him, a fourth-order demon emperor? At this moment, the surrounding onlookers were also shocked. Clearly, they had not expected Yi Hao to be so powerful. Father, this. Zhong Zihao looked at Zhong Taicheng in shock. Even Zhong Tietcheng's heart was slightly shaken at this moment. Then, he said, this kid is clearly a second-order demon emperor, yet he has displayed such strength. There is definitely something strange about this. Father, please take action and kill him, Zhong Zihao quickly said to Zhong Taicheng. Clearly, in Zhong Zihao's opinion, no matter how strong Yi Hao was, it was impossible for him to be stronger than his father. His father was a level 1 Artman body cultivator. Zhong Taicheng nodded his head and directly took action. At the same time, he shouted, "Dog, don't be so arrogant in front of this city lord." Although Zhong Taicheng was also shocked by Yi Hao's strength, with his strength, he could easily kill the guards like Yi Hao. Moreover, he could do it more cleanly than Yi Hao. Therefore, he still did not put Yi Hao in his eyes. Seeing this, Zhong Taicheng flipped his hand and sent out a palm strike, bringing forth a violent force that crushed towards Yi Hao. When the crowd saw Zhong Taicheng take action, They immediately retreated in fear of accidentally injuring themselves. I didn't expect this dog to have some tricks up his sleeve. He can actually force the city lord to take action. So what if he has tricks up his sleeve? He's still going to die. I think this dog won't be able to last 3 rounds under the city lord's hands! 3 rounds. You're overestimating him. I think he will be killed in an instant in front of the city lord. The moment Zhong Taicheng took action, the crowd started discussing among themselves. Zhong Zihao heard the crowd's discussion and snorted, "My father is killing this dog as easy as killing a chicken or a dog. It can't be any easier. That's for sure. The city lord is the strongest person in Earth Emanation's city. It's naturally easy for him to kill a kid who doesn't know what's good for him. If this kid wants to blame someone, he can only blame himself for asking for it. How dare he kidnap the young master? Young master, this dog dared to do this to you. We can't let him off so easily. Even if he dies, we have to whip his corpse." "That's right. He just offended the young master. Even if he dies, we have to make sure he dies without a burial ground." When the crowd heard Zhong Zihao's words, they all started praising him. But in the next second, they were no longer able to say a single word of pride. This was because they saw the weapon in Yi Hao's hand cut through Zhong Qiecheng's arm effortlessly. A bloody arm fell to the ground. How can this be? When everyone saw this scene, they were all shocked. In their hearts, the city lord was almost invincible. How could his arm be chopped off by a kid that they looked down on? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? How could that kid chop off the city lord's arm? That means that the kid is stronger than the city lord. At this moment, everyone's face was filled with shock. Even Zhong Zihao had a look of disbelief on his face. While everyone was still in shock, the battle had already ended. Zhong Qiecheng's body was covered in wounds as he fell to the ground. Yi Hao, on the other hand, was still as relaxed and calm as before. In fact, with Zhong Qiecheng's strength, it was impossible for Yi Hao to defeat him so easily. However, Zhong Taicheng looked down on Yi Hao and did not even use half of his strength. If it was an ordinary second-order demon emperor, he would definitely be killed in one move. However, Yi Hao's true strength was equivalent to second-order Atman body realm. If they were to compare, Yi Hao's strength was stronger than Zhong Qiecheng's. When facing someone stronger than him, he actually dared to not use his full strength and only used half of his strength. If this was not courting death, what was it? Just now, Yi Hao only used a little bit of his strength to catch Zhong Taicheng off guard and chop off his arm. Zhong Qiecheng's strength was not as good as Yi Hao's, and now that he had lost an arm, he was naturally not a match for Yi Hao. He was easily defeated by Yi Hao. "Father. City Lord." When everyone saw Zhong Taicheng covered in blood, they quickly rushed forward to check on him. Seeing that Zhong Taicheng was heavily injured, fear appeared in their eyes. Obviously, they did not expect Zhong Taicheng to be so heavily injured. At this moment, they couldn't help but think about how strong Yi Hao was to be able to beat Zhong Taicheng to such a state. Everyone looked at Yi Hao with fear in their eyes. If Zhong Taicheng was not a match for him, then they were even less likely to be a match for him. Chapter 1197. Zhong Taicheng looked at the young man in front of him, and his eyes were filled with astonishment. He couldn't help but feel curious. Where did this young genius come from? How could he be so strong that he could beat him into a pulp? In his eyes, Yi Hao was definitely not a second-order demon emperor, and he didn't even think that Yi Hao could jump realms to fight against opponents. Even if there were some geniuses who could jump realms to fight, it would only be 1 or 2 small realms. But Yi Hao, on the other hand, had surpassed an entire major cultivation level and 10 minor cultivation levels. Even if he told others about this, no one would believe him. Therefore, in Zhong Qiecheng's eyes, Yi Hao was obviously hiding his strength, purposely revealing his second-order demon emperor cultivation. To be able to do this, and still not be able to see through Yi Hao's hidden strength, it could only mean that Yi Hao was much stronger than him. "Who are you?" Zhong Taicheng endured the pain as he looked warily at Yi Hao. "You don't have the right to know my identity." Hearing Zhong Qiecheng's question, Yi Hao answered directly. If this was in the past, Zhong Taicheng would definitely be furious. But now, he couldn't refute Yi Hao's words. After all, Yi Hao's strength was there. What could he do? Zhong Taicheng looked at Yi Hao and said, "I'm only an outer sect elder of the Earth Fiend sect, and I'm only in charge of the Earth Fiend sect's disciple recruitment every year. Therefore, I don't have the right to know about something as powerful as the antidote for the Earth Fiend Black Qi." Zhong Taicheng spoke the truth. Although he was an outer sect elder of the Earth Fiend sect, it was only in name. In the Earth Fiend sect, he wasn't valued and didn't have any real power. Therefore, he naturally didn't know about the antidote for the Earth Fiend Black Qi. Only the disciples who were heavily nurtured in the Earth Fiend sect could come into contact with it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent so much effort to nurture his son, and let his son suppress his strength to wait for the Earth Fiend sect's disciple recruitment test. Because the first place in every disciple recruitment test would be heavily nurtured by the Earth Fiend sect. There was a high chance that he would come into contact with the Earth Fiend Black Qi, and that was something he dreamed of. Although he couldn't come into contact with it, he wanted his son to come into contact with it. Thus, returning to the main topic, he had not even come into contact with the Earth Fiend Black gas. Naturally, it was even more impossible for him to know about the antidote for the Earth Fiend Black gas. Then it seems like you have no value. You can die now. Yi Hao was not disappointed when he heard Zhong Taicheng's words. Instead, his voice was cold. When Zhong Taicheng heard Yi Hao's words, his heart couldn't help but tremble. This was because he saw Yi Hao's murderous intent. This was the rhythm of wanting to kill him. Just as Yi Hao was about to attack and kill Zhong Taicheng suddenly said, "Wait a moment. I know a place that might have what you're looking for. Where is it?" Yi Hao asked directly after hearing Zhong Taicheng's question. "The forbidden grounds of the Earth Fiend sect, the Earth Fiend Heavenly Devil Cave," Zhong Taicheng said directly. Other than Zhong Taicheng, when everyone heard about the Earthly Fiend Heavenly Demon Cave, they were all dumbfounded. Clearly, they did not know what this Earthly Fiend Heavenly Demon Cave was. Including Zhong Zihao, no one knew what the Earthly Fiend Heavenly Demon Cave was. Earthly Fiend Heavenly Demon Cave? When Yi Hao heard Zhong Taicheng say this, a look of curiosity appeared on his face. To be honest, he did not have a deep understanding of the Earth Fiend sect. Otherwise, he would not have come all the way to Zhong Taicheng to sound him out if he knew the antidote for the Earth Fiend Black Qi. Therefore, he naturally did not know much about the forbidden grounds of the Earth Fiend sect and what the Earthly Fiend Heavenly Demon Cave were. The Earthly Fiend Heavenly Demon Cave is the lifeline of the Earth Fiend sect. It is the forbidden grounds of the Earth Fiend sect. I think there might be something that young master needs there. Zhong Taicheng saw the look of curiosity on Yi Hao's face and hurriedly answered. "Do you know how to get to the Earthly Fiend Heavenly Demon Cave?" Hearing Zhong Taicheng say this, Yi Hao also started to ask about the route directly. Although he did not know where the Earthly Fiend Heavenly Demon Cave was exactly. However, in order to save Purple Heaven's Supreme God and the others, even if it meant going through a mountain of swords and a sea of flames, Yi Hao would still give it a try. "Young master, the Earthly Fiend Heavenly Demon Cave is the forbidden grounds of the Earth Fiend sect. Naturally, it is heavily guarded. It is very difficult to enter," Zhong Taicheng said directly. "Where is the address?" Although Yi Hao heard Zhong Taicheng say this, he could not be bothered to talk nonsense with him and asked directly. "In the Earth Fiend sect. If young master wants to go, I can help you." When Zhong Taicheng said this, there was a look of cunning in his eyes. Just because he was no match for Yi Hao, it did not mean that there were no experts in the sect who could deal with Yi Hao. Therefore, he planned to let Yi Hao go to the Earth Fiend sect. That way, Yi Hao would definitely die. One should know that there were experts in the spirit martial realm in the Earth Fiend sect. Even he had to look up to an expert of that level. As for Yi Hao going to cause trouble, what else could it be other than courting death? "Alright, let's go." Hearing Zhong Taicheng's words, Yi Hao did not reject. Instead, he nodded and agreed. When Zhong Taicheng heard Yi Hao's words, he was instantly delighted. He had not expected Yi Hao to actually agree. How could Yi Hao not know what Zhong Taicheng was thinking? That was because he had already prepared himself to face the entire Earth Fiend sect from the start. He had only come to the Earth Fiend city to see if there was a shortcut that would allow him to obtain the antidote for the Earth Fiend Black Aura more quickly and easily. In the end, there was no such thing. He could only go to the Earth Fiend sect. As for Zhong Taicheng, he was not afraid at all. He was not afraid that Zhong Taicheng would try anything funny. You guys guard the Earth Fiend city well. I will be there soon, Zhong Taicheng signaled to the group with his eyes. I understand. Zhong Zihao nodded as he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. As long as Yi Hao was brought to the Earth Fiend sect by his father, he would be saved. He also believed that given the strength of the Earth Fiend sect, Yi Hao would not be able to return alive. The two of you, come with me. Before Zhong Zihao could rejoice, Yi Hao suddenly opened his mouth and said. When Zhong Zihao heard Yi Hao's words, his face turned ashen instantly. Without waiting for him to speak, Yi Hao carried the two of them in each hand and walked out of the City Lord Manor. As for the City Lord Manor's guards, they did not even dare to stop them. What a joke! Even Zhong Taicheng, a first-stage Artman body realm martial artist, was no match for Yi Hao. He was almost instantly killed by Yi Hao. No matter how strong they were, they would not be a match for Yi Hao. If they tried to stop Yi Hao now, it would be no different from seeking death. However, when Yi Hao grabbed Zhong Taicheng and Zhong Zihao and walked into the Earth Fiend city, they attracted the attention of countless people. The entire Earth Fiend city was shaken. One had to know that the Zhong clan was the biggest clan in the Earth Fiend city. Chapter 1198. But now, they saw a young man capturing both Zhong Taicheng and Zhong Zihao. How could they not be shocked? Who is that young man? He can actually capture City Lord Zhong. Isn't City Lord Zhong an Artman body realm martial artist? That means that the young man's cultivation is also at the Artman body realm. And he is even stronger than City Lord Zhong. But even if that young man is strong, doesn't he know that the Zhong clan has the backing of the Earth Carnage sect? Even the Empire doesn't dare to offend them. Who knows? But it seems like this Earth Carnage city is going to change. Yi Hao led the Zhong clan father and son and flew towards the Earth Carnage sect. After more than an hour, they finally saw the Earth Carnage sect. But what made Yi Hao curious was that the Earth Carnage sect was actually located in a forest. There were towering trees all around, and dozens of huge mountains stood in the middle of the forest. From those mountains, Yi Hao could sense some dangerous auras. Those auras meant that there were at least Artman body realm martial artists on those mountains. But what made Yi Hao even more curious was that Yi Hao could not sense any trace of the Earth Carnage Black Aura. This is really the Earth Carnage sect. Why can't I sense the Earth Carnage Black Aura? Yi Hao frowned and asked directly. There is an array in the Earth Carnage sect that can suppress the Earth Carnage Black Aura so that outsiders can't sense it. Hearing Yi Hao's question, Zhong Taicheng did not hide anything. Although this was the Earth Carnage sect's secret, to him, telling this secret to a dead person was not a problem at all. After all, a dead person could keep secrets. Where is that Earth Carnage Heaven Devil Cave? Yi Hao asked directly. This. Hearing Yi Hao's question, Zhong Taicheng's face turned ugly. He did not expect Yi Hao to ask about the location of the Earth Carnage Heaven Devil Cave directly. Originally, he wanted to trick Yi Hao into entering the Earth Carnage sect and attract the Earth Carnage sect's martial artists to kill Yi Hao. Because normally speaking, if one wanted to enter the Earthly Fiend Heavenly Demon Cave, one did not have to enter the Earthly Fiend Heavenly Demon Cave. The Earth Fiend Heaven Devil Cave might be located in the mountains, but it was in a remote location. If they were to bring Yi Hao there directly, they might not even be able to attract the Earth Fiend sect's formidable martial artists. What's more, he only knew that the Earth Fiend Heaven Devil Cave was a forbidden ground of the Earth Fiend sect. However, he did not know what was inside the Earth Carnage sect's Heavenly Devil Cave. If that Earthly Fiend Heavenly Devil Cave really had the antidote to the Earthly Fiend Black Qi and Yi Hao obtained it, this was something that he absolutely did not wish to see. Moreover, he was just an outer elder. If he were to bring an outsider into the forbidden area, it would be a capital offense. Thus, at this moment, he was in a difficult position. What? What other tricks do you have up your sleeves? Yi Hao sneered when he saw Zhong Tietcheng's hesitant expression. How would I dare to play any tricks? It's just that this earthly fiend heavenly devil cave is in the center of the Earth Carnage sect. I'm afraid that if we enter rashly, we will be discovered. When the sect master blames us, I won't be able to keep my life. Zhong Taicheng thought for a moment and still decided not to bring Yi Hao into the earthly fiend heavenly devil cave easily. Otherwise, even if Yi Hao let the father and son duo off, they would not be able to live either. Moreover, his arm was chopped off. This grudge was absolutely irreconcilable. He had to take revenge. He had to see the scene of Yi Hao being killed by the Earth Carnage sect's formidable martial artists. Therefore, Zhong Taicheng still planned to trick Yi Hao into the Earth Carnage sect. At this moment, he even pretended to be worried. In the center, Yi Hao looked at Zhong Taicheng and could not tell if he was lying. However, why would he care if Zhong Taicheng was lying or not? Then, should we sneak into the sect at night? Zhong Taicheng was worried that Yi Hao would suspect him, so he said that intentionally. No need. After Yi Hao said that, he picked up Zhong Taicheng and Zhong Zihao and walked towards the Earth Carnage sect. What are you trying to do? Zhong Taicheng saw Yi Hao's actions and could not help but be shocked. This lad can't be thinking of barging into the Earth Carnage sect openly, right? Isn't he courting death? Zhong Taicheng could not help but think. However, Yi Hao did not pay any attention to him. However, looking at the direction Yi Hao was walking in, it was the entrance of the Earth Carnage sect. Zhong Taicheng was also shocked. He did not understand what was going on in Yi Hao's head. Who are you? This is the Earth Carnage sect. Unauthorized people are not allowed to enter. As Yi Hao approached the Earth Carnage sect, a few disciples guarding the mountain surrounded him. When they saw Yi Hao carrying Zhong Taicheng and Zhong Zihao, they could not help but look at Yi Hao warily. At this moment, Zhong Taicheng really wanted to ask for help. However, he did not dare to. He did not doubt that if he asked for help now, Yi Hao would kill him immediately. If you don't want to die, then scram. Yi Hao looked at the crowd. They were only of the Demon King realm. He could not be bothered with them as he said coldly. How dare you cause trouble in the Earth Carnage sect? You are courting death. When the few guards heard Yi Hao's words, they were instantly enraged. They waved their weapons and charged towards Yi Hao. Yi Hao could not be bothered with them. He took a step forward and walked into the sect. When the few guards saw that Yi Hao dared to ignore them, they became even angrier. However, before they could react, Yi Hao's strong spiritual energy came crashing down on them. They did not even have the chance to resist. In an instant, they were all killed. This was the difference in strength. The difference in cultivation between them and Yi Hao was too big. Hence, Yi Hao did not need to do it personally to kill them. He could kill them by releasing his spiritual energy. When Zhong Taicheng saw this scene, he was not surprised at all. This was because he could do the same. Moreover, Yi Hao could defeat him. Killing a few trashy martial kings was naturally easy and enjoyable. He probably did not expect these guards to be able to stop Yi Hao. However, what shocked him the most was that he had not expected Yi Hao to dare to barge into the Earthfiend sect. One must know that in the history of the Earthfiend sect, this had only happened a few times. Those who dared to barge into the Earthfiend sect did not have a good ending. Yi Hao's suicidal actions would only hasten Yi Hao's death. After Yi Hao killed these guards, he would definitely attract the strong martial artists of the Earthfiend sect. Yi Hao grabbed Zhong Taicheng and Zhong Zihao and crossed two mountains, heading towards the center of the mountain range. Along the way, they met many disciples. There were also many ignorant people who tried to stop them. Yi Hao killed them effortlessly. This made the crowd not dare to approach him recklessly. However, when Yi Hao set foot on the third mountain, he saw a total of 9 people in front of him, blocking his path. Lad, who are you? How dare you barge into the Earthfiend sect? Do you know that the consequences are very serious? The 9 people held their swords and looked at Yi Hao with disdain. One of them shouted. Chapter 1199. This was because the 9 of them were all peak demon emperors. Among the disciples of the Earth Fiend sect, they were definitely the strongest. Most importantly, the 9 of them had been cultivating together for a long time and had great teamwork. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that they were telepathic. Therefore, the combined strength of the 9 of them was far beyond that of an ordinary person. Even a level 1 Atman body realm expert wouldn't be able to take advantage of them. Therefore, when the 9 of them appeared, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They hoped that the 9 of them would be able to kill Yi Hao. Haha, the 9 Demon Emperor senior brothers are here. Let's see how arrogant that kid can be. With the 9 senior brothers here, this kid has no chance of surviving. This kid dares to barge into the Earth Fiend sect. He's really brave. So what if he's brave? He still has to pay with his life. Let's see how this kid dies. Everyone looked at Yi Hao and sneered. Obviously, in their eyes, Yi Hao was already a dead man. When Yi Hao saw the 9 of them, he didn't dare to be careless and threw the Zhong father and son to the side. Then, Yi Hao directly attacked the 9 of them. This time, Yi Hao directly activated his martial skill. To be honest, he hadn't used his martial skill for a long time. This was because the rest of his martial skills couldn't keep up with his cultivation. Even if he used them, they wouldn't increase his combat strength. On the other hand, he could still use this slash. Although it was only one slash and didn't have any fancy moves, it could increase the rank and power of the martial skill as he used it. Moreover, Yi Hao could feel that the 9 of them were quite strong. Therefore, he directly used his martial skill and rushed forward. "Father, are you alright?" Zhong Zihao was thrown to the side by Yi Hao and quickly helped Zhong Taicheng up. Zhong Taicheng shook his head. He then took out some pills and consumed them to stabilize the injuries in his body. "Father, what should we do now?" Zhong Zihao asked. "These people probably can't kill this kid." Zhong Taicheng looked at the 9 of them and said worriedly. Some people naturally heard Zhong Tiecheng's words and immediately mocked him. "Haha, what kind of joke is this? 9 senior brothers can't kill that brat. This is the biggest joke I've ever heard. Seeing that you were caught by that brat, you must have been scared silly by him. Just watch. It won't be long before that brat is killed by the 9 senior brothers." When Zhong Taicheng heard the words of the disciples, he did not argue with them. However, he still firmly believed in his own understanding. Even though he had heard of the strength of these 9 disciples, he had no idea how strong they were. After all, these 9 people were highly valued by the Earth Fiend sect. However, he still felt that Yi Hao's strength should not be underestimated. No matter how strong the 9 of them were, the most they could do was to combine their powers and unleash the power of an Atman body first-level cultivator. But Yi Hao was not just a level 1 Atman body. Yi Hao had defeated him with a single strike. Even though it was because he was careless and underestimated Yi Hao did not use any martial arts techniques at that time. Now that Yi Hao was using a martial arts technique, it meant that Yi Hao's strength would be even stronger. "You guys have to be careful. This brat is very strong," Zhong Taicheng immediately reminded the 9 of them. However, the 9 of them did not care about Zhong Tiecheng's words at all. This was because in their eyes, Yi Hao looked even younger than them. They thought that they were talented, so in their eyes, Yi Hao's strength would never surpass theirs. Moreover, now that the 9 of them had joined forces, they naturally did not need to take Yi Hao seriously. However, when the 9 of them saw that Yi Hao was using a martial arts technique, they obviously felt that they were being provoked. This made them extremely angry. The 9 of them immediately cooperated with each other and split into 3 groups, charging towards Yi Hao. When Yi Hao saw the 3 of them charging towards him, he also rushed towards them. At the same time, he slashed out with his saber. Powerful spiritual energy formed a giant saber and slashed out. Before anyone could react, the 3 people in front of Yi Hao were already torn into pieces by the giant saber. How is this possible? When everyone saw this scene, they were all shocked. Although Zhong Taicheng had already expected Yi Hao to be strong and that the 9 disciples would not be a match for Yi Hao, he did not expect this. However, he also did not expect this. Out of the 9 disciples, 3 of them were killed in an instant. This made the remaining 6 disciples turn pale. Obviously, they did not expect Yi Hao to be so strong. It was far beyond their imagination. However, the 6 of them did not give up. They looked at each other and nodded solemnly. 6 gods killing formation. The 6 of them did not dare to underestimate Yi Hao at this moment. They immediately formed a killing formation and the 6 of them gathered their powerful energy. In an instant, countless sword chi floated in the air, ready to be unleashed. It was as if the moment the order was given, the sword chi would instantly fall and cut Yi Hao into pieces. One should know that this killing formation was their trump card. They would not use it unless they had no other choice. Normally, all 9 of them would have to use it together to reveal the true power of the 9 gods killing formation. It could even kill a level 1 Artman body realm elite. However, now that Yi Hao had killed 3 of them, the 9 gods killing formation could no longer be called the 9 gods killing formation. It could only be called the 6 gods killing formation. Of course, the 6 gods killing formation could not be compared to the 9 gods killing formation. This was because its power had been greatly reduced. It's the 6 gods killing formation. He has forced the senior brothers to use the killing formation. This time, that brat should not be a match for them. He will be killed. When the crowd saw the 6 gods killing formation, they were all shocked. They could not help but hope that Yi Hao would be killed by the 6 gods killing formation. However, their expectations were destined to disappoint them. Fall. Among the 6 people, one of them opened his mouth and let out an explosive shout. Following this person's shout, the countless sword chi in the air instantly fell vertically and blasted towards Yi Hao. This brat should be dead this time. The crowd looked at the sword chi that filled the sky and were all shocked. They could not help but speak. This was because none of them had the confidence to survive the sword chi that filled the sky. Even Zhong Taicheng was secretly shocked when he saw the sword chi that filled the sky. Even if he was at his peak, it would not be easy for him to withstand the sword chi that filled the sky. Zhong Taicheng could not help but imagine what the 9 gods killing formation would look like. In that case, even he would not be able to contend against it, and would face the fate of being killed. Chapter 1200. But this 6 gods killing formation was also so powerful. Even he did not have the confidence to resist this 6 gods killing formation. Dad, this time that kid should be dead for sure. Zhong Zihao looked at the 6 disciples with an additional look of worship in his eyes. Hearing Zhong Zihao say this, Zhong Taicheng shook his head. Not necessarily. This whatever 6 gods killing formation is so powerful. I don't believe that kid can resist it. Zhong Zihao looked at the 6 disciples, clearly full of worship. Moreover, this 6 gods killing formation was indeed powerful. Therefore, he thought that this 6 gods killing formation could definitely kill Yi Hao. At this moment, everyone was watching the scene before them with rapt attention. Everyone says that the 9 senior brothers are so powerful. Now, even if there are only 6 senior brothers left, they are still so powerful. If the 9 senior brothers used the 9 gods killing formation previously, then this kid would not be so arrogant. PH, even this 6 gods killing formation, I think it's enough for that kid to suffer. Who knows, it might even kill him into minced meat. Looking at the sky full of sword chi descending, everyone could not help but be nervous. Because they kept feeling that this powerful sword chi could kill this youth who trespassed into the Earth Carnage sect. 1/ break for me. And right at this moment, a youth's voice sounded. Before everyone could react, they saw a giant blade rushing out from the sky full of sword chi. This giant blade instantly overshadowed the power of all the sword chi, directly breaking through all the sword chi as if to slash apart this part of heaven and earth. The sword chi that filled the sky was actually defeated by the giant blade and instantly dissipated in the air. The faces of the 6 disciples changed immediately. The sword formation was broken, and each of them suffered a huge impact and flew out. But the 6 of them were all seriously injured, spitting out a mouthful of blood one after another. It was also at this moment that Yi Hao's mind moved. The giant blade in the air instantly turned into 6 blades, slashing at the 6 people respectively. The blades fell, and the 6 people had no room to resist at all. Instantly, their heads fell to the ground. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing a peak demon emperor powerhouse. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 90,000 experience point. Obtained 8 demon emperor leveling pills. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing a peak demon emperor powerhouse. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 85,000 experience point. Obtained 7 demon emperor level up pills. Ding dong, congratulations to host for killing a peak demon overlord powerhouse. Congratulations to host for obtaining 95,000 experience point. Obtained 9 demon emperor level up pills. After killing the 6 of them, Yi Hao heard a system notification in his mind. Seeing this scene, the entire place fell into a deathly silence. No one had expected Yi Hao to be so strong. The 6 of them used the 6 gods killing array, but it was actually broken by Yi Hao in an instant. They were even killed by Yi Hao. Those who looked down on Yi Hao and thought that Yi Hao would be killed instantly shut their mouths and stepped back. The Zhong father and son widened their eyes and couldn't help but step back. Zhong Zihao looked at Yi Hao in disbelief. He couldn't understand how this young man, who was merely a first-order demon emperor in his eyes, could be so powerful. Father, what should we do now? Zhong Zihao was extremely afraid of Yi Hao and looked at Zhong Taicheng worriedly. After recovering from his shock, Zhong Taicheng waved his hand and said calmly, "Don't worry, I've already informed the sect's experts. We can't let this brat be arrogant." It turned out that when Yi Hao was fighting with the 9 disciples, Zhong Taicheng had already informed the sect's experts. In Zhong Taicheng's opinion, no matter how strong and arrogant Yi Hao was, it was useless in front of the Earth Fiend sect's expert. Who dares to be arrogant in my Earth Fiend sect? Just then, a powerful aura attacked. Hearing this voice, everyone was overjoyed. It's Elder Zhu. Elder Zhu was one of the strongest elders in the Di Sha sect. He was a cultivator of the 2nd level of the Ling Qi layer. He was considered one of the top experts in the various empires. Therefore, when everyone saw Elder Zhu's arrival, they heaved a sigh of relief. They thought that their savior had arrived. Elder Zhu is here. This brat is dead meat. Zhong Taicheng's face was filled with joy. He was finally going to avenge his broken arm. Within the Earth Fiend sect, Elder Zhu was an existence that he could only look up to. When Yi Hao felt the powerful aura approaching, he did not panic. Instead, he was overjoyed. Not because of anything else, but because he could sense the Earth Fiend Black Qi from Elder Zhu's aura. This meant that he had come to the right place. Furthermore, he was very familiar with the Earth Fiend Black Qi. After all, the Purple Sky Supreme God Emperor and the others had fallen into a coma because of the Earth Fiend Black Qi. Just then, Elder Zhu appeared in front of everyone. He was a middle-aged man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. He exuded a powerful aura without being angry. When everyone saw this person, they all bowed respectfully. Even Zhong Taicheng was no exception. "Greetings, Elder Zhu." At that moment, everyone bowed respectfully. Even Zhong Zihao was stunned by this aura and stood there in a daze. Zhong Taicheng quickly pulled him back and bowed. However, this middle-aged man's status in the Earth Fiend sect was definitely not ordinary. However, there was an exception. Yi Hao stood in his original position. His expression did not change as he sized up the middle-aged man. When the crowd saw this, they all shouted in anger. "Bastard, kneel down and beg for mercy when you see Elder Zhu. If you kneel down and beg for mercy now, Elder Zhu might leave you with an intact corpse. A brat who overestimates himself dares to barge into the Earth Fiend sect. Now, he even dares to be so rude to Elder Zhu. He is too presumptuous. If you don't beg for mercy now, you won't even have the chance to kneel down and beg for mercy soon." Although the crowd was initially stunned by Yi Hao's domineering killing of the 9 disciples, they all felt that Elder Zhu had a backbone. However, when Elder Zhu appeared, everyone couldn't help but feel that they had a backbone. Every one of them once again became arrogant, no longer fearing Yi Hao. After all, Elder Zhu was a martial artist of the spiritual martial realm. No matter how powerful Yi Hao was, he could not defeat Elder Zhu. Elder Zhu looked at the corpses on the ground and his face darkened. Anger burned in his heart as he glared at Yi Hao. Who are you? Do you know that even God can't save you when you barge into the Earth Fiend sect? You talk too much. I just want to know where the Earth Fiend Sky Demon Cave is. Yi Hao acted as if he did not see Elder Ju's anger and asked him directly. Obviously, Yi Hao did not believe Zhong Tietcheng's words at all. He had captured Zhong Taicheng so that Zhong Taicheng could lead the way obediently. When everyone heard Yi Hao's words, their faces changed. Chapter 1201. Elder Ju, the situation is like this. Zhong Taicheng immediately went to Elder Ju's side and said. Elder Ju's face darkened even more as he recounted the events that had transpired. Elder Ju's face darkened even more. Obviously, Elder Ju believed Zhong Tietcheng's words. After all, first impressions were the strongest. Yi Hao had given him a bad first impression. Yi Hao had barged in and killed so many Earth Fiend sect disciples. This was definitely a dead end. Therefore, regardless of whether Zhong Taicheng was telling the truth or not, he had to kill Yi Hao. Zhong Taicheng did not lie to you. The Earth Fiend sect does have the antidote for the Earth Fiend black gas, and we do need to go to the Earth Fiend Sky Demon Cave to look for it. However, you will not have the chance to do so. Elder Ju looked at Yi Hao as though he was looking at a dead man. This was because Yi Hao was already a dead man in his eyes. Therefore, he spoke the truth. The Earth Fiend black gas did exist in the Earth Fiend sect, and the core members were all cultivating the Earth Fiend black gas. This was because the cultivation of the Earth Fiend black gas would allow their cultivation speed to become faster. When the Earth Fiend black gas entered the opponent's body, it would turn into a type of poison. This type of poison was very difficult to remove. No healing or antidote pills would be effective. However, the Earth Fiend sect did not have the antidote for this type of Earth Fiend black gas. Unless one went to the Earth Fiend Sky Demon Cave to search for it, one would not be able to find it. When Zhong Taicheng heard Elder Ju's words, his face changed again. He didn't think that the reason he casually made up in order to deceive Yi Hao would actually be correct. He only knew that the Earth Fiend Sky Demon Cave was a forbidden area in the Earth Fiend sect. As for the antidote for the Earth Fiend black gas, he really did not know where to find it. However, he did not expect that the antidote for the Earth Fiend black gas would really be in the Earth Fiend Sky Demon Cave. You dog, you can rest in peace now. Elder Ju knew Yi Hao's motive and could not be bothered to waste his breath on Yi Hao. Since Yi Hao dared to barge into the Earth Emanations sect, he had to kill Yi Hao to answer to the entire sect. At the same time, he had to tell the outside world that anyone who barged into the Earth Emanations sect would not have a good ending. As soon as Elder Ju finished speaking, he struck out with a backhand palm at Yi Hao. It was obvious that Elder Ju did not think much of Yi Hao. He looked down on Yi Hao. Otherwise, he would have used his weapon. Yi Hao looked at Elder Ju. He knew that he was no match for Elder Ju, but he stood there with no intention of making a move. There was no trace of panic or fear on his face. This made everyone very puzzled. Why is this kid standing there without moving? Could it be that he was intimidated by Elder Ju's strength? Who cares if he moves or not? He's no match for Elder Ju anyway. If he just stands there and doesn't move, he'll die a quick death. I reckon that kid has given up on resisting. Everyone looked at Yi Hao and thought that Yi Hao had given up on resisting. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Let's see how arrogant you can be now. Zhong Zihao looked at Yi Hao and laughed disdainfully. It's too easy for that bastard to die like this. He should be torn into pieces to appease the hatred in my heart, Zhong Taicheng said regretfully. However, he still had a cold smile on his face. Whoever dares to hurt my lord will have to go through me, Su Lai. At that moment, a young man holding a long sword appeared and charged towards Elder Ju. When Yi Hao saw Su Lai appear, a smile appeared on his face. This was because Su Lai was the elite at the peak of the spiritual martial realm that he had summoned. However, Su Lai had obeyed his orders and had been hiding in the dark. He had only come out at this critical moment. It was precisely because of Su Lai's presence that he was able to stand there fearlessly. As for Su Lai, Yi Hao had some understanding of him. Su Lai's courtesy name was Ding Fang. He was a fierce general during the Sui and Tang dynasties. He was brave and good at fighting. He had defeated the Eastern Turks, annihilated the Western Turks, suppressed the Tsongling rebellion, destroyed Beech, attacked Goguryeo, and stabilized Tibet. He had single-handedly destroyed 3 countries and captured their masters alive. He had helped the Tang dynasty expand its territory by thousands of miles. He had made outstanding contributions and was even listed in the Lingyan Pavilion. This was definitely a symbol of status and honor in the Tang dynasty. However, in the Sui and Tang dynasties and the Tang dynasty's Chuanzhuan, Su Dingfang was the one who had been blackened the most. He could be said to be a complete villain. Therefore, when Yi Hao watched television in the past, he had often complained about Su Lai. Yi Hao had never expected that he would summon Su Lai one day. Where did this reckless kid come from? Elder Ju looked at Su Lai, who had suddenly appeared in front of him, and snorted disdainfully. I didn't expect that there would be so many people courting death today. This kid doesn't look old. How old can he be? Isn't he courting death by blocking Elder Ju now? However, this kid seems to be in cahoots with that kid. They are just a bunch of people courting death. When the crowd saw Su Lai, who had suddenly appeared, they were also stunned. Then, their faces were filled with disdain. That was because they saw that Yi Hao and Su Lai were about the same age. At most, Su Lai's strength was about the same as Yi Hao's. He would definitely not be a match for Elder Ju. All right. Killing one is still killing. Killing a pair is still killing. After Elder Ju finished speaking, he directly attacked Su Lai. Die! Su Lai roared. The long sword in his hand pierced forward. He, this kid actually dares to retaliate in front of Elder Ju. When the crowd saw Su Lai's actions, they laughed disdainfully again. However, the next scene froze everyone's sneers on their faces. That was because the long sword in Su Lai's hand pierced through Elder Ju's arm easily. How is this possible? Everyone cried out in surprise when they saw this scene. Could it be that Elder Ju was careless? This kid can't possibly be a match for Elder Ju. I think so. Otherwise, how could this kid injure Elder Ju? At this moment, Elder Ju's right arm was completely crippled. Fresh blood gushed out like a fountain. Ah, you bastard, you are courting death. Elder Ju roared out in pain. One had to know that he had never been so severely injured before. He was originally confident that he could shatter Su Lai's weapon and injure him severely at the same time. However, he did not expect Su Lai's long sword to be so powerful. It actually dodged his palm and pierced through his arm at the same time. This made him extremely angry. Elder Ju's aura suddenly surged. Strong spiritual energy gushed out from his body. A weapon appeared in Elder Ju's left hand. Elder Ju endured the immense pain and attacked Su Lai. However, who would have thought that Su Lai would easily dodge Elder Ju's attack? At the same time, the long sword in his hand struck again. In an instant, Elder Ju's left arm was crippled. Ping ping! Elder Ju's arm was chopped off. The weapon in his hand fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Chapter 1202. No one could understand why Elder Ju, who was so strong in their eyes, was like a god of war. How could he not be a match for Su Lai? Su Lai had crippled his arms in just 2 moves. The first time, Elder Ju's right arm had been crippled by Su Lai because he had been careless. But the second time, it couldn't be said that Elder Ju had been careless too. They had seen how Elder Ju had unleashed all of his power just now. That terrifying amount of spiritual chi was enough to instantly kill them without a doubt. That proved that Elder Ju had really used his full strength and hadn't held back. But even so, Su Lai had easily chopped off his arms. That could only mean that Su Lai was too strong. He was so strong that even Elder Ju, who had used his full strength, couldn't fight back in front of Su Lai. Although the crowd didn't want to admit it, Su Lai looked so young and his strength had surpassed Elder Ju, who was at rank 2 spiritual martial realm. Elder Ju's arms had been crippled and his body was covered in blood. He looked like he was in a sorry state. Everyone felt that it was too unrealistic. Die. Yi Hao looked at Elder Ju. Elder Ju was a strong cultivator of the spiritual martial realm. He must have had a lot of experience. So, he didn't show any mercy. He raised the weapon in his hand and charged towards Elder Ju. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. Elder Ju's arms had been crippled. His face turned pale and his face became ferocious. Especially when he saw that Yi Hao wanted to kill him, he was even more furious. Although his arms had been crippled, his strength was still not to be underestimated. He could still easily kill an Atman body realm cultivator. Therefore, with a single thought, Elder Ju's spirit chi gushed out of his body and gathered into thousands of swords, ready to attack Yi Hao. But Su Lai wouldn't let him have his way. He snorted coldly and his aura crushed Elder Ju. Elder Ju's thousands of swords couldn't withstand a single blow. They instantly dissipated into spiritual chi and disappeared into the air. At that moment, the crowd realized that Elder Ju's strength was worlds apart from Su Lai's. The difference was too great. Actually, the crowd didn't know Su Lai's cultivation level. Su Lai was at the peak of the Ling Qi layer and Elder Ju was only at the second level of the Ling Qi layer. Therefore, the difference in strength between Elder Ju and Su Lai was naturally huge. At this moment, Elder Ju's face was ashen. His heart was filled with unwillingness. He did not expect that he would not even have the chance to make a move in front of Su Lai. At the same time, the blade in Yi Hao's hand pierced his chest. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for killing a rank 2 spirit martial realm warrior. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 million experience points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a spirit martial realm level up pill. Elder Ju looked unwillingly at the knife in his chest. At this moment, Yi Hao heard the sound of the system notification in his mind. Ding dong, congratulations to host for leveling up. Host is currently at 3rd Order Devil Emperor. I actually broke through. Yi Hao was overjoyed when he heard the system notification. When everyone saw this scene, they were all stunned on the spot. This was because the people they looked up to, the people they worshipped, had actually been killed at this moment. Moreover, from the beginning to the end, Yi Hao and Su Lai were not hurt at all. This made them doubt their lives. Everyone's hearts were filled with fear and helplessness. This was especially so for the Zhong father and son. When they saw Elder Ju appear, they were still full of pride. However, at this moment, the two of them were ashen. Especially when they saw Yi Hao walking towards them with a cold expression, they were even more terrified. I know I was wrong. Don't kill me. Young master, please spare my life. The Zhong father and son looked at Yi Hao and kept begging for mercy. Where is the earthly fiend Sky Demon Cave? Yi Hao looked at Zhong Tai-cheng and asked coldly. Young master, please follow me. Zhong Tai-cheng hurriedly said nervously. This time, he did not dare to lie. Even a terrifying existence like Elder Ju was easily killed in front of Yi Hao. Then what did he count as? Yi Hao gestured to Su Lai. Su Lai directly picked up Zhong Zihao, and the few of them followed behind Zhong Tai-cheng. Everyone in the Earthly Fiend sect watched as Yi Hao headed towards the Earthly Fiend Sky Demon Cave. But no one dared to open their mouths to stop him. Before long, Zhong Tai-cheng brought Yi Hao to the periphery of the Earthly Fiend sect and arrived at the foot of a desolate mountain. Before approaching this mountain, they did not discover anything unusual. But the moment they approached, they could see that this mountain was somewhat different. Because the mountain was actually constantly emitting some fine black gas faintly. However, it was clear that there was some array formation on this mountain that could suppress the emitting of this black gas. And just as they approached this Earthly Fiend Sky Demon Cave, Yi Hao's body actually had some slight agitation. Looking at the Earthly Fiend Sky Demon Cave before them, Zhong Tai-cheng hurriedly said respectfully to Yi Hao, Young master, this is the Earthly Fiend Sky Demon Cave. Let's go. Let's go in. After Yi Hao finished speaking, he walked in directly with Su Lai. Seeing Yi Hao and Su Lai leave, Zhong Tai-cheng and Zhong Zihao heaved a heavy sigh of relief. Phew. One must know that the two of them had been on tenterhooks ever since they saw Elder Ju die. They were afraid that Yi Hao would kill them. Fortunately, now that they saw Yi Hao and Su Lai enter the Earthly Fiend Sky Demon Cave, their lives were considered saved. And it was also at this moment that a few powerful forces attacked rapidly. The Zhong father and son hurriedly turned their heads to look. They only saw 5 people appear before them. Among them, there were 3 middle-aged men, an old man, and a woman. These few people all exuded a terrifying aura that did not lose to Elder Ju's aura. Seeing these few people, Zhong Taicheng was instantly shocked. His face was filled with astonishment. He had not expected that these few people would actually appear at the same time. One must know that these few people's identities were not inferior to Elder Ju's. One of them was the sect leader of the Earthly Fiend sect, while the other 4 were the Grand Elders of the Earthly Fiend sect. They were all above Elder Ju. These were the top experts of the Earthly Fiend sect. Each of them was an expert of the spiritual martial realm. They were the strong support of the Earthly Fiend sect. Usually, to be able to see any one of these 5 people was harder than ascending to the heavens. And now that the 5 of them had actually appeared here, it was obvious that they were here for Yi Hao. Therefore, when he saw the 5 of them, Zhong Tietcheng's heart was filled with nervousness. After all, they were important figures of the Earthly Fiend sect. Greetings, Lord Sect Leader. Greetings, Lord 4 Grand Elders. Zhong Taicheng looked at the 5 of them and hurriedly bowed. When Zhong Zihao saw his father bowing, he also hurriedly bowed. Chapter 1203. Reporting to the first Grand Elder, those 2 people have entered the Earth Fiend Heavenly Demon Cave. Hearing the old man's question, Zhong Taicheng hurriedly said, "Haha, I didn't expect that there would be people seeking their own death." When the old man heard Zhong Tietcheng's words, he couldn't help but mock. Millimeter? Hearing the first Grand Elder's words, Zhong Taicheng was clearly stunned, not understanding what he meant. "You don't know, the reason why this Earth Fiend Heavenly Demon Cave is called a forbidden area is because it is filled with danger. Even if it is a spirit realm expert or an expert of a higher realm, if they enter, they will die without a doubt." Seeing Zhong Tietcheng's puzzled expression, a middle-aged man opened his mouth to explain. "This Earth Fiend Heavenly Demon Cave is really so terrifying." Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Zhong Taicheng couldn't help but be shocked. Although he knew that this Earth Fiend Heavenly Demon Cave was a forbidden area of the Earth Fiend sect, he didn't know that it was actually so dangerous. Even a spirit realm expert would die without a doubt if they entered. How terrifying was that? It's really too easy for that dog. He died in the Earth Fiend Heavenly Demon Cave just like that. I originally wanted to capture him and tear him into pieces, a middle-aged man said with some regret. Clearly, from his point of view, Yi Hao would definitely die if he entered the Earth Fiend Heavenly Demon Cave. Alright, let's all go back. The first Grand Elder took one last look at the Earth Fiend Heavenly Demon Cave and said to everyone. Because the Earth Fiend Heavenly Demon Cave was incomparably terrifying. Even though he was a rank 8 spirit realm expert, he similarly didn't know what was inside the Earth Fiend Heavenly Demon Cave. Of course, they had sent countless people into the Earth Fiend Heavenly Demon Cave, but they had basically all died inside. And the only person who came out of the Earth Fiend Heavenly Demon Cave was the Earth Fiend sect's ancestor. His cultivation was at the peak of the spirit realm. When the ancestor came out, he only brought an incomplete cultivation technique. However, before the ancestor could say what was inside the Earth Fiend Heavenly Demon Cave, he had already died from his serious injuries. From then on, the Earth Fiend sect regarded the Earth Fiend Heavenly Demon Cave as a forbidden area of the Earth Fiend sect. After all, even a peak spirit realm expert would die if they entered. Who would dare to enter? But later on, they studied the incomplete cultivation technique that ancestor brought out. They discovered that after cultivating, they could actually produce black qi in their bodies. This black qi could increase the speed of their cultivation. Their strength would also be much stronger than people of the same cultivation level. Therefore, this incomplete cultivation method was treated as a treasure by them. At the same time, they also knew that although this cultivation method was incomplete, it was still extremely heaven-defying. In order to avoid being targeted by people with ulterior motives, they only gave this cultivation art to the core members of the Earth Fiend sect to cultivate. These core members were naturally extremely loyal to the Earth Fiend sect. Only the people in the Earth Fiend sect knew the secret behind this incomplete technique. Therefore, returning to the main topic, the way they saw it, Yi Hao and Su Lai entering the Earthly Fiend Heavenly Devil Cave, it was definitely impossible for them to come out again. Why is it so dark? After Yi Hao and Su Lai entered the Earthly Fiend Heavenly Devil Cave, they felt that it was very dark. They could only see tens of meters in front of them. It had to be known that at his level of cultivation, he could already see through the night. Although he couldn't use his spiritual awareness like a spiritual venerable, he still couldn't see through the night. However, with just the naked eye, one could clearly see things within a radius of several kilometers. My lord, there is something strange about this cave. There is black chi everywhere. This black chi is actually attacking me, trying to invade my body. Just then, Su Lai spoke up. It seems like it is because of the earthly fiend black chi. Hearing Su Lai's words, Yi Hao spoke up. At that moment, Yi Hao's face was also solemn. This was because he also felt that the earthly fiend black chi was attacking him. He could only use his spirit energy to protect his body and block the earthly fiend black chi from attacking him. However, the earthly fiend black chi seemed to be endless, constantly depleting his spirit energy. Moreover, the deeper they went, the thicker the earthly fiend black chi became. The depleting of his spirit energy also became faster and faster. If his spirit energy was depleted and the earthly fiend black chi invaded his body, he would be in danger. My lord, my spirit energy is very dense. Come closer to me, and I will help you block the invasion of this black chi, Su Lai said. When Yi Hao heard Su Lai's words, he did not reject and directly went closer to Su Lai. It was only when Su Lai's spirit energy protected his body that Yi Hao retracted his spirit energy. However, Yi Hao was still very worried. This was because he did not know what the specific antidote to the earthly fiend black chi was. The earthly fiend heaven demon cave in front of him seemed to be extremely deep. He did not know when he would reach the end. He did not know if the spirit energy in Su Lai's body could last until he found the antidote to the earthly fiend black chi. Just as Yi Hao was worried, an array pattern suddenly appeared in Yi Hao's eyes. Then, a black shadow shot out. It's the heavenly yin spirit. When Yi Hao saw the appearance of the heavenly yin spirit, he was also a little surprised. One must know that the heavenly yin spirit had not moved in his body for a long time. Moreover, because the heavenly yin spirit's cultivation level was too low, it could not help him at all. Therefore, Yi Hao did not summon the heavenly yin spirit. Master, this black chi can increase my strength. Suddenly, a voice sounded in Yi Hao's mind. Yi Hao knew that this voice came from the heavenly yin spirit. This was because the heavenly yin spirit had already developed spiritual intelligence. It can increase your cultivation level. When Yi Hao heard the heavenly yin spirit's words, he was instantly delighted. One must know that he had not found a way to increase the heavenly yin spirit's cultivation level all this time. Although the heavenly yin spirit was in his body, its cultivation level had been slowly increasing. However, the heavenly yin spirit's cultivation level was only at level 10 demon honorable. It was even lower than his own cultivation level. What he did not expect was that the earthly fiend black chi could actually increase the heavenly yin spirit's cultivation level. This made him instantly delighted. Master, can I absorb this black chi? The heavenly yin spirit asked Yi Hao carefully. Yi Hao could already tell from the heavenly yin spirit's tone that the heavenly yin spirit was really envious of the earthly fiend black chi. Hurry up and absorb it. When Yi Hao heard the heavenly yin spirit's question, he hurriedly said. After all, until now, he was still worried about how to withstand the earthly fiend black chi when his spiritual energy was depleted. Now that the heavenly yin spirit could actually absorb it to increase its cultivation level, he naturally would not reject it. I wonder how much this little fellow can absorb. Yi Hao looked at the heavenly yin spirit and could not help but hope that the heavenly yin spirit could absorb more of the earthly fiend black chi. This way, it could reduce the pressure on him. Yi Hao even wondered if he should leave the heavenly yin spirit in the earthly fiend heavenly demon cave to cultivate. However, in the next second, his thoughts changed because a shocking scene appeared. Chapter 1204. What is this? Even Su Lai was shocked at this moment. He looked at the scene in front of him in shock. After all, even he was afraid of the earth fiend Black Chi. However, the heavenly yin spirit was like a bottomless pit as it absorbed the earth fiend Black Chi. In just a few breaths, the earth fiend Black Chi within a few meters was completely absorbed. Yi Hao was also stunned as he looked at the heavenly yin spirit. He saw that the heavenly yin spirit's cultivation had broken through from the 10th order demon venerable to the 1st order demon emperor. The speed of the heavenly yin spirit's cultivation was like a rocket. Even he was a little envious of the heavenly yin spirit. What was the difference between this method of cultivation and drinking water? So satisfying. After the heavenly yin spirit finished absorbing the earth fiend Black Chi, it continued to rush in. As long as the heavenly yin spirit passed by, the earth fiend Black Chi would enter its body crazily. It seems like I have underestimated it. Yi Hao looked at the heavenly yin spirit's speed of absorbing the earth fiend Black Chi and couldn't help but exclaim. To think that he wanted to leave the heavenly yin spirit here to cultivate. Now, it seemed like there was no need at all. The heavenly yin spirit was like a bottomless pit as it continued to absorb the earth fiend Black Chi crazily. The heavenly yin spirit's cultivation was also increasing crazily. 2nd order demon emperor, 3rd order demon emperor, 4th order demon emperor. The heavenly yin spirit continued to absorb the earth fiend Black Chi, and its cultivation continued to increase. What kind of monster is this? Su Lai looked at the heavenly yin spirit in shock. Seeing the heavenly yin spirit continuously absorbing the earth fiend Black Chi and increasing its cultivation without refining it, Su Lai couldn't help but exclaim. Yi Hao and Su Lai followed behind the heavenly yin spirit as they went deeper and deeper. However, at this moment, they didn't need to release spiritual energy to resist the earth fiend Black Chi. Because as long as they followed behind the heavenly yin spirit, all the earthly fiend Black Chi would be absorbed by the heavenly yin spirit wherever it went. After a long time, there wasn't any earth fiend Black Chi behind Yi Hao. Instead, the earth fiend Black Chi in front of them was as thick as ink. The heavenly yin spirit was like a sponge, greedily absorbing the earth fiend Black Chi. At this moment, the heavenly yin spirit's cultivation was extremely terrifying. It had already reached the 10th order demon emperor realm. It was just one step away from the Atman body realm. One had to know that when a heavenly yin spirit reached the Atman body level, it would be extremely terrifying. This was because the heavenly yin spirit could summon heavenly yin beast. The cultivation of the heavenly yin war beast was the same as the heavenly yin spirit. Thus, raising the battle prowess of the heavenly yin spirit was equivalent to having a large group of experts under his command. It was also at this time that the heavenly yin spirit's cultivation increased again, reaching the 1st level spirit body. Yi Hao couldn't help but curl his lips in envy when he saw this leveling speed. Fortunately, the spirit of heavenly yin was his subordinate. If it was his enemy, it would be too terrifying. As for Su Lai, he was completely dumbfounded as he looked at the heavenly yin spirit. He could not stop calling it abnormal. Time passed by minute by minute. Yi Hao roughly estimated that at least 2 to 3 days had passed. One had to know that their speed was already not slow. After all, the heavenly yin spirit's speed of absorbing the earth fiend Black Chi did not slow down at all. One could see how deep the earth fiend heavenly demon cave was if they could walk for 2 to 3 days. Yi Hao did not doubt that if they only relied on Su Lai and his spiritual power, they would not be able to reach here. Of course, along the way, he also saw many pitch-black human bones. One could imagine how terrifying the earth fiend Black Chi was. It could even corrode human bones and turn them black. Yi Hao also found some spatial rings from these people. At the same time, he understood that these people were people who had entered the earth fiend heavenly demon cave in the past to search for treasures but died inside. Moreover, these people's cultivation was not low. Yi Hao saw that one of the people's notes was actually at the 7th level spiritual martial realm. This terrifying cultivation was not much inferior to Su Lai's. Therefore, this earth fiend heavenly demon cave was really not a place that ordinary people could enter. If not for relying on the heavenly yin spirit, Wanting to enter this earth fiend heavenly demon cave would be difficult without the cultivation of a spiritual venerable. What made Yi Hao feel strange was that in this earth fiend heavenly demon cave, there seemed to be nothing else other than the earth fiend black chi. But since they came here, Yi Hao naturally had to go all the way. Moreover, this earth fiend heavenly demon cave could even raise the cultivation of the heavenly yin spirit. It was not considered to be without gains, but he was still a little nervous in his heart. After all, if there was no antidote for the earth fiend black chi here, then he really did not know what to do. And Yi Hao was also very curious about what exactly was in this earth fiend heavenly demon cave to be able to continuously produce the earth fiend black chi. Looking at the heavenly yin spirit in front of him, to be honest, Yi Hao was a little envious. These 2 to 3 days, the heavenly yin spirit had been absorbing the earth fiend black chi continuously. This caused the heavenly yin spirit's cultivation to directly reach the 7th level spiritual martial realm. This already far surpassed him, and was even catching up to Su Lai's cultivation. As long as the heavenly yin spirit increased another 3 levels, it would be able to catch up to Su Lai. Yi Hao looked at the earth fiend black chi in front of him and felt that it would not be too difficult for the heavenly yin spirit to raise its cultivation to the peak of the spiritual martial realm. If this was spread out and people knew about it, they would definitely be scared to death. After all, 2 to 3 days ago, the heavenly yin spirit's cultivation was only at the 10th level demon honorable. But now, it had reached the 7th level spiritual martial realm. This was practically crossing 3 major realms, 27 minor realms. Just how many people in the ancient demon realm could do this? The key was that the heavenly yin spirit's cultivation was still constantly increasing. Another half a day passed, and the heavenly yin spirit's cultivation broke through again, reaching the 8th level spiritual martial realm. And at this moment, outside the earth fiend heavenly demon cave, some experts from the earth fiend sect, including the Zhong family's father and son, appeared at the entrance of the earth fiend heavenly demon cave. At this moment, everyone looked at the earth fiend heavenly demon cave with a puzzled expression. That's strange. Logically speaking, the earth fiend heavenly demon cave should be overflowing with more and more black chi. Why is it becoming less and less? Could it be because those 2 people entered the earth fiend heavenly demon cave? That's absolutely impossible. According to the sect's records, that old ancestor who was at the 8th level spiritual martial realm entered the earth fiend heavenly demon cave for just over a day before coming out. He was even heavily injured and died. Those 2 people have already entered the earth fiend heavenly demon cave for 4 to 5 days. I reckon that they've already died inside. That's true. But this earth fiend heavenly demon cave suddenly changed. It's really strange. Should we send people in to check? Chapter 1205. One must know that the Earth Fiend sect's ban forbade anyone from entering the Earth Fiend Sky Demon Cave. Although the ban didn't have any effect on people of their status, each and every one of them cherished their lives. At the same time, they were also curious about what was in the Earth Fiend Sky Demon Cave. However, the Earth Fiend Sky Demon Cave had always been emitting black gas. It was extremely difficult for them to enter the Earth Fiend Sky Demon Cave. But now that the black gas in the Earth Fiend Sky Demon Cave had decreased, it was definitely a good opportunity to enter. Why don't we send some disciples who aren't talented to check it out first? The only beautiful lady suggested when she saw that everyone was silent. No need. A middle-aged man waved his hand and looked at the Zhong father and son. When the Zhong father and son saw the middle-aged man's gaze, they were shocked. Zhong Taicheng knew that the Earth Fiend Sky Demon Cave was a place where even spirit martial realm experts would be dangerous. He was only at the Atman body realm. How would he dare to enter the Earth Fiend Sky Demon Cave? Therefore, Zhong Taicheng quickly begged for mercy. No, Third Supreme Elder. Hearing Zhong Taicheng's words, the middle-aged man looked at Zhong Taicheng unhappily. Why? You want to defy my order? I dare not. Feeling the strong pressure from the middle-aged man, Zhong Taicheng said hurriedly. Zhong Taicheng looked at the others as if he was asking for help. No one was willing to say anything for him. Sect Master, Supreme Elder, Let me enter the Earth Fiend Sky Demon Cave alone. My son shouldn't enter. Zhong Taicheng knew that he had to enter the Earth Fiend Sky Demon Cave today. If he entered, he might lose his life at any time. He didn't want both father and son to die in the Earth Fiend Sky Demon Cave. Therefore, he begged. After all, the way he saw it, entering the Earthly Fiend Heavenly Devil Cave was completely a life of certain death. He only had this one son. If the two of them entered the Earth Fiend Sky Demon Cave together, he would have no more descendants. Therefore, even if he died, he had to protect his son. To be honest, he was already unhappy with the Earth Fiend sect. No matter what, he had worked hard for the Earth Fiend sect for so many years. Now, the Earth Fiend sect was treating him like this. He couldn't help but look at his son with a glint in his eyes. What if his son had a relationship with that person? At that time, he could take revenge for himself and the Earth Fiend sect as well. However, at this moment, he still had to protect Zhong Zihao. Therefore, he directly knelt down in front of them. As you wish. Don't worry, your son has already become an external disciple of the Earth Fiend sect. He will be heavily groomed by the sect. That middle-aged third elder immediately said. However, no matter how one listened to it, one could tell from the tone of the highest Supreme Third Elder that he was giving alms. Thank you, Supreme Third Elder. Zhong Taicheng could only forcefully squeeze out a smile and express his gratitude. After which, he gritted his teeth and stepped into the Earth Fiend Heavenly Demon Cave. Seeing his father enter the Earthly Fiend Heavenly Devil Cave, Zhong Zihao opened his mouth and looked at the crowd, but did not dare to speak. As everyone watched Zhong Taicheng enter the Earthly Fiend Heavenly Demon Cave, they could not help feeling nervous and expectant. My lord, could it be that there is no end to this cave? Su Lai, who was guarding beside Yi Hao, suddenly asked. That was because they had already walked in the Earthly Fiend Heavenly Demon Cave for a total of 7 days. However, there was still only black gas in front of them, and they simply could not see the end. If it wasn't for the Heavenly Yin Spirit absorbing the Earthly Fiend Heavenly Demon Cave, even if he was at the peak of the Spirit Martial Realm, he would probably collapse just by walking there. I don't know either, but I reckon that it will be soon. Yi Hao looked ahead and said uncertainly. Boom. Just then, the Heavenly Yin Spirit's cultivation increased by another level. This is the first level spiritual supremacy realm. Su Lai was also shocked by the aura of the Heavenly Yin Spirit's breakthrough. Then, his face was filled with astonishment. At that moment, the Heavenly Yin Spirit's breakthrough also meant that the Heavenly Yin Spirit's cultivation had already surpassed his. One must know that a few days ago, the Heavenly Yin Spirit was merely a demon supremacy that he could exterminate with a wave of his hand. However, at that very moment, he sensed a dangerous aura from the Heavenly Yin Spirit's body. It actually reached the spiritual supremacy realm. Yi Hao's face lit up with joy when he saw the Heavenly Yin Spirit's cultivation increase. The Heavenly Yin Spirit's cultivation had reached the first level spiritual supremacy realm. This also meant that the Heavenly Yin Spirit had leaped to become the most powerful person under him. This also meant that he also had a spiritual supremacy realm expert under him. At that moment, Yi Hao could not help but look forward to the longer the Earthly Fiend Heavenly Demon Cave was, the better. After all, the longer the Earthly Fiend Heavenly Demon Cave was, the more Earthly Fiend black gas there would be, and the higher the cultivation of the Heavenly Yin Spirit would be. Lord, there seems to be someone following us from behind. Just then, Su Lai said softly. Don't bother about him, Yi Hao said as he shook his head. After all, the Heavenly Yin Spirit's cultivation had already increased to the spiritual supremacy realm. He could do whatever he wanted in the Earthly Fiend sect, so why would he be bothered? Moreover, from the aura of the person behind them, he could tell that his cultivation was not high, even lower than his own. Even if he came over, he would be courting death. Hence, he did not care about such a small character. At that moment, Zhong Taicheng, who was behind them, was extremely shocked. As he was afraid of Yi Hao and Su Lai, Zhong Taicheng did not dare to go near them. Hence, he did not see the Heavenly Yin Spirit clearly. He had already followed Yi Hao and Su Lai for a long time. He realized that wherever Yi Hao and Su Lai went, the earthly fiend black gas would completely disappear. He could not help but be curious. What kind of powerful technique was this that could actually make the earthly fiend black gas disappear? In his opinion, this was simply inconceivable. Although he did not have the qualifications to cultivate the earthly fiend black gas, he had seen it released by a core disciple before. Even he was extremely fearful of it. Hence, to him, the earthly fiend black gas was definitely something extremely terrifying. But now, it was all gone because of Yi Hao and Su Lai. How could he not be shocked? It should be known that those people outside the cave forced him to come in. It could be seen that even those people could not do anything about the black gas in the earthly fiend sky demon cave. Those were the top experts in the earthly fiend sect. One should know that the first Supreme Elder was a first-level spiritual supremacy realm expert. To him, no matter how powerful Su Lai was, he could not be as powerful as the first Supreme Elder. Could it be that they have a treasure that can restrain the earthly fiend black gas? Zhong Taicheng guessed in his heart. Chapter 1206. Just as Yi Hao, Su Lai, and the Heavenly Yin Spirit continued to advance step by step, the Heavenly Yin Spirit shouted, "Who is it that is disturbing my slumber?" A low and hoarse voice came from behind the black earth fiend Qi, sounding like a demon from hell. That voice made one's hair stand on end. There are creatures here. Yi Hao was shocked when he heard the voice. "My lord, I'm afraid there's danger inside," Su Lai said cautiously. The reason for that was because he was actually able to sense a dangerous aura from that voice. He could sense that the cultivation of the owner of the voice was not lower than his. When Yi Hao heard Su Lai's words, he could not help but frown. His face instantly turned serious. After all, Su Lai was at the peak of the spirit martial realm. For Su Lai to sense danger, it could be imagined that the owner of the voice was not simple. "Master, he's just a little demon that's recovering. He's only a level 2 spiritual exalted realm cultivator. Once I've devoured all the earth malice black qi, I'll be able to defeat him easily." Just as Yi Hao was worried about whether he should leave this place, the Heavenly Yin Spirit said with a relaxed tone. From the tone of the Heavenly Yin Spirit, it could be seen that the Heavenly Yin Spirit was filled with disdain towards the owner of that voice. Hearing the Heavenly Yin Spirit's words, Yi Hao heaved a sigh of relief. He believed that since the Heavenly Yin Spirit dared to say such a thing, it meant that the Heavenly Yin Spirit most definitely possessed the confidence to take care of the owner of that voice. Could it be that the rumors are true? When Zhong Taicheng heard that voice just now, he felt as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss. He was so scared that he almost wet his pants. At that moment, his expression turned extremely ugly. He suddenly recalled a legend. A long time ago, there was an extremely powerful ancient old demon who had been buried here. Therefore, this earth fiend heavenly demon cave was continuously overflowing with black qi. Of course, this was only a legend, and no one could prove it. After all, so many people who had entered the earthly fiend heavenly devil cave to investigate had all died in the earthly fiend heavenly devil cave. Later on, when the earth fiend sect was established here, even fewer people would enter this earth fiend heavenly demon cave. Therefore, no one knew what exactly was inside the earthly fiend heavenly demon cave. When he heard that voice, he had no choice but to admit that the rumors were true. There really was an ancient devil buried here, and for some reason, the old ancestor of that ancient devil was awakening. He had no doubt that if this old devil was allowed to leave, the world would be plunged into chaos. After all, those who could be called old demons were all bloodthirsty, vicious, and cruel people. At this moment, Zhong Taicheng felt that his legs were no longer under his control. He didn't dare to go any deeper. He thought that Yi Hao and the others would be like him and wouldn't dare to go any deeper. But when he saw Yi Hao and the others continue to move forward as if nothing had happened, he couldn't help but be stunned. Are they really not afraid of death? Zhong Taicheng couldn't help but wonder. Should I advance or retreat? Zhong Taicheng hesitated for a moment. If he continued to move forward, it was very likely that he would be buried with Yi Hao. Dying at the hands of the old devil was something he clearly did not want. Therefore, After hesitating for a moment, Zhong Taicheng still turned around and ran out of the cave. He believed that if he reported the news here to the many experts in the Earthly Fiend sect, they shouldn't make things difficult for him anymore. As he didn't need to be careful, he slowly followed behind Yi Hao. At this moment, Zhong Taicheng used all his strength to run out of the cave. Therefore, his speed was also very fast. Before long, he arrived outside the cave. And at this moment, everyone was still guarding the entrance of the Earthly Fiend Heavenly Demon Cave. Seeing that Zhong Taicheng actually returned alive, their faces were all filled with surprise. Clearly, they did not expect that Zhong Taicheng could actually return alive after entering the Earthly Fiend Heavenly Demon Cave for several days. You actually really returned alive. Are you all right? What exactly happened in the Earthly Fiend Heavenly Demon Cave? Third Highest Elder looked at Zhong Taicheng and hurriedly opened his mouth to ask. When Zhong Taicheng heard Third Highest Elder's words, he was clearly very displeased in his heart. Because when he heard Third Highest Elder's words, it seemed like he shouldn't have returned alive. But with his status, he did not dare to provoke Third Highest Elder. Therefore, he still recounted the matter from beginning to end respectfully. What did you say? Those two dog things actually didn't die yet and are still deep inside the Earthly Fiend Heavenly Demon Cave. Those two dog things could actually make the Earthly Fiend black energy disappear. How is this possible? This is seriously inconceivable. Did you see how those two dog things did it? How is this possible? Inside this Earthly Fiend Heavenly Demon Cave, there's actually really an old fiend. When everyone heard Zhong Taicheng's words, each and every one of them was filled with astonishment. Especially when they heard that Yi Hao and Su Lai were still not dead and could even make the Earthly Fiend Heavenly Demon black energy disappear, it made them unbelievably shocked. One had to know that they had always been filled with curiosity towards the Earthly Fiend Heavenly Demon Cave. Therefore, they never stopped searching for ways to enter the Earthly Fiend Heavenly Demon Cave. But inside the Earthly Fiend Heavenly Demon Cave, that Earthly Fiend black energy was the greatest problem. Even if they searched for all sorts of ways, they ultimately did not find a way to restrain the Earthly Fiend black energy. But now, two people suddenly popped out and could make the Earthly Fiend black energy disappear. How could this not shock them? If it were any other time, when they learned of this news, they would definitely be overjoyed. After all, they could enter the Earthly Fiend Heavenly Demon Cave and search for treasures. But at this moment, they could not feel happy because there was something even more shocking. What none of them had expected was that there was actually an ancient fiend in the Earthly Fiend Heavenly Demon Cave. One had to know that even though they had never seen the ancient fiend before, according to some records, they knew that the ancient fiend was definitely a horrifying existence. Furthermore, once the ancient fiend was born, there would definitely be a massacre and blood would dye half the sky red. But of course, once the ancient fiend was born, whether or not he killed had nothing to do with them. What they were mainly worried about was whether it was right for the Earthly Fiend sect to be established beside the Earthly Fiend Heavenly Demon Cave, and whether the Earthly Fiend sect should move. Otherwise, when the ancient fiend came out and massacred the Earthly Fiend sect, they would really not even have a place to cry. Did you see how the ancient fiend looked like? What cultivation realm did he recover to? That's right. Where did those two dog things go? Why are you the only one who came out? Are you sure that there's an ancient fiend in the Earthly Fiend Heavenly Demon Cave? Everyone looked at Zhong Taicheng and asked one after another. Sect Master and Senior Elders, I did not see the ancient fiend. However, just by hearing that voice, I felt as though I was dead. Chapter 1207. Therefore, the old demon must be in the Earthly Fiend Sky Demon Cave, and those two brats are still going deeper into the cave. Zhong Taicheng said to the crowd. Those two bastards know that the old demon is in the Earthly Fiend Sky Demon Cave, and they still dare to go deeper. Are they looking for death? Looks like those two bastards are really looking for death. Disturbing the old demon will only lead to their death. I just didn't expect the old demon to really be in the Earthly Fiend Sky Demon Cave. Looks like we have to discuss this carefully. Everyone's face turned serious when they heard Zhong Taicheng's words. In their opinion, If the old demon was in the earthly fiend Sky Demon Cave, then Yi Hao and Su Lai would definitely die. However, they had to think carefully for the earthly fiend sect. What they didn't know was that the old demon they feared was about to face a massacre. "You damned things, get out of here. If you dare to go deeper, I'll make you wish you were dead." 3 days later, the old demon's voice sounded again. However, if one listened carefully, one could hear the nervousness and fear in the old demon's voice. One had to know that the old monster had spoken several times in the past 3 days. At first, he was full of disdain. However, as the heavenly yin spirit's cultivation broke through to the second level of the spiritual supreme realm yesterday, the old demon sensed danger from the heavenly yin spirit. Therefore, the old demon couldn't stay calm this time. He was completely panicking. He was an ancient old demon. Tens of thousands of years ago, he was the top existence in the ancient demon realm. Later, he was severely injured and fell into a deep sleep using a secret technique. He had been awake for decades, but his cultivation had only returned to the second level of the spiritual supreme realm. He still couldn't leave the earthly fiend Sky Demon Cave, but he believed that it wouldn't take long for his cultivation to surpass the spiritual supreme realm. Then, he could find a way to leave this place. By then, he would wash this place with blood and tell everyone that he, the earthly fiend demon emperor, was back. Originally, he believed that with the earthly fiend Black Chi in the earthly fiend Sky Demon Cave, even peak spiritual supreme realm experts couldn't enter the earthly fiend Sky Demon Cave. Therefore, he was extremely safe and could break through to the peak spiritual supreme realm in peace and leave this place. However, he didn't expect such a monstrous thing like the heavenly yin spirit. Not only was he not afraid of the earth fiend Black Chi, he could even absorb it to increase his cultivation. Furthermore, he had absorbed it so quickly, and his cultivation had risen so quickly. This made him extremely envious and jealous. In his opinion, the speed at which he was recovering his cultivation was already extremely fast. He had already left the other geniuses far behind. But now, compared to the heavenly yin spirit, it was even worse than dung. What kind of monster is this? At this moment, the old monster's heart was in complete chaos. "I think we can talk about it." This time, the old monster's tone was unusually low as he spoke in a negotiating tone. Yi Hao snorted in disdain after hearing the old monster's words. One had to know that the threat of Old Devil 3 Heavens had never stopped. It's too late to be afraid now. Yi Hao naturally knew that he could not let such an old demon go. Of course, he was not a righteous daoist who would exterminate demons for the sake of the world. However, he knew that the old devil was still trapped, and his cultivation was already at the second level of the supreme realm. If he let the old devil go and allowed him to recover, he would definitely seek revenge when he broke through. Yi Hao would not let a tiger go. Moreover, the old devil was the strongest boss that he had encountered so far. How could he let him go? If not for the old devil, the Earth Fiend sect would not exist. If not for the Earth Fiend sect, the King Kong would not have obtained the cultivation method of the Earth Fiend Black Chi by chance, and the Purple Sky Supreme God Emperor and the others would not have been tortured by the Earth Fiend Black Chi. Although he did not know how the Earth Fiend sect obtained the cultivation method of the Earth Fiend Black Chi, but he knew that it must have something to do with the old devil. Therefore, he naturally placed this grudge on the old devil. If the old devil knew what Yi Hao was thinking, he would probably vomit blood in anger. "Master, you will see the old devil in 1,000 meters. At this moment, the heavenly yin spirit's consciousness was transmitted to Yi Hao's mind. "Can you still increase your cultivation?" Yi Hao asked the heavenly yin spirit. After all, the heavenly yin spirit's cultivation was the same as the old devil's. They were both level 2 spiritual supremacy realm. If the heavenly yin spirit's cultivation broke through another level, it would be easier to deal with the old devil. "I don't know, but I should be able to," the heavenly yin spirit said with uncertainty. "Then continue to devour." Yi Hao became nervous when he heard the heavenly yin spirit's words. However, he was still very confident in the heavenly yin spirit. After all, the heavenly yin spirit could easily crush those of the same level. Moreover, The old devil was still in the depths of the Earth Fiend Sky Demon Cave and had no intention of coming out. Yi Hao believed that the old devil must be under some kind of restriction and could not leave the depths of the Earth Fiend Sky Demon Cave. Although the Earth Fiend Sky Demon Cave was only 1,000 meters wide, the Earth Fiend Black Chi was getting thicker and thicker. The Heavenly Yin Spirit's absorption speed was also slowing down. Of course, this was only compared to the beginning. The absorption speed was slower after entering the Earth Fiend Sky Demon Cave. After all, the Earth Fiend Black Chi that had entered the Earth Fiend Sky Demon Cave at the beginning was not even 1% of this. Therefore, the Heavenly Yin Spirit's absorption speed of the Earth Fiend Black Chi was not slow at all. After a full day, the Earth Fiend Black Chi in the Earth Fiend Sky Demon Cave was completely absorbed by the Heavenly Yin Spirit. The group also arrived at the deepest part of the Earth Fiend Sky Demon Cave. Looking at the deepest part of the Earth Fiend Sky Demon Cave, what surprised Yi Hao was that this place was a little different from what he had imagined. Because what entered his eyes was a circular pool. Although it was called a pool, it was the size of a football field. The water inside was also pitch black like ink and constantly emitted some black chi. If Yi Hao's guess was right, this pitch black like ink water was probably condensed from the Earth Fiend Black Chi. To be able to condense the Earth Fiend Black Chi into water, Yi Hao could not help but guess that there must be some kind of treasure here. And in this water, there were some lotus-like plants floating. What was surprising was that in this pitch black like ink water, these lotuses grew spotlessly white and flawless. Could it be that this is the antidote that can remove the Earth Fiend Black Chi? Yi Hao could not help guessing. Just as Yi Hao was about to use the system to check on those lotuses, a voice sounded out. "Kid, you're here for the antidote for the Earth Fiend Black Chi, right? Take this inverse fiend lotus away. This old devil, I, will not haggle with you about the crime of trespassing here." Chapter 1208. However, Yi Hao still checked the reverse evil lotus with the system before he felt relieved. Reverse evil lotus grows in the earth evil black gas. The reverse evil lotus can only be born in places with extremely dense earth evil black gas. The reverse evil lotus and the earth evil black gas mutually reinforce and neutralize each other. It can be used to neutralize the earth evil black gas. Phew, looks like the old demon didn't lie. Yi Hao heaved a sigh of relief after checking the reverse evil lotus. Then, Yi Hao looked at the center of the pool. There was a platform of a few square meters in the middle of the pool. There was a stone platform on the surface of the platform. There were some ancient runes engraved on the stone platform. There was a man standing on the stone platform, and he was glaring at Lin Fan. Yi Hao knew that this person was the old demon. He was dressed in black and exuded a terrifying aura. However, Yi Hao saw that the old demon had not left the stone platform at all. He could tell that the stone platform was restricting the old demon. Yi Hao looked at the Heavenly Yin Spirit with pity in his eyes. The Heavenly Yin Spirit's cultivation was still at level 2 spiritual supremacy realm. This meant that the Heavenly Yin Spirit's cultivation was on par with the old demon's cultivation. Heavenly Yin Spirit, are you confident that you can kill him? Yi Hao asked the Heavenly Yin Spirit. If the Heavenly Yin Spirit was not confident that he could kill the old demon, he would not force himself to do it. He could also take the reverse evil lotus and find a suitable opportunity to kill the old demon. However, it was a pity that he would lose a lot of experience points. Yi Hao believed that if he could kill the old demon, he would be able to increase his cultivation. "It will be easy to kill this little demon," the Heavenly Yin Spirit said casually when he heard Yi Hao's question. "How dare you call me a little demon? You must be tired of living." The old demon sensed danger from the Heavenly Yin Spirit. However, when he heard that the Heavenly Yin Spirit did not take him seriously, he was enraged. Tens of thousands of years ago, he could even kill a Spirit Emperor Realm Powerhouse with a wave of his hand, let alone a Spirit Supreme Realm Powerhouse. Even though his cultivation base had decreased tremendously, he was still not any weaker than the Heavenly Yin Spirit. If not for the restriction of the formation on the altar, his plan would be ruined if he left the altar. Otherwise, he would have killed the heavenly yin spirit before it entered the earthly fiend heavenly demon cave. Kill him. Yi Hao did not expect that the old demon would still be so arrogant even when he was about to die. He immediately instructed the heavenly yin spirit. Yes, master. The heavenly yin spirit agreed excitedly when it heard Yi Hao's words. After all, the heavenly yin spirit was born to kill. Now that it could kill, it would naturally be excited. However, to everyone's surprise, the heavenly yin spirit did not directly charge towards the altar. Instead, it charged into the pool. Seeing this scene, the old monster was stunned at first, then he ruthlessly mocked, "You're really courting death." One must know that this pool was filled with the purest earth fiend black qi. Even when he was at his peak, he did not dare to casually enter the pool. In his opinion, the heavenly yin spirit was only a second-level spiritual sovereign. There would be no other outcome for it if it entered the pool. It would definitely die. A mocking smile appeared on the old monster's face. However, in the next second, the smile on his face disappeared. That was because when the heavenly yin spirit entered the pool, it did not struggle and die as he had imagined. Instead, he saw the heavenly yin spirit's face filled with enjoyment, as if it was taking a bath. How is this possible? The old monster involuntarily exclaimed. Boom! After a moment, a ripple appeared on the surface of the pool. It actually broke through. Seeing the shocking scene before him, the old monster was so shocked that he was speechless. He could not help but think in his heart, what kind of monster is this? The old monster could not imagine that the heavenly yin spirit could actually break through. While the old monster was still in shock, several figures suddenly appeared around the altar. These voices were none other than the heavenly yin battle beast. What the hell are these? The old monster looked at the heavenly yin battle beasts around the altar and his face turned even uglier. Then, when he saw the cultivation levels of these heavenly yin battle beasts, his face turned even uglier. Because he realized that the cultivation levels of these heavenly yin battle beasts had reached the third-level spiritual sovereign realm. Looking around, there were a total of 10 heavenly yin battle beasts. How could he not panic? You did it. Then, the old monster looked at the heavenly yin spirit in the pool with shock. However, he did not receive a reply from the heavenly yin spirit. Instead, the 10 heavenly yin battle beasts attacked the altar together. What kind of monster is this? At this moment, Su Lai was dumbfounded. Before he could recover from the shock of the heavenly yin spirit breaking through, he saw 10 third-level spiritual sovereign realm heavenly yin battle beasts. This made him even more shocked. Looking at the 10 sky yin battle beasts, any one of them would be able to kill him easily. Su Lai could not help but rejoice that the heavenly yin spirit belonged to Yi Hao. If the heavenly yin spirit was a match for him, it would be too terrifying. Cool. When Yi Hao saw the heavenly yin spirit summoning the heavenly yin battle beasts, his face lit up with excitement. He was not surprised that the heavenly yin spirit could summon the heavenly yin battle beasts. However, it was different this time. The heavenly yin spirit had summoned 10 third-level spiritual sovereign realm heavenly yin battle beasts. Not to mention other things, just these 10 heavenly yin battle beasts alone were the most powerful subordinates that he had. It would be easy for him to use these 10 heavenly yin battle beasts to wipe out the Earth Slaughter sect. At this moment, the attacks of the 10 heavenly yin battle beasts had already landed on the altar. Boom! Suddenly, a light screen flashed on the altar. Obviously, there was still an array on the altar. The 10 heavenly yin battle beasts created a violent force and bombarded the light screen. However, it did not cause any damage to the array. Ha ha ha, if you want to kill me, you'd better think about breaking this array first. These 10 monsters are obviously not enough. When the old demon saw that the 10 heavenly yin battle beasts were unable to cause any damage to the array, he heaved a sigh of relief and sneered. My lord, it seems like it won't be easy to break this array. When Su Lai saw the arrogant look on the old demon's face, he frowned and said, Just watch. Yi Hao had a relaxed expression on his face. This. When the old demon heard Yi Hao's words, he looked over again. Chapter 1209. Initially, there were only 10 heavenly yin beasts. But now, there were 10 more heavenly yin beasts. All in all, there were a total of 20 lunar beasts. Most importantly, the cultivation of these 20 heavenly yin beasts was very powerful. They were all level 3 spiritual supremacy realm cultivators. This is terrifying. Su Lai looked at the 20 heavenly yin beasts and then at the heavenly yin spirit in the pool. The shock in his eyes was indescribable. The old demon, who was originally arrogant, had an ugly expression on his face. After all, the sudden addition of 10 lunar beasts was not as simple as 1 plus 1. The combined power would definitely be multiplied by several times. What kind of monster is this? The old demon said in shock. One could imagine how powerful the heavenly yin spirit was for the old demon to call it a monster. No. No. The old demon saw that the 20 heavenly yin beasts were going to attack together. He panicked and shouted. Boom. Catcher. This time around, the 20 heavenly yin battle beasts joined forces and bombarded the formation with their terrifying power. The light screen of the array was instantly shattered. You're courting death. The old demon saw that the array was being destroyed. He did not dare to hesitate. Terrifying black gas surged out of his body and he struck out with his palm. The palm strike was accompanied by a terrifying force that struck the bodies of the 2 lunar beasts at the front. The 2 heavenly yin beasts instantly retreated a few steps. The heavenly yin spirit in the pool saw that his subordinates were defeated by a small demon. This made him lose face in front of his master. The heavenly yin spirit was also enraged. It immediately ordered the remaining 18 heavenly yin battle beasts to attack in fear. Roar. The 18 heavenly yin beasts could sense the anger of the heavenly yin spirit. They roared and attacked the old demon together. The old demon's face was ugly. This altar restricted his freedom. Moreover, these heavenly yin beasts were very powerful and posed a great threat to him. After all, the cultivation of these heavenly yin beasts was on par with his. At most, he could deal with 2 or 3 heavenly yin beasts at the same time. If he were to face 18 of them at once, he would definitely be no match for them. Under normal circumstances, he should have fled from this place at this moment. But tens of thousands of years ago, there was a limit to the secret method he used. If he didn't break through to the spiritual venerable realm, even if he left this place, his cultivation would revert back until he died. Therefore, if he left this place, only death awaited him. He had no other choice but to risk his life against the 18 Sky Yin war beasts. Although there was no chance of victory, he had no other choice. Damn dog. The old monster cursed Yi Hao in his heart. However, he did not dare to stop attacking. He immediately circulated the Earth Fiend Black Chi and attacked the Sky Yin battle beast. However, this time around, there were a total of 18 heavenly yin battle beasts attacking together. No matter how strong he was, how could he possibly be a match for him? Although he had forced one of the Sky Yin battle beasts back a few steps, the attacks of a dozen Sky Yin battle beasts still landed on his body. Puff! The powerful attacks landed on his body and seriously injured him. He spat out a mouthful of black blood. Stop! I can pledge allegiance to you. Spare my life. The old monster hurriedly shouted at Yi Hao. Although he really didn't want to do this, his life was still more important at this moment. Moreover, he had planned this for tens of thousands of years. He didn't want to fail at the last step. Moreover, he could pretend to pledge allegiance to Yi Hao. When he had the chance, he could take revenge on Yi Hao. It was not impossible. With his strength, he thought that if he wanted to pledge allegiance to Yi Hao would definitely agree. However, when he heard Yi Hao's words, he was immediately dumbfounded. Now you're begging for mercy. What's the point of doing so earlier? Moreover, I don't want such an ugly subordinate, Yi Hao said disdainfully. He felt that it was useless to keep the old monster alive. It was not safe to keep the old monster alive. Who knew if the old monster was sincere about pledging allegiance to him? Moreover, even if he let the old monster go, the old monster wouldn't be able to serve him. After all, the old monster couldn't leave this place. It was obvious that this place was restricting him. So, instead of that, he might as well kill it and turn it into his own experience points. The old monster didn't expect Yi Hao to say such words. He was so angry that he almost spat out another mouthful of blood. Tens of thousands of years ago, he was the most powerful person in the world. His strength could intimidate the entire ancient demon realm. Everyone who faced him had to either pledge allegiance or die. He didn't expect that one day, he would pledge allegiance to a piece of trash whose cultivation was only at the Demon Emperor realm. However, this piece of trash actually looked down on him. How could he accept this? If it weren't for the restriction of the altar, even if he had to risk his life, he would have crushed this and that dared to look down on him. However, before he could vent his anger, Yi Hao said again, "Cripple him." After receiving Yi Hao's order, the 20 Sky Yin beasts didn't hesitate and rushed towards the old monster. The old monster wasn't a match for them in the first place. Now that he was seriously injured, he wasn't as strong as he was at the beginning. Therefore, the old monster could still fight back at the beginning. Later on, he didn't even have the chance to fight back. Not long after, the old monster's body was covered with wounds. He no longer had the strength to fight back. "Bring him to me." To be honest, Yi Hao was still afraid of this pool. After all, he wasn't a Sky Yin spirit who could absorb the earth fiend black chi. Therefore, if he wanted to kill the old monster, he could only let the Sky Yin beasts bring the old monster to him. "No, don't. You dog, don't you dare." The old monster panicked when he heard Yi Hao's words. Because if he left this altar, he would be done for. He wouldn't even have the chance to turn the tables. However, no one would care about his anger. In the eyes of the Sky Yin beasts, he only heard the orders of the Sky Yin spirit and Yi Hao. One of the Sky Yin beasts directly took the old monster away from the altar. The old monster's face turned ashen. He could feel that because he left the altar, he was starting to suffer the backlash of the secret technique. At that moment, the power in his body was no longer recovering. Instead, it was decreasing. This meant that even if Yi Hao didn't kill him, his cultivation would continue to decrease. Eventually, his cultivation would disappear and he would die. His tens of thousands of years of plan would be completely ruined. Chapter 12:10. The old demon was incomparably angry. At this moment, he wanted to perish together with Yi Hao. Therefore, the old demon wanted to frantically break free from the Sky Yin beast's restraint. "Lord, be careful." Su Lai saw this scene and quickly shouted. Seeing the old demon desperately struggling, Yi Hao was not afraid at all and ordered the Sky Yin beast, "Restrain him for me." If the old demon was struggling like this at the beginning, he might be afraid. But now, the old demon was seriously injured and his strength was less than 10%. There was no way he could be a match for the Sky Yin beast. Therefore, the old demon wanted to break free from the Sky Yin beast's restraint. It was completely wishful thinking. Yi Hao did not hold back. He took up his weapon and directly stabbed at the old demon. Because the old demon was restrained, the old demon did not have the strength to resist. Yi Hao's weapon directly pierced the old demon's chest. The old demon's face was filled with unwillingness and his vitality was constantly dissipating. Even if you beat him to death, he did not expect that one day he would die in the hands of a trash demon emperor. One had to know that in the past, not to mention a mere demon emperor, he could even kill a spiritual supreme realm expert with a flick of his finger. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing a second-level spiritual supreme realm expert. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 million experience points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing a spiritual supreme realm expert for the first time. Experience points doubled. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for leveling up. In front of you is a 4th-level demon emperor. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for leveling up. In front of you is a 5th-level demon emperor. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for leveling up. In front of you is a 6th-level demon emperor. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Demon Dao cultivation method, Earth Fiend Black Chi Art. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Earth Fiend Pearl. For a moment, the system notification sound in Yi Hao's mind did not stop. To Yi Hao's surprise, His cultivation level had increased by 3 levels. One had to know that the current cultivation level required more and more experience points. Therefore, the older he was, the harder it was for him to break through. He had not directly broken through to the 3rd level like this in a long time. Then, Yi Hao looked at the items. The first item was the old devil's top cultivation method. This old devil had once relied on this cultivation method to rise from an insignificant ant to one of the top experts in the ancient devil domain. That was completely related to this cultivation technique. From this, one could see how powerful this cultivation technique was. If it weren't for the system, perhaps even Yi Hao himself would be interested in this technique. However, with the system around, he didn't need any martial arts at all. Moreover, even the best martial arts were worthless in front of the system. Although the Earth Fiend Black Chi art was powerful, it was of no use to him. After thinking about it, Yi Hao put away the Earth Fiend Black Chi technique. Who knows, he might be able to use it in the future. After reading the Earth Fiend Black Aura manual, Yi Hao looked at the Earth Fiend Pearl. This Earth Fiend Pearl was a pitch-black pearl. It was impossible to tell what material it was made of. Yi Hao immediately looked at his introduction. Earth Fiendish Pearl, Carnate Cardinal Treasure. It was formed from Earth Fiendish Black Chi and formed a space of its own. In this space, cultivating the Earth Fiend Black Chi would increase the speed by several times, tens of times, or even hundreds of times. Moreover, those who control the Earth Fiend Pearl could use the Earth Fiend Black Chi even if they didn't cultivate it. When the Earth Fiend Pearl collected corpses, it would automatically produce Earth Fiend Black Chi. This is too powerful. After reading the Earth Fiend Pearl's introduction, Yi Hao's first thought was that he had picked up a treasure. He really didn't expect that the old devil would have such a treasure. However, after thinking about it carefully, he understood. After all, the old devil was the top expert in the entire ancient demon domain. How could he not have any treasures in his hands? Yi Hao took the Earth Fiend Pearl and didn't hesitate to drip his blood on it. This was originally the old devil's item. It was impossible to take it away from him. However, now that the old devil was dead, the Earth Fiend Pearl became an ownerless item again. Yi Hao dripped his blood on it and naturally had no problem. If some old monsters knew that the Earth Fiend Pearl, which countless people coveted tens of thousands of years ago, had reappeared in the world, countless people would fight over it. It was even possible that it would cause a war in the entire continent. One had to know that the reason why the old devil could rise so quickly tens of thousands of years ago was because of the Earth Fiend Black Chi art. The greatest contributor was the Earth Fiendish Pearl. At that time, the old devil relied on the Earth Fiend Pearl to cultivate the Earth Fiend army. That was enough to make the entire ancient demon domain tremble in fear. Of course, such a treasure naturally attracted the attention of countless people. The reason why the old devil ended up like this was because many experts joined forces to snatch the Earth Fiend Pearl. However, the old devil still managed to escape. At the same time, the Earth Fiend Pearl disappeared with the old devil. This is. When Yi Hao sent his consciousness into the Earth Fiend Pearl to check the space inside, he was shocked. He originally thought that there was a terrifying Earth Fiend Black Chi in the Earth Fiend Pearl, but there wasn't. However, the amount of Earth Fiend Black Chi was hundreds of times more than the Earth Fiend Black Chi in the Earth Fiend Black Chi. However, as Yi Hao thought, he could still sense it. However, what shocked Yi Hao wasn't this. It was that there were people in the Earth Fiend Pearl, and it wasn't just one person, but close to 100 people. At this moment, the 100 or so people all had their eyes closed. They were like statues. Are these people alive or dead? Or dead? Seeing these people, Yi Hao didn't dare to be sure. However, Yi Hao could be sure that these people were all extremely powerful. The aura of each of them made him shudder with a single glance. One had to know that this was a feeling that even the heavenly yin spirit and the old devil couldn't give off. This meant that these people's cultivation levels were definitely above the spiritual supremacy realm. If the old devil was here, he would naturally know who these people were. These were the Earth Fiend army that he had cultivated to conquer the world for him. Who would have thought that the Earth Fiend army, which had terrorized the ancient demon domain, would be sealed in the Earth Fiend Pearl together with the old devil? After all, the old devil was severely injured at that time. Time was of the essence. Naturally, he couldn't take care of his subordinates who were still cultivating in the Earth Fiend Pearl. Yi Hao was very curious about whether these people were alive or dead. If these people were all alive, it would be too terrifying. They were old monsters who had lived for tens of thousands of years. If they had been cultivating in the Earth Fiend Pearl, how terrifying would their cultivation levels be? Yi Hao didn't dare to imagine it. Moreover, these people were in the Earth Fiend Pearl. They must have something to do with the old devil. If these people were still alive and knew that he had killed the old devil, how terrifying would that be? However, Yi Hao was glad that he was now the owner of the Earth Fiend Pearl. Without his orders, even if these people were alive, they wouldn't be able to come out. Chapter 12:11. When Yi Hao thought of this, he felt a little nervous. Then, he looked at the Sky Yin beast. However, Yi Hao could not bear to lose a Sky Yin beast of the spiritual honorable realm. Therefore, Yi Hao directly instructed the Sky Yin beast, "Get me a Sky Yin beast of any level. It doesn't have to be too strong." "Yes, master." The Sky Yin spirit immediately agreed when it heard Yi Hao's words. A Sky Yin beast of the Demon King realm appeared around the Sky Yin spirit. This Sky Yin beast was the beast of the lowest level that the Sky Yin spirit could summon at the moment. The Heavenly Yin spirit was also unable to summon a Heavenly Yin beast of a lower cultivation level. When Yi Hao saw the Sky Yin beast in front of him, he nodded his head in satisfaction. Then, with a thought from Yi Hao, the Sky Yin beast appeared in the Earth Terminus Pearl. Yi Hao's consciousness was completely focused on the Earth Terminus Pearl and he observed everything in the Earth Terminus Pearl. However, in the next second, he was shocked. Because the Sky Yin beast had not gotten close to the group of people. One of them suddenly opened his eyes and released a strong aura. He looked at the Sky Yin beast with a look of confusion. Under the pressure of this strong aura, the Sky Yin beast did not even have a chance to resist and it was already lying on the ground. With a thought, Yi Hao was about to summon the Sky Yin beast. The person who opened his eyes seemed to know what Yi Hao was going to do. He focused his gaze and the Sky Yin beast disappeared immediately. Yi Hao could feel that the Sky Yin beast had completely disappeared under his control. At this moment, Yi Hao felt that he was being watched. That kind of feeling made him shudder with fear. It was that gaze. Yi Hao did not dare to hesitate and he immediately separated his consciousness from the Earth Terminus Pearl. Phew, it's too scary. Yi Hao's consciousness separated from the Earth Terminus Pearl and that terrifying feeling disappeared. However, Yi Hao still felt a chill run down his spine. At this moment, his back was already soaked in cold sweat. To be honest, it had been a long time since he had felt this way. Yi Hao had no doubt that he would not be able to fight back if he was under that gaze. What he did not expect was that there was actually a living person in the Earth Terminus Pearl. One had to know that the Earth Fiendish Pearl had not appeared for tens of thousands of years. That meant to say that those people had been cultivating for tens of thousands of years within the Earth Fiendish Pearl. They were definitely a bunch of old monsters. This group of old monsters was definitely a group of ticking time bombs. Yi Hao looked at the Earth Fiend Pearl in his hand. That terrifying feeling involuntarily appeared in his mind. I wonder if it can be done this way. Yi Hao's eyes suddenly lit up as he thought of something. The Earth Terminus Black Chi in the Earth Terminus Pearl suddenly started to condense and appeared in a corner of the Earth Terminus Pearl. As for the rest of the area, there was no trace of the Earth Terminus Black Chi. It was as if the Earth Terminus Black Chi had all disappeared in an instant. At this moment, other than the person who opened his eyes at the beginning, the rest of the people in the Earth Fiendish Pearl also opened their eyes. All of them exuded a strong aura. However, some of them had anger in their eyes while others had confusion in their eyes. This Earth Terminus Black Chi, why did it suddenly disappear? Could it be that Master has really been revived? Ha ha ha. If Master has been revived, then our Earth Emanations army will be able to shake the ancient demon's domain once again. That's right. I have been in this godforsaken place for so long. Although my cultivation has been increasing, I have long been bored out of my mind. I can't wait to get out. But why didn't Master summon us out? Instead, he took away all the Earth Terminus Black Chi. I guess Master needs to use the Earth Terminus Black Chi. At this moment, everyone was talking at once. Many of their faces were even filled with excitement. It's not Master. Just as everyone was getting excited, the person who opened his eyes at the beginning spoke up with a serious expression. What? It's not Master? Company leader, you're not joking, right? The Earth Terminus Pearl belongs to Master. Besides Master, who else can control it? Leader, don't scare us. Are you sure you're not joking? When everyone heard this person's words, their faces froze. One by one, they asked in shock. One had to know that the reason why they could persevere was because they did not cultivate for years. That was so that one day, the old demon would wake up and summon all of them out of the earth emanations sect to breathe the fresh air outside. The space within the Earth Terminus Pearl had been sealed for tens of thousands of years. Now, there was finally some movement. They had finally seen the hope of leaving the Earth Terminus Pearl. In the end, they were suddenly hit in the head, telling them that the movement just now was not caused by the old demon. How could they accept this? Everyone's gaze was fixed on the leader, hoping that everything he said was false. The leader looked at everyone's anxious gazes. Naturally, he knew that these people's wish was to leave the Earth Terminus Pearl. After all, no matter how good the Earth Terminus Pearl was, it could allow them to cultivate and break through continuously. However, after being here for tens of thousands of years, they were extremely tired. Even he was no exception. He still wanted to leave this place. However, just now, he had sensed Yi Hao's consciousness. It was completely different from the old demons. He had wanted to stop Yi Hao and talk to him. However, who knew that Yi Hao would react so quickly and leave the Earth Terminus Pearl without giving him a chance to speak? It's indeed not the Master. It's a little fellow. He looked at everyone's anxious gazes. He did not lie and spoke the truth. How can this be? Master's Earth Terminus Pearl is the Master's treasure. How can it be in the hands of a little fellow? What does that little fellow mean by sucking out all the Earth Terminus Black Chi? If that little fellow wants to keep us here forever, he might as well kill us. When everyone heard the leader's words, they did not seem to be lying. Their faces turned ugly. They could not help but worry. Would they be trapped in the Earth Terminus Pearl for the rest of their lives until they died? This was something that they did not dare to imagine. It was too terrifying. After all, they had reached the limit of their breakthroughs. This also meant that their lives were limited. Moreover, the Earth Terminus Black Chi in the Earth Terminus Pearl had been sucked out. If they wanted to cultivate, it would undoubtedly be harder than ascending to the heavens. If they were unable to cultivate or break through, they might really die here. Most importantly, staying here was more torturous than dying. Therefore, in an instant, the atmosphere turned gloomy. Chapter 12:12. Although that was what the leader said, his heart was beating like a drum. He could tell that Yi Hao's cultivation was very low. Furthermore, he had not controlled his strength well, so he must have scared Yi Hao. Otherwise, Yi Hao would not have sucked out all the Earth Terminus Black Aura from the Earth Terminus Pearl. He could not help but regret that he had been so agitated from the start. He had not controlled his strength and killed the Sky Yin beast. He had not controlled his strength and scared Yi Hao away. In his opinion, if Yi Hao was a coward, he would probably never enter the Earth Terminus Pearl again in this lifetime. Unless Yi Hao had enough cultivation to negotiate with them. However, Yi Hao was so weak. If they wanted Yi Hao to become strong, Yi Hao's talent aside, even if he was a genius, how long would they have to wait? Therefore, there was a very high chance that they would have to stay here forever. However, he was the backbone of this group, so he could only comfort them. He could only wait and see when Yi Hao would be able to enter. Or perhaps the Earth Terminus Pearl would fall into someone else's hands. Yi Hao sucked out the Earth Terminus Black Aura from the Earth Terminus Pearl to a corner so that no one could use it. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. Although doing so would not have much of an effect on those people, at the very least, it would be able to suppress that group of people so that they could continue to cultivate. After doing all this, Yi Hao turned his gaze back to the pool. After all, his goal was the inverse fiend lotus. Only by obtaining the inverse fiend lotus would he be able to completely remove the earth terminus black aura from the purple sky supreme god emperor and the others. Sky Yin spirit, bring me those lotuses. Yi Hao instructed the Sky Yin spirit. After all, the inverse fiend lotus was in the pool. The thick earth terminus black aura was too terrifying. Other than the Sky Yin spirit, he and Su Lai would not be able to obtain the inverse fiend lotus. Yes, Master. Upon hearing Yi Hao's command, the Sky Yin spirit immediately retrieved all the inverse fiend lotuses in the pool and handed them to Yi Hao. Yi Hao took the inverse fiend lotus and felt a sense of relief in his heart. At the very least, Purple Sky Supreme God Emperor and the others could be saved. His next task was to find Zemo Er's whereabouts. One should know that he had never given up on searching for Zemo Er since he had come to the ancient demon territory. He had also sent out many spies to search for Zemo Er's whereabouts, but all this time, there was no trace of Zemo Er. Moreover, his current power was too small. Even if he wanted to find Zemo Er, he could only do it in his own territory. However, he could not go to someone else's territory to search. Otherwise, it would bring him endless trouble. After all, he could not openly search for Zemo Er. It was fine if it brought some trouble to him, but if it brought danger to Zemo Er, then it would be too late for regrets. After Yi Hao put away the reverse fiend lotus, he looked at the earth fiend pool in front of him and could not help but hesitate. One had to know that this pond might be incomparably dangerous to other people. However, to the heavenly yin spirit, it was absolutely a great tool to level up. Therefore, he could not bear to part with this treasure and throw it away just like that. After all, if he missed this pond, he might not be able to find something like this pond in the future that could help the heavenly yin spirit to level up his cultivation quickly. However, it was obvious that this pond was extremely rich. If he were to let the heavenly yin spirit absorb it now, he would need a lot of time. Why not leave the heavenly yin spirit here to cultivate? After thinking for a while, Yi Hao thought of a way that was not a way. It seems that this is the only way. Yi Hao thought for a while and could not think of any better way. After thinking, Yi Hao said to the heavenly yin spirit, "Heavenly yin spirit, stay here and cultivate well. Come and look for me after you have finished cultivating. Don't waste this earth fiend black chi. Master, you don't have to do this." When the heavenly yin spirit heard Yi Hao's words, he immediately said, "Huh? What do you mean?" When Yi Hao heard what the heavenly yin spirit said, he was slightly stunned. However, in the next second, he understood what the heavenly yin spirit meant. He did not know what the heavenly yin spirit did, but he saw the pitch-black water in the pond being continuously sucked into the heavenly yin spirit's body. It took a full hour to completely absorb all the earth fiend black chi in the pond. It could be seen that there was a terrifying amount of earth fiend black chi in the pond. It can actually do this. Yi Hao was slightly surprised by the heavenly yin spirit's actions. However, it was obvious that the heavenly yin spirit had absorbed the earth fiend black chi into his body and did not refine it. He was only storing it temporarily. However, this was considered good news to Yi Hao. After all, to be honest, he was really reluctant to leave such a powerful subordinate like the heavenly yin spirit to cultivate. "Master, this way, I can follow you and refine this earth fiend black chi at the same time," the heavenly yin spirit said happily. When Yi Hao heard what the heavenly yin spirit said, he nodded in satisfaction. "Well done. Let's go. Let's leave this place." It could be said that he had gained a lot this time. Yi Hao smiled as he turned to leave. "Wait a minute. What is that?" Just as Yi Hao was about to turn around, he suddenly saw some milky white things at the bottom of the pond. When he heard Yi Hao's words, Su Lai immediately looked over and said, "My lord, those seem to be seeds that can remain intact in such a dense earth fiend black chi must be extraordinary." When Yi Hao thought of this, he did not hesitate any longer and jumped into the pond directly. They are actually the lotus seeds of the inverse fiend lotus. Yi Hao looked at the lotus seeds in his hand. Many of them actually showed signs of germination. With these lotus seeds, he could also mass-produce the inverse fiend lotus. When he thought of this, Yi Hao's eyes lit up. Then, Yi Hao put away all the inverse fiend lotus seeds. This was an incredible number. There were actually close to 1,000 of them. After Yi Hao put away the lotus seeds, he did not leave. Instead, he looked at the ground. This stone seems extraordinary too. Yi Hao could actually detect a large amount of earth fiend black chi from the ground. This was similar to the feeling of being able to detect spiritual energy from the spirit stones. Could this be the earth fiend black chi stone? Is it similar to the spirit stones? Yi Hao could not help but guess. Then, Yi Hao used the system to check. Earth fiend stone, formed after being corroded by the earth fiend black chi day and night. It can absorb large amounts of earth fiend black chi. As expected. When he saw this, he was delighted. Then, he looked at Su Lai and said, "I'll leave this to you." "Yes, my lord." When Su Lai heard Yi Hao's order, he did not reject it and nodded directly. Chapter 12-13. Boom. The powerful spiritual energy hit the ground, causing countless earth fiend stones to shatter. Yi Hao did not stand on ceremony and hurriedly kept all the earth fiend stones into the system. After collecting the earth fiend stones, Su Lai continued to control the spiritual energy and bombarded the ground. After bombarding for dozens of times and busied himself for half a day, Yi Hao finally kept all the earth fiend stones into the system space. Yi Hao took one last look at the cave and realized that there was nothing else. Then, he turned around and left the earth fiend cave. "Seems like someone is coming," one of the people waiting in front of the earth fiend sky demon cave suddenly said. "What? Someone is coming out? Could it be that the old demon has broken free and is escaping? I think it's very possible. It's all those two damn brats' fault. Then what should we do now? Are we going to escape? Wait, let's wait and see." The group of people stared nervously at the exit of the earth fiend sky demon cave. At the same time, all of them took out their weapons and started to prepare for battle. Before long, they saw Yi Hao and Su Lai walking out of the earth fiend sky demon cave. "It's you guys." Everyone was surprised when they saw that it was Yi Hao and Su Lai who came out. They originally thought that if Yi Hao and Su Lai encountered the old demon after entering the earth fiend sky demon cave, they should have been killed by the old demon. Now that they saw Yi Hao and Su Lai coming out alive, how could they not be surprised? Could it be that the old demon was restricted and did not kill the two of them? Or perhaps, the two of them became the old demon's subordinates? Everyone looked at each other and could not help guessing for a moment. The more they thought about it, the more they felt that it was possible. Clearly, none of them thought that it was Yi Hao who killed the old demon. Because to them, that was something that was absolutely impossible. After all, the old demon had been around for so long. Even if his strength was greatly reduced or he was restricted, he was still powerful. How could Yi Hao possibly kill someone like that? Yi Hao was the only one who could do anything. "Why are you surprised that I came out?" When Yi Hao saw the crowd from the earth fiend sky demon cave, he was slightly taken aback. However, he reacted quickly and chuckled. "My lord, these people's cultivation levels are not low. They are only below me." Su Lai looked at the crowd and said cautiously. Hearing Su Lai's words, Yi Hao did not care. If it was just Su Lai in the past, facing so many people, it might have been a little dangerous. However, it was different now. The growth of the heavenly yin spirit was so heaven-defying. Just the heavenly yin spirit alone was enough to kill these people. It is indeed very surprising. "Brat, if you want to live, hand over all the good things you obtained from the earthly fiend heavenly demon cave." The third supreme elder's eyes were filled with greed as he looked at Yi Hao. One must know that when the earth fiend sect was first established, the patriarch of the earth fiend sect had only obtained an incomplete cultivation technique from the earth fiend heavenly demon cave. It was already heaven-defying enough. After all, he had cultivated that incomplete cultivation technique before. Naturally, he knew how extraordinary that cultivation technique was. This earth fiend heavenly demon cave, even an incomplete cultivation technique was this powerful. Therefore, everything in the earth fiend sect was definitely a treasure. Regardless of the reason Yi Hao was able to return alive from the earth fiend heavenly demon cave. In his opinion, Yi Hao must have obtained some kind of treasure. Brat, how did you get rid of the earth fiend black aura in the earth fiend heavenly demon cave? Hurry up and tell us honestly. Otherwise, we'll teach you a lesson. If you know what's good for you, you'd cooperate obediently. Otherwise, even if you have wings, you won't be able to escape from us. That's right. Therefore, you guys should stop trying to play any tricks. Hearing the third Supreme Elder's words, everyone looked at Yi Hao with greed. Obviously, everyone was curious about what good things Yi Hao had obtained from the Earth Fiend sect. They all wanted to keep it for themselves. At the same time, all of them looked as if they were certain that they had Yi Hao under their control. This was because they could tell that between Yi Hao and Su Lai, only Su Lai was worthy of their attention. Moreover, they could feel that Su Lai's strength was stronger than theirs. However, they had the advantage in numbers, and if they were to really fight, they would definitely be defeated. If they really fought, they were confident that they could defeat Su Lai. Therefore, this made them even more fearless. I do have some good things, but are you sure you want them? Yi Hao wasn't angry. He smiled and asked the crowd instead. "Mph, stop trying to play tricks with me. Hurry up and take them out." The third Supreme Elder looked at Yi Hao and snorted unhappily. "Since you guys want them so much, I'll give them to you." Yi Hao nodded and said. "So easy." Everyone was stunned when they heard Yi Hao's words. Obviously, they didn't expect Yi Hao to be so easy to talk to. "Hurry up and take them out." The third Supreme Elder looked at Yi Hao and said angrily. "You guys better watch carefully." After Yi Hao finished speaking, his tone turned cold. Then, he summoned the heavenly yin spirit. "Bastard, you tricked us. Bastard, you're courting death." When the crowd saw that there was nothing, their faces turned ugly. They thought that Yi Hao was playing with them. Therefore, the crowd was furious as they looked at Yi Hao. However, Zhong Tietcheng's face changed. He looked nervously at the heavenly yin spirit floating in the air and said, "Sect leader, elders, please raise your head." When the crowd heard Zhong Tietcheng's words, they raised their heads in confusion. Then, they frowned. What the hell is this? The crowd looked at the heavenly yin spirit. Obviously, they had never seen it before. "Stop trying to be mysterious." The third Supreme Elder was furious. He snorted unhappily and the aura around him surged. Then, the third Supreme Elder was about to attack the heavenly yin spirit. "You're courting death." When Su Lai saw that the third Supreme Elder dared to attack the heavenly yin spirit, he looked at the third Supreme Elder mockingly. After all, he knew how powerful the heavenly yin spirit was. Even he couldn't fight back in front of the heavenly yin spirit, not to mention the third Supreme Elder, who was weaker than him. However, the crowd from the earthly fiend heavenly demon cave was waiting for the third Supreme Elder to kill the heavenly yin spirit and intimidate Yi Hao so that Yi Hao would be more obedient. The third Supreme Elder leaped up. The powerful spiritual energy in his body gathered on his palm and he attacked the heavenly yin spirit fiercely. So powerful. When Zhong Taicheng and Zhong Zihao saw the third Supreme Elder attack, they swallowed their saliva in shock. Looks like the third Supreme Elder is really angry this time. He actually used so much spiritual energy. Although I don't know what this thing is, the third Supreme Elder has used so much spiritual energy. It's a waste for the third Supreme Elder to use so much spiritual energy. That's good too. Kill that damn thing. Teach this brat a lesson for his arrogance. Chapter 12:14. However, just as the crowd was smiling as they watched the Supreme Third Elder charge towards the heavenly yin spirit, in the next second, the crowd's expression changed. What are those things? The crowd could not help but exclaim when they saw the 10 heavenly yin battle beasts that suddenly appeared beside the heavenly yin spirit. The Supreme Third Elder frowned when he saw so many heavenly yin battle beasts that suddenly appeared before him. However, He did not mind at all as he continued to send out a palm strike. In his opinion, his palm strike was enough to kill the heavenly yin spirit. Even if there were 10 more heavenly yin battle beasts, he would still be able to kill them. Just as the Supreme Third Elder's palm strike was about to land on the heavenly yin spirit, suddenly, one of the heavenly yin battle beasts moved. The heavenly yin battle beast did not make any unnecessary movements as it charged straight towards the Supreme Third Elder. This darn thing actually dared to attack Third Elder Brother. Looks like that darn thing's resistance will be futile against Third Elder's palm strike. I reckon that darn thing will immediately be turned into nothingness. When the crowd saw that the heavenly yin battle beast actually took the initiative to attack the Supreme Third Elder, and that it was only one heavenly yin battle beast that attacked the Supreme Third Elder, they were all very surprised. Then, they were filled with disdain. Frogs at the bottom of a well. Su Lai looked at the people from the Earth Carnage sect and smiled disdainfully. Bang! Just at this moment, the heavenly yin battle beast and the Supreme Third Elder collided together, creating a huge explosion. The Supreme Third Elder did not even have the chance to react before he was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. As for the heavenly yin battle beast, it leaped up and used its sharp claws to press the Supreme Third Elder onto the ground. Hiss! When the crowd saw this scene, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. That was because, in their opinion, this was simply too horrifying. No matter how one put it, the Supreme Third Elder was considered one of the top powerhouses among them. But now, under the attack of the heavenly yin battle beast, he was unable to fight back at all and was pushed to the ground. One must know that there were a total of 10 heavenly yin battle beasts here. As they looked at the many lunar sky war beasts, their faces all turned extremely ugly. At this moment, under the sharp claws of the shady sky battle beast, the Supreme Third Elder's complexion was deathly pale. Large droplets of sweat appeared on his forehead. However, just as the crowd was smiling as they watched the utmost Supreme Third Elder charge towards the heavenly yin spirit, a voice suddenly rang out. In the next second, everyone's expression changed. What is that? When the crowd saw the 10 heavenly yin battle beasts that suddenly appeared beside the heavenly yin spirit, they could not help but exclaim. The third Supreme Elder frowned when he saw so many lunar war beasts suddenly appear in front of him. However, he didn't care at all and continued to strike out with his palm. In his opinion, this palm strike of his had already killed the heavenly yin spirit. Even if there were 10 more heavenly yin battle beasts, he would still be able to kill them. Right at the moment when utmost Supreme Third Elder's palm strike was about to land on the heavenly yin spirit's body. Suddenly, one of the sky yin battle beasts moved. The sky yin battle beast didn't make any unnecessary movements as it charged straight towards Supreme Third Elder. This darn thing actually dared to take the initiative to attack Third Brother. Looks like that darn thing's resistance is useless against Third Brother's palm strike. I reckon that this darn thing will immediately be turned into nothingness. When the crowd saw that the sky yin battle beast actually took the initiative to attack Supreme Third Elder, and that it was only one sky yin battle beast attacking Supreme Third Elder, they were all very surprised. Then, they were all filled with disdain. Frogs at the bottom of a well. Su Lai looked at the Earth Fiend sect's people and smiled disdainfully. Bang! Right at this moment, the sky yin battle beast and Supreme Third Elder collided together, creating a huge explosion. Supreme Third Elder didn't even have the chance to react before he flew out like a kite with a broken string. As for that sky yin battle beast, it leaped up and used its sharp claws to press Supreme Third Elder onto the ground. Hiss! When the crowd saw this scene, they all sucked in a breath of cold air violently. Because to them, this was simply too horrifying. No matter how one put it, the Supreme Third Elder was considered one of the top powerhouses among them. But now, under the sky yin battle beast, he didn't even have the strength to fight back and was pushed to the ground. One must know that there were a total of 10 sky yin battle beasts here. When they saw the numerous sky yin battle beasts, their faces all turned extremely ugly. At this moment, Supreme Third Elder, who was under the sharp claws of the sky yin battle beast, turned ghastly pale. Large droplets of sweat appeared on his forehead. However, just as the crowd was smiling as they watched the utmost Supreme Third Elder charge towards the heavenly yin spirit, a voice suddenly rang out. In the next second, the crowd's faces changed. What are those things? When the crowd saw the 10 Sky Yin battle beasts that suddenly appeared beside the Sky Yin spirit, they couldn't help but exclaim. When Supreme Third Elder saw so many Sky Yin battle beasts that suddenly appeared in front of him, he frowned. However, he didn't care at all as he continued to attack with his palm strike. From his point of view, his palm strike would kill the Sky Yin spirit. Even if there were 10 more Sky Yin battle beasts, he would still be able to kill them. Just as Supreme Third Elder's palm strike was about to land on the Sky Yin spirit's body, a Sky Yin battle beast suddenly moved. Suddenly, one of the Sky Yin battle beasts moved. The Sky Yin battle beast didn't make any unnecessary movements as it charged straight towards Supreme Third Elder. This damn thing actually dared to attack Third Elder brother. Looks like that damn thing's resistance will be useless under Third Elder's palm strike. I reckon that damn thing will be immediately turned into nothingness. When the crowd saw that the Sky Yin battle beast actually took the initiative to attack Supreme Third Elder, and that it was only one Sky Yin battle beast attacking Supreme Third Elder, they were all very surprised. Then, they were filled with disdain. Frogs at the bottom of a well. When Su Lai saw the Earth Fiend sex people, he also smiled disdainfully. Bang! Just at this moment, the Sky Yin battle beast and Supreme Third Elder collided together, creating a loud explosion. Supreme Third Elder didn't even have the chance to react. Like a kite with a broken string, he was sent flying backwards. As for the Sky Yin battle beast, it leaped up and used its sharp claws to press Supreme Third Elder onto the ground. Hiss! When the crowd saw this scene, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. That was because, in their eyes, this was simply too horrifying. No matter how one put it, the Supreme Third Elder was considered one of the top powerhouses among them. But now, under the Sky Yin battle beast, he didn't even have the strength to fight back and was pushed to the ground. One must know that there were a total of 10 Sky Yin battle beasts here. When they saw the numerous Sky Yin battle beasts, their faces all turned ugly. Chapter 12:15. The first Supreme Elder clenched his fists tightly as he watched the Sky Yin battle beasts slowly tighten their encirclement. However, in the next second, he could only release his fists helplessly. Kneel, now. The first Supreme Elder looked at the crowd and said. However, his words sounded so powerless. When the crowd heard the first Supreme Elder's words, they immediately knelt down. The Zhong family's father and son felt as though they had been relieved of a heavy burden and had been reborn. At least you know what's good for you, Yi Hao said nonchalantly as he looked at the kneeling crowd. At that moment, the Sky Yin battle beast also stopped moving forward. The crowd looked at the Sky Yin battle beasts that were just inches away from them and were extremely nervous. This was because they had just walked through the gates of hell. However, they still didn't dare to be careless at this moment. After all, their fates were still in Yi Hao's hands. As long as Yi Hao gave the order, these Sky Yin battle beasts would still be able to take their lives. We are kneeling down. What else do you want? The first Supreme Elder felt that he had been greatly humiliated at this moment. After all, his status in the Earth Fiend sect was absolutely supreme. Even compared to the sect master's status, it was even higher. He had never been so humiliated in his entire life. He actually had to kneel down to someone. However, this was a world where the strong were respected. The strength that Yi Hao had displayed was enough to crush him. He could either kneel down or die. Compared to his own life, he ultimately chose to kneel down. At this moment, he only wanted to beg Yi Hao to leave the Earth Fiend sect quickly. Then, his kneeling down would be worth it. When the rest of the people heard the first Supreme Elder's words, they all looked at Yi Hao. After all, this concerned their lives and deaths. However, they didn't know that Yi Hao had only asked them to kneel down to dampen their spirits. How could Yi Hao let them off just like that? Yi Hao still had some use for them. That was because he planned to subdue them. As long as he could subdue them, it would be equivalent to subduing the entire Earth Fiend sect. One must know that the Earth Fiend sect was a faction that was equivalent to an imperial city. They could not let it go to waste like this. I want all of you to submit to me. Yi Hao swept his gaze over the people kneeling on the ground and went straight to the point. What? Everyone was shocked when they heard Yi Hao's words. They did not expect Yi Hao to make such a request. After all, for such a long time, there had not been any faction that dared to ask the Earth Fiend sect to submit to them. After all, the Earth Fiend sect had been around for so many years. The Earth Fiend sect's power and resources were still there. Are you sure you're not joking? Aren't you a little too greedy? Do you know that no faction has ever dared to say such words? The sect leader could not help but blurt out. Then do you think I have the appetite to devour your earth emanations? Yi Hao chuckled when he heard the sect master's words. Everyone was at a loss for words when they heard Yi Hao's words. They had to admit that Yi Hao did indeed have the qualifications to make them submit to him. Just the 10 Sky Yin battle beasts alone were enough to destroy the Earth Fiend sect several times over. Who would dare to say that Yi Hao did not have the qualifications to subdue the Earth Fiend sect? You better change your request. It is impossible for me to subdue the Earth Fiend sect to submit to you. The first Supreme Elder clenched his fists tightly when he saw the Sky Yin battle beasts slowly closing in on them. But in the next second, he could only let go of his fists helplessly. Kneel down. The first Supreme Elder looked at the crowd and said. But when he said those words, it seemed so powerless. When everyone heard the first Supreme Elder's words, they all knelt down immediately. The Zhong family father and son felt as though they had been relieved of a heavy burden and had been reborn. At least you know what's good for you. Yi Hao looked at the people kneeling down and said nonchalantly. At this moment, the Sky Yin battle beasts also stopped moving forward. Everyone looked at the Sky Yin battle beasts that were just a few feet away from them and were all extremely nervous. This was because they had just walked through the gates of hell. But at this moment, they still did not dare to be careless. After all, their fates were still in the hands of Yi Hao. As long as Yi Hao gave the order, these Sky Yin battle beasts would still be able to take their lives. We have already knelt down. What else do you want? The first Supreme Elder felt that he had been greatly humiliated. After all, his status in the Earth Fiend sect was absolutely supreme. Even compared to the sect master's status, it was even higher. In his entire life, he had never been so humiliated. He actually had to kneel down to someone. But this was a world where the strong were respected. The strength that Yi Hao had displayed was enough to suppress him. He could either kneel down or die. Compared to his own life, he ultimately chose to kneel down. At this moment, he only wanted to beg Yi Hao to leave the Earth Fiend sect quickly. Then, his kneeling down would be worth it. When the others heard the first Supreme Elder's words, they all looked at Yi Hao. After all, this concerned their lives and deaths. But how could they know that Yi Hao had only asked them to kneel down to dampen their spirits? How could Yi Hao let them off just like that? Yi Hao still had some use for them. This was because he intended to subdue them. As long as he subdued them, it would be equivalent to subduing the entire Earth Fiend sect. One had to know that the Earth Fiend sect was a faction that was equivalent to an imperial city. He could not let it go to waste. I want you to submit to me. Yi Hao scanned the crowd kneeling on the ground and went straight to the point. What? When the crowd heard Yi Hao's words, they were all shocked. They had not expected Yi Hao to make such a request. After all this time, no faction had dared to make the Earth Fiend sect submit to them. After all, the Earth Fiend sect had existed for so many years. They still had a strong foundation. Are you sure you are not joking? Your appetite is too big. Do you know that no faction has ever dared to make such a request? The sect master could not help but say directly. Then do you think that I have the appetite to take over your Earth Fiend sect? Yi Hao laughed when he heard the sect master's words. When the crowd heard Yi Hao's words, they were all speechless. This was because they had to admit that Yi Hao did indeed have the qualifications to make them submit to him. Without mentioning anything else, just those 10 lunar beasts were enough to destroy the Earth Fiend sect several times over. Who would dare to say that Yi Hao did not have the qualifications to subdue the Earth Fiend sect? Chapter 12:17. You must be tired of living. Ari Qingshuan's subordinate snorted in disdain when he saw the Sky Yin beast. However, in the next second, the disdain on his face turned into shock. This was because her attack had landed on the Sky Yin beast. She had thought that she would be able to kill the Sky Yin beast. However, who would have thought that the Sky Yin beast would be completely fine? Instead, she felt a sharp pain in her abdomen and was sent flying before she knew what had happened. How could this be? Ari Qingxian was shocked when he saw this. Ari Qingxian and the other subordinate were also shocked. They had not expected things to turn out this way. How strong, the subordinate who had been knocked down said solemnly as he got up with difficulty and looked at Ari Qingxian. Ari Qingshuan's face turned solemn as well. The Sky Yin beast and the Sky Yin spirit did not reveal any aura at the start. Hence, Ari Qingxian and the rest could not tell the cultivation level of the Sky Yin spirit and the Sky Yin beast. This meant that they had not taken the Sky Yin beast and the Sky Yin spirit seriously from the start. At this moment, when they suddenly saw how powerful the heavenly Yin spirit was, they were naturally shocked. Who are you? Ari Qingxian asked cautiously. There was no trace of contempt on her face. That was because a single Sky Yin battle beast was already so powerful. However, there were a total of 10 Sky Yin battle beasts here. Hence, she could not help but guess which big force Yi Hao was from. Otherwise, how could Yi Hao have the Sky Yin beast? It was such a powerful creature. Furthermore, he knew that she was from Tianyu's sect, yet he still dared to look down on her. One must know that even the emperor of the dynasty had to be respectful when he saw him. Hence, in her opinion, no matter how weak Yi Hao's background was, he should be on par with her. You don't need to know my identity. If you want to live, get out of here quickly. Don't delay my business, Yi Hao said as he glanced at Ari Qingxian. What did you say? Ari Qingxian was stunned when she heard Yi Hao's words. She thought that she had heard wrongly. Putting aside the issue of strength and other aspects, just the issue of appearance alone made her an absolute beauty. Countless young geniuses were like stars surrounding the moon, and they pursued her, but she disdained them all. But even though Yi Hao is courting death, Ari Qingshuan's subordinate snorted disdainfully when he saw the Sky Yin war beast that had suddenly appeared. But in the next second, the disdain on his face turned into shock. This was because her attack had landed on the Sky Yin battle beast's hand. She had thought that she would be able to kill the Sky Yin battle beast. However, who would have thought that the Sky Yin battle beast would be completely fine? Instead, she felt a sharp pain in her abdomen, and before she knew what was going on, she was sent flying. How could this be? Ari Qingxian was shocked when he saw this. Ari Qingxian and the other subordinate were also shocked. Obviously, they did not expect things to turn out this way. How strong, the subordinate who had been knocked down said solemnly as he got up with difficulty and looked at Ari Qingxian. Ari Qingshuan's face turned solemn as well. The Sky Yin battle beast and the Sky Yin spirit did not reveal any aura at the start. Therefore, Ari Qingxian and the rest could not tell the cultivation level of the Sky Yin spirit and the Sky Yin battle beast. This meant that they had not taken the Sky Yin battle beast and the Sky Yin spirit seriously from the start. Now that they suddenly saw how strong the Sky Yin spirit was, they were naturally shocked. Who exactly are you? Ari Qingxian asked cautiously. There was no trace of contempt on her face. That was because a single Sky Yin battle beast was already so powerful. However, there were a total of 10 Sky Yin battle beasts here. Therefore, she could not help but guess which big force Yi Hao was from. Otherwise, how could Yi Hao have such a strong Sky Yin battle beast? Furthermore, he knew that she was from Tianyu's sect, yet he still dared to look down on her. One must know that even the emperor of the dynasty had to be respectful when he saw him. Therefore, in her opinion, no matter how weak Yi Hao's background was, she reckoned that he would be on par with her. You don't need to know my identity. If you want to live, get out of here quickly. Don't delay my business, Yi Hao said as he glanced at Ari Qingxian. What did you say? Ari Qingxian was stunned when she heard Yi Hao's words. She thought that she had heard wrongly. Putting aside her strength and other aspects, she was an absolute beauty based on her looks alone. Countless young talents had pursued her like stars surrounding the moon, but she did not care about them at all. However, Ari Qingxuan's subordinate snorted disdainfully when he saw the Sky Yin battle beast that had suddenly appeared. However, in the next second, the disdain on his face turned into shock. This was because her attack had landed on the Sky Yin battle beast. She had thought that she would be able to kill the Sky Yin battle beast. However, who would have thought that the Sky Yin battle beast would be completely fine? Instead, she felt a sharp pain in her abdomen and was sent flying before she knew what had happened. How could this be? Ari Qingxian was shocked when she saw this scene. Ari Qingxian and the other subordinate were also shocked. Clearly, they had not expected things to turn out this way. So powerful, the subordinate who had been knocked down said solemnly as he got up with difficulty and looked at Ari Qingxian. Ari Qingxuan's expression turned grave as well. The Sky Yin battle beast and the Sky Yin spirit had not revealed any aura at the beginning. Therefore, Ari Qingxian and the others had not been able to determine the cultivation base of the Sky Yin spirit and the Sky Yin battle beast. This also meant that they had not taken the Sky Yin battle beast and the Sky Yin spirit seriously from the beginning. When they suddenly saw how powerful the Sky Yin spirit was, they were naturally shocked. Who exactly are you? Ari Qingxian asked cautiously. She did not look down on Yi Hao at all. This was because one Sky Yin battle beast was already so powerful. However, there were a total of 10 Sky Yin battle beasts here. Therefore, she could not help but guess which big force Yi Hao was from. Otherwise, how could Yi Hao have such a powerful Sky Yin battle beast? Moreover, he knew that she was from Tianyu sect, yet he still dared to look down on her. One should know that even the emperor of the empire had to be respectful when he saw her. Therefore, in her opinion, no matter how weak Yi Hao's background was, she reckoned that he was on par with her. You don't need to know my identity. If you want to live, get out of here quickly. Don't waste my time, Yi Hao said as he glanced at Ari Qingxian. What did you say? Ari Qingxian was stunned when she heard Yi Hao's words. She thought that she had heard wrongly. Putting aside her strength and other aspects, she was definitely a beauty based on her looks. Chapter 12:18. You must be tired of living. Ari Qingxuan's subordinate snorted in disdain when he saw the Sky Yin beast. However, in the next second, the disdain on his face turned into shock. This was because her attack had landed on the Sky Yin beast. She had thought that she would be able to kill the Sky Yin beast. However, who would have thought that the Sky Yin beast would be completely fine? Instead, she felt a sharp pain in her abdomen and was sent flying before she knew what had happened. How could this be? Ari Qingxian was shocked when he saw this. Ari Qingxian and the other subordinate were also shocked. They had not expected things to turn out this way. How strong, the subordinate who had been knocked down said solemnly as he got up with difficulty and looked at Ari Qingxian. Ari Qingxuan's face turned solemn as well. The Sky Yin beast and the Sky Yin spirit did not reveal any aura at the start. Hence, Ari Qingxian and the rest could not tell the cultivation level of the Sky Yin spirit and the Sky Yin beast. This meant that they had not taken the Sky Yin beast and the Sky Yin spirit seriously from the start. At this moment, when they suddenly saw how powerful the Heavenly Yin spirit was, they were naturally shocked. Who are you? Ari Qingxian asked cautiously. There was no trace of contempt on her face. That was because a single Sky Yin battle beast was already so powerful. However, there were a total of 10 Sky Yin battle beasts here. Hence, she could not help but guess which big force Yi Hao was from. Otherwise, how could Yi Hao have the Sky Yin beast? It was such a powerful creature. Furthermore, he knew that she was from Tianyu sect, yet he still dared to look down on her. One must know that even the emperor of the dynasty had to be respectful when he saw him. Hence, in her opinion, no matter how weak Yi Hao's background was, she reckoned that he would be on par with her. You don't need to know my identity. If you want to live, get out of here quickly. Don't delay my business, Yi Hao said as he glanced at Ari Qingxian. What did you say? Ari Qingxian was stunned when she heard Yi Hao's words. She thought that she had heard wrongly. Putting aside her strength and other aspects, she was an absolute beauty based on her looks alone. Countless young geniuses were like stars surrounding the moon, and they pursued her, but she didn't spare them a glance. However, even though Yi Hao was courting death, Ari Qingxuan's subordinate snorted disdainfully when he saw the Sky Yin beast that had suddenly appeared. However, in the next second, the disdain on his face turned into a look of shock. This was because her attack had landed on the Sky Yin battle beast's hand. She had thought that she would be able to kill the Sky Yin battle beast. However, who would have thought that the Sky Yin battle beast would be completely fine? Instead, she's of the Sky Yin beast, she's Yi Hao's, she was of her own. How could this be? Ari Qingxian was shocked when he saw this. Ari Qingxian and the other subordinate were also shocked. Obviously, they did not expect things to turn out this way. How strong, the subordinate who had been knocked down said solemnly as he got up with difficulty and looked at Ari Qingxian. Ari Qingxuan's face turned solemn as well. The Sky Yin beast and the Sky Yin spirit did not reveal any aura at the start. Hence, Ari Qingxian and the rest could not tell the cultivation of the Sky Yin spirit and the Sky Yin beast. This meant that they had not taken the Sky Yin beast and the Sky Yin spirit seriously from the start. At this moment, when they suddenly saw how powerful the heavenly Yin spirit was, they were naturally shocked. Who exactly are you? Ari Qingxian asked cautiously. She did not look down on Yi Hao at all. That was because a single Sky Yin battle beast was already so powerful. However, there were a total of 10 Sky Yin battle beasts here. Hence, she could not help but guess which big force Yi Hao was from. Otherwise, how could Yi Hao have such a powerful Sky Yin beast? Furthermore, he knew that she was from the Heavenly Moon sect, yet he dared to look down on her. One must know that even the emperor of the dynasty had to be respectful when he saw him. Therefore, in her opinion, no matter how bad Yi Hao's background was, he should be on par with her. You don't need to know who I am. Get out of here if you want to live. Don't delay my business, Yi Hao said as he glanced at Ari Qingxian. What did you say? Ari Qingxian was stunned when she heard Yi Hao's words. She thought that she had heard wrongly. Putting aside her strength and other aspects, she was an absolute beauty in terms of looks. Countless young geniuses were like stars surrounding the moon, and they pursued her, but she didn't spare them a glance. You are courting death. Ari Qingxuan's subordinate snorted when he saw the Sky Yin beast that had suddenly appeared. However, in the next second, the disdain on his face turned into shock. This was because her attack had landed on the Sky Yin beast. She had thought that she would be able to kill the Sky Yin beast. However, who would have thought that the Sky Yin beast would be completely fine? Instead, she felt a sharp pain in her abdomen and was sent flying before she knew what had happened. How could this be? Ari Qingxian was shocked when she saw this. Ari Qingxian and the other subordinate were also shocked. Clearly, they had not expected things to turn out this way. How strong, the subordinate who had been knocked down said solemnly as he got up with difficulty and looked at Ari Qingxian. Ari Qingxuan's expression turned grave as well. The Sky Yin beast and the Sky Yin spirit had not revealed any aura at the beginning. Hence, Ari Qingxian and the others had not been able to determine the cultivation base of the Sky Yin spirit and the Sky Yin beast. This also meant that they had not taken the Sky Yin beast and the Sky Yin spirit seriously from the beginning. At this moment, when they suddenly saw how powerful the Heavenly Yin spirit was, they were naturally shocked. Who exactly are you? Ari Qingxian asked cautiously. She did not look down on Yi Hao at all. This was because one Sky Yin beast was already so powerful. However, there were a total of 10 Sky Yin beasts here. Hence, she could not help but guess which superpower Yi Hao was from. Otherwise, how could Yi Hao have the Sky Yin beast? It was such a powerful creature. Moreover, he knew that she was from Tianyu sect, yet he still dared to look down on her. One must know that even the emperor of the dynasty had to be respectful when he saw him. Hence, in her opinion, no matter how weak Yi Hao's background was, he should be on par with her. You don't need to know who I am. If you want to live, get out of here quickly. Don't delay my business, Yi Hao said as he glanced at Ari Qingxian. What did you say? Ari Qingxian was stunned when she heard Yi Hao's words. She thought that she had heard wrongly. Putting aside her strength and other aspects, she was an absolute beauty in terms of looks. Countless young talents were chasing after her. She was like the moon surrounded by stars. Chapter 12:19. Alright, are all of you still not going to submit? Yi Hao retracted his gaze and looked at all the Earth Fiend sect disciples. After Yi Hao finished speaking, he summoned 10 Sky Yin battle beasts. The 10 Sky Yin battle beasts spread out in all directions, emitting a terrifying aura as they stared at the disciples. The Earth Fiend sect disciples were already shocked when the sect leader and grand elders knelt down. Now that they saw the 10 Sky Yin battle beasts and felt the terrifying aura coming from the Sky Yin battle beasts, they couldn't help but tremble in shock. What are all of you still not submitting? What are you waiting for? The first Supreme Elder was truly willing to submit to Yi Hao. Hence, when he saw that the disciples were still hesitating, he stood out and spoke out. I'm willing to submit. I'm willing to submit too. I'm willing to submit too. The disciples knew that they couldn't resist and hence, they all knelt down to submit. After all, even the first Supreme Elder and Grand Elder had submitted. What right did they have to not submit? Moreover, the aura of the 10 Sky Yin battle beasts was too terrifying. Do not resist. After Yi Hao said this to everyone, he took out the Earth Fiend Pearl and started to control the skill. Under Yi Hao's control, streams of black gas flowed into everyone's body. However, with his current cultivation, it was impossible for him to subdue everyone in one go. Hence, he could only form a contract with a small number of people at a time. By the time he was done with everyone, half a day had passed. Forming a contract with so many people in one go took a huge toll on his energy. Furthermore, the Earth Fiend black gas in the Earth Fiend Pearl had decreased by more than half. He had to admit that forming a contract with so many people had consumed a huge amount of Earth Fiend black gas. However, the gains were still huge. At the very least, these tens of thousands of people were under his control. No matter who wanted to betray him or did something bad, he would know it no matter how far away they were. As long as he willed it, he would be able to easily take away anyone's life. In other words, the Earth Fiend sect, which had the power of an imperial city, was now under his control. I'm going to teach you a skill. You have to cultivate it well. Yi Hao naturally knew that most of the disciples in the Earth Fiend sect cultivated the Earth Fiend black gas. However, the skill that they cultivated was no match for the Earth Fiend black gas. Otherwise, with the power of the Earth Fiend black gas, they would be much stronger than they were now. These people were all on his side, and they would definitely not betray him. There was no need to worry that these people would leak the information. Hence, he gave them the Earth Fiend black gas to cultivate. Otherwise, it would be a waste to just leave such a powerful being like that. Of course, within the Earth Fiend black chi technique, other than the cultivation method, there were also some useful knowledge and other secret techniques. Yi Hao did not tell these things to the others too. The Supreme First Elder originally did not take it seriously, but after seeing the cultivation method, he could not help sucking in a cold breath. This skill is definitely stronger than the incomplete skill that the old ancestor brought out from the Earth Fiend Sky Demon Cave. Another Grand Elder exclaimed in shock. This isn't just powerful. It's simply 10 times or even 100 times more powerful. That female Supreme Elder sucked in a breath of cold air and said with a face full of shock. I feel that with this skill, our strength will increase tremendously. The sect leader exclaimed with a face full of joy. At that moment, everyone couldn't help but feel that siding with Yi Hao was the right thing to do. Thank you, Master. Everyone looked at Yi Hao in delight as they thanked him gratefully. Master, an envoy from the Fire Beacon dynasty requests an audience. At that moment, a disciple on guard ran over and reported. Achem. Why would someone from the Fire Beacon dynasty come to our Earth Fiend sect? That's right. We have never interfered with the Fire Beacon dynasty. Are they here to cause trouble? How can a mere Fire Beacon dynasty be a match for our Earth Fiend sect? If they're here to cause trouble, then they're simply courting death. However, I heard that the Fire Beacon dynasty recently went to attack another dynasty and seem to have run into some trouble. Are they here to ask for reinforcements? That's very possible. However, this Fire Beacon dynasty is too trashy. They can't even defeat a few kingdoms. I heard that those kingdoms have the backing of a Tianyuan kingdom. I wonder where the Tianyuan kingdom came from. How could it be so powerful? What? To think that a mere kingdom would have the ability to stand up to an empire. Many grand elders and the sect master began to discuss this. The Tianyuan kingdom is my kingdom, Yi Hao said when he heard the discussion. Master, what did you say? The Tianyuan kingdom is your kingdom? Everyone was stunned before they looked at Yi Hao in shock. None of them had expected that the person who could make a dynasty suffer so badly would actually be the young man before them, whom they had just submitted to. Millimeter. Let the people from the Fire Beacon dynasty come over first. You guys agree to it for now, Yi Hao said to everyone before he kept the Sky Yin battle beast. Quick, call the envoy from the Fire Beacon dynasty over. The Grand Elder glanced at the sect master. The sect master also spoke. Although the Grand Elder's authority was greater than the sect master's, the sect master was naturally responsible for such ordinary matters. Hence, the sect master was naturally the one to receive the envoy from the Fire Beacon dynasty. Soon, an old man in an official's robe came over with a dozen or so attendants, carrying some boxes. The old man had a fawning smile as he looked at the Earth Fiend sect master. I'm the envoy from the Fire Beacon dynasty, Zhong Ertian. Greetings to the sect master. Millimeter. May I know why envoy Zhong has come to the Earth Fiend sect? The sect master looked at Zhong Ertian and nodded. This. Zhong Ertian had not expected the Earth Fiend sect master to be so direct. He didn't know how to say the words he had prepared at the beginning. Hence, this had undoubtedly messed up his plans. However, he couldn't directly ask for the Earth Fiend sect's help. After all, the Fire Beacon dynasty and the Earth Fiend sect didn't have much interaction. Ahem. Zhong Ertian couldn't help but cough dryly before he said, Lord Sect Master, let's talk about this later. I, the Fire Beacon Emperor, have long heard of the Sect Master's name. Hence, he specially asked me to bring these gifts. Sect Master, please take a look and see if you are satisfied. Zhong Ertian pointed at the gifts and smiled confidently. Chapter 1220. If it wasn't to deal with Yi Hao, the Fire Beacon dynasty wouldn't bear to take out so many valuable gifts. Moreover, there were so many gifts, and most of them could not be measured by price. The Earth Carnage sect master and the Grand Elders couldn't help but look at the gifts curiously. All of them couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Obviously, they didn't expect the Fire Beacon dynasty to take out so many precious treasures to deal with Yi Hao. These precious treasures moved them just by looking at them. If it weren't for the fact that they were Yi Hao's subordinates, they definitely wouldn't have agreed to help the Fire Beacon dynasty deal with Yi Hao after seeing how much the Fire Beacon dynasty had taken out. But now, the Fire Beacon dynasty was destined to suffer a double loss. In the end, all their efforts were for naught. When Zhong Ertian saw everyone's shocked expressions, he was secretly delighted. He was very satisfied with their shock. This was the effect he wanted. At first, he was still worried that the Earth Carnage sect wouldn't care about these things and wouldn't care about them. What should he do then? But now, it seemed like all his worries had disappeared. It seems like the Fire Beacon dynasty has encountered a big problem this time. They are actually willing to pay so much. The Earth Carnage sect master looked at Zhong Ertian and smiled faintly. Haha. When Zhong Ertian heard the Earth Carnage sect master's words, he couldn't help but laugh awkwardly. To be honest, our Fire Beacon dynasty has indeed encountered a problem. This is all because of a damned Tianyuan kingdom. Zhong Ertian told the Earth Carnage sect master, adding fuel to the fire. Oh! The Tianyuan kingdom is actually so powerful. The emperor of the Tianyuan kingdom must be an incredible person. The Earth Carnage sect master pretended to be shocked. At the same time, he flattered Yi Hao. After all, he had just joined Yi Hao. Naturally, he had to leave a good impression on Yi Hao. This way, he might be able to get Yi Hao's attention. One had to know that they had originally thought that Yi Hao was alone. This was truly something that they did not expect. The Tianyuan kingdom, which had been in the limelight recently, was actually Yi Hao's. In his opinion, no matter how powerful Yi Hao was, it was impossible for him to be so capable. Therefore, he believed that Yi Hao definitely came from a big family and had someone supporting him. That was why he was so powerful. Otherwise, even if he was beaten to death, he would never believe that Yi Hao had subdued the lunar beast and Su Lai with his own strength. Now that he had sided with Yi Hao and his life was in Yi Hao's hands, he naturally had to cling on to Yi Hao's thigh. Upon hearing the sect master's bootlicking, all the grand elders cast looks of approval at the sect master. However, Zhong Ertian naturally didn't see any of this, and he didn't think too much about it. We don't know who that bastard is, but he has done all kinds of evil. He is vicious and merciless. He absolutely cannot be forgiven. Zhong Ertian continued to speak with righteous indignation. Even if he was beaten to death, he would never have guessed that the Earth Fiend sect he was seeking help from had already sided with Yi Hao. Furthermore, the Yi Hao whom he had mentioned to the sect master earlier, who had committed all sorts of atrocities, was among the crowd. When everyone heard Zhong Ertian's words, they couldn't help but exchange glances. If not for Yi Hao's identity being exposed, they would have wanted to kill Zhong Ertian immediately. After all, this was an insult to their master right in front of them. How could they possibly accept this? Yi Hao gave the Earth Fiend sect master a look, hinting at him not to spoil the plan. When the Earth Fiend sect master saw Yi Hao's look, he naturally knew what was going on and immediately nodded. The Earth Fiend sect master looked at Zhong Ertian and couldn't help but ponder for a moment. This is a serious matter. Let me think about it. Although Yi Hao wanted him to agree to Zhong Ertian's request, the Earth Fiend sect master knew that he couldn't agree too easily. Otherwise, it would arouse Zhong Ertian's suspicion. Therefore, he was playing hard to get and waiting for Zhong Ertian to take the bait. When Zhong Ertian saw that the Earth Fiend sect master didn't agree immediately, he wasn't surprised. Obviously, he had already expected that the Earth Fiend sect master wouldn't agree so easily. However, the good thing was that the Earth Fiend sect master didn't reject directly. This meant that there was still hope. Zhong Ertian struck while the iron was hot. Don't worry, Lord Sect Master. As long as the Earth Fiend sect helps the Fire Beacon dynasty tide over this crisis, the Fire Beacon dynasty will definitely reward you handsomely. The Earth Fiend sect master snickered in his heart, hiding the mockery in his eyes. However, Zhong Ertian naturally didn't see all this and didn't think too much about it. We don't know who that bastard is, but he is evil and vicious. He definitely can't be forgiven, Zhong Ertian continued to say with righteous indignation. Even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't have thought that the Earth Fiend sect he was seeking help from had already sided with Yi Hao. Moreover, the evil Yi Hao he had mentioned to the sect master was among the crowd. When everyone heard Zhong Ertian's words, they couldn't help but exchange glances. If not for the fact that Yi Hao had exposed their identities, they would have wanted to kill Zhong Ertian immediately. After all, he was humiliating their master right in front of them. How could they accept that? Yi Hao gave the Earth Fiend sect master a look, hinting at him not to spoil the plan. When the Earth Fiend sect master saw Yi Hao's look, he naturally knew what was going on and nodded silently. The Earth Fiend sect master looked at Zhong Ertian and couldn't help but ponder for a moment. This is a serious matter. Let me think about it first. Although Yi Hao wanted him to agree to Zhong Ertian's request, the Earth Fiend sect master knew that he couldn't agree too easily. Otherwise, it would arouse Zhong Ertian's suspicions. Therefore, he was playing hard to get and waiting for Zhong Ertian to take the bait. When Zhong Ertian saw that the Earth Fiend sect master didn't agree immediately, he wasn't surprised. Obviously, he had already expected that the Earth Fiend sect master wouldn't agree so easily. However, the good thing was that the Earth Fiend sect master didn't reject directly. This meant that there was still hope. Zhong Ertian struck while the iron was hot. Don't worry, Lord Sect Master. As long as the Earth Fiend sect helps the Fire Beacon dynasty tide over this crisis, The Fire Beacon dynasty will definitely reward you handsomely. Oh! The Earth Fiend sect master snickered in his heart, hiding the mockery in his eyes. Zhong Ertian struck while the iron was hot as well. Don't worry, Lord Sect Master. As long as the Earth Fiend sect helps the Fire Beacon dynasty tide over this crisis, the Fire Beacon dynasty will definitely reward you handsomely. Chapter 1221. After 3 rounds of drinking, Emperor Fenghua started to complain about Yi Hao's evil deed. In any case, according to his words, Yi Hao was the kind of person who would commit all kinds of crimes. Everyone, please head to Qianyuan Kingdom and kill Emperor Qianyuan. I will reward you generously. Emperor Fenghua said to the crowd. If you want to kill me, I'm afraid it'll be difficult. Just as Emperor Fenghua was waiting for the Earth Fiend sect's leader to agree, a voice rang out. Emperor Fenghua looked towards the source of the voice. When he saw that it was Yi Hao, he frowned with displeasure. Emperor Fenghua asked, "Who are you?" If it wasn't for Yi Hao, he would have followed the Earth Fiend sect's leader here. In his opinion, Yi Hao was a disciple of Earth Fiend sect. He would have ordered his men to take action against Yi Hao. I am Emperor Qianyuan. Yi Hao revealed his identity. You are Emperor Qianyuan? Emperor Fenghua was taken aback. In his opinion, Yi Hao couldn't possibly be the emperor of Qianyuan Kingdom. After all, no matter what, Yi Hao and the Earth Fiend sect were completely unrelated to each other. Hence, he couldn't understand why Yi Hao would be with the Earth Fiend sect. In his opinion, after 3 rounds of drinking, Emperor Fenghua started to complain about Yi Hao's evil deed. In any case, according to his words, Yi Hao was the kind of person who would commit all kinds of crimes. Everyone, please head to Qianyuan Kingdom and kill Emperor Qianyuan. I will reward you generously. Emperor Fenghua said to the crowd. If you want to kill me, I'm afraid it'll be difficult. Just as Emperor Fenghua was waiting for the Earth Fiend sect's leader to agree, a voice rang out. Emperor Fenghua looked towards the source of the voice. When he saw that it was Yi Hao, he frowned with displeasure. Emperor Fenghua asked, "Who are you?" If not for Yi Hao, he would have come with the Earth Fiend sect patriarch and the others. The way he saw it, Yi Hao was a disciple of the Earth Fiend sect. He had already ordered his men to make a move on Yi Hao. I am Emperor Qianyuan. Yi Hao directly revealed his identity. You're Emperor Qianyuan? Emperor Fenghua was shocked. He was clearly stunned. In his opinion, it was impossible for Yi Hao to be the emperor of the Qianyuan Kingdom. After all, no matter what, Yi Hao and the Earth Fiend sect were completely unrelated. Hence, he could not understand why Yi Hao would be with the Earth Fiend sect. From his point of view, it was obvious that after 3 rounds of drinking, the Fenghua emperor began to complain about Yi Hao's evil deed. Anyway, according to him, Yi Hao was the kind of person who would commit all kinds of evil. Everyone, please head to the Qianyuan Kingdom and kill the Emperor Qianyuan. I will reward you generously. Emperor Fenghua looked at the crowd and said, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to kill me. Just as the emperor was waiting for the Earth Fiend sect patriarch to agree, a voice rang out. Emperor Fenghua immediately looked towards the source of the voice. When he saw that it was Yi Hao, he frowned and revealed a look of displeasure. The Emperor Fenghua asked, Who are you? If not for Yi Hao, he would have come with the Earth Fiend sect patriarch and the others. From his point of view, Yi Hao was a disciple of the Earth Fiend sect. He would have ordered his men to kill Yi Hao long ago. I am Emperor Qianyuan. Yi Hao directly revealed his identity. You are Emperor Qianyuan? Emperor Fenghua was taken aback. From his point of view, it was impossible for Yi Hao to be the emperor of the Qianyuan Kingdom. After all, no matter what, Yi Hao and the Earth Fiend sect were completely unrelated. Hence, he couldn't understand why Yi Hao would be with the Earth Fiend sect. From his point of view, it was impossible. It was impossible. After 3 rounds of drinking, the Emperor Fenghua started to complain about Yi Hao's evil deed. In any case, according to his words, Yi Hao was the kind of person who would stop at nothing. Everyone, please head to the Qianyuan Kingdom and kill the Emperor Qianyuan. I will reward you generously. Emperor Funhua looked at the crowd and said, "I'm afraid it'll be difficult to kill me." Just as the emperor was waiting for the Earth Fiend sect patriarch to agree, a voice rang out. Emperor Funhua immediately looked towards the source of the voice. When he saw that it was Yi Hao, he frowned and revealed a look of displeasure. The Emperor Funhua asked, "Who are you?" If it wasn't for Yi Hao, he would have followed the Earth Fiend sect patriarch here. From his point of view, if Yi Hao was a disciple of the Earth Fiend sect, he would have ordered his men to take action against Yi Hao. "I am the Emperor Tianyuan." Yi Hao directly revealed his identity. "You are the Emperor Tianyuan?" Emperor Funhua was taken aback. From his point of view, it was impossible for Yi Hao to be the emperor of the Tianyuan kingdom. After all, no matter what, Yi Hao and the Earth Fiend sect were completely unrelated. Hence, he couldn't understand why Yi Hao would be with the Earth Fiend sect. From his point of view, after 3 rounds of drinking, the Emperor Funhua started to complain about Yi Hao's evil deed. In any case, in his words, Yi Hao was the kind of person who would not shrink from any evil. "Everyone, please head to the Tianyuan kingdom and kill the Emperor Tianyuan. I will reward you generously." The Emperor Funhua looked at the crowd and said, "It will be difficult for you to kill me." Just as the Emperor Funhua was waiting for the Earth Fiend sect patriarch to agree, a voice rang out. The Emperor Funhua immediately looked towards the source of the voice. When he saw that it was Yi Hao, he frowned and showed a look of displeasure. The Emperor Funhua asked, "Who are you?" If it wasn't for Yi Hao, he would have followed the Earth Fiend sect patriarch here. From his point of view, if Yi Hao was a disciple of the Earth Fiend sect, he would have ordered his men to take action against Yi Hao. "I am the Emperor Tianyuan." Yi Hao directly revealed his identity. "You are the Emperor Tianyuan?" The Emperor Funhua was taken aback. From his point of view, it was impossible for Yi Hao to be the emperor of the Tianyuan kingdom. After all, no matter what, Yi Hao and the Earth Fiend sect were completely unrelated. Hence, he couldn't understand why Yi Hao would be with the Earth Fiend sect. From his point of view, it was impossible. That was impossible to begin with. Existence. Hence, he couldn't understand why Yi Hao would be with the Earth Fiend sect. From his point of view, it was impossible. That was impossible to begin with. Existence. Hence, he couldn't understand why Yi Hao would be with the Earth Fiend sect. From his point of view, it was impossible. It's not gonna happen. Chapter 12:23. What a joke, he doesn't know his place. When the crowd heard Yi Hao's words, they couldn't help but laugh mercilessly. However, before they could finish laughing, they saw 10 sky yin beasts appearing all around them. "What are those?" The crowd looked at the 10 sky yin beasts in confusion. Acting all mysterious, old ancestor Yu Shong, "Kill him." When the emperor saw the sudden appearance of the 10 sky yin beasts, he hurriedly ordered old ancestor Yu Shong. Although he couldn't tell the strength of the 10 sky yin beasts, he was afraid that Yi Hao would cause some trouble. Old ancestor Yu Shong did not speak. Instead, he was on high alert. This was because he could sense a dangerous aura from so many sky yin battle beasts. Old ancestor Yu Shong did not dare to delay any longer. He released his aura and charged towards Yi Hao with his weapon. In his opinion, these sky yin beasts were created by Yi Hao. He reckoned that after Yi Hao was killed, the problem of the sky yin beasts would be solved. However, he didn't think that with the strength of the sky yin beasts, how could they not block his attack on Yi Hao? 2 sky yin beasts stood in front of old ancestor Yu Shong. What a joke, he doesn't know his place. When the crowd heard Yi Hao's words, they couldn't help but laugh mercilessly. However, before they could finish laughing, they saw 10 sky yin beasts appearing all around them. "What are those?" The crowd looked at the 10 sky yin beasts in confusion. Acting all mysterious, old ancestor Yu Shong, "Kill him." When the emperor saw the 10 sky yin beasts, he hurriedly ordered old ancestor Yu Shong. Although he couldn't tell the strength of the 10 sky yin beasts, he was afraid that Yi Hao would cause some trouble. Old ancestor Yu Shong did not speak. Instead, he was on high alert. This was because he could sense a dangerous aura from so many sky yin battle beasts. Old ancestor Yushong did not dare to delay any longer. He released his aura and charged towards Yi Hao with his weapon. In his opinion, these lunar beasts were all created by Yi Hao. After Yi Hao was killed, the problem of the sky yin beasts would be solved. However, he did not think about how powerful the sky yin beast was. How could it not be able to stop his attack on Yi Hao? The two heavenly war beasts directly blocked in front of ancestor Yushong. What a joke, you simply don't know your place. When everyone heard Yi Hao's words, they couldn't help but laugh mercilessly. However, before they could finish their ridicule, 10 heavenly yin battle beasts suddenly appeared in their surroundings. What are these things? Everyone looked at the 10 lunar beasts with puzzled expressions. Acting all mysterious, old ancestor Yushong, kill him. The Fenghua Emperor hurriedly ordered old ancestor Yushong when he saw the sudden appearance of the 10 heavenly shadows. Although he could not tell the strength of these 10 lunar beasts, he was still afraid that Yi Hao would cause trouble. However, old ancestor Yushong did not say anything. Instead, his face was filled with caution. This was because he could sense danger from the many heavenly yin beasts. Old ancestor Yushong did not dare to delay any longer. He released his aura and charged towards Yi Hao with his weapon. In his opinion, these heavenly yin beasts were all created by Yi Hao. He reckoned that after Yi Hao was killed, the problem of the sky yin beasts would be solved. However, he did not think that with the strength of the sky yin beasts, how could they not be able to stop his attack on Yi Hao? The two heavenly war beasts directly blocked in front of old ancestor Yushong. What a joke, you simply don't know your place. When everyone heard Yi Hao's words, they could not help but laugh mercilessly. However, before they could finish laughing, they saw 10 heavenly yin beasts suddenly appear in their surroundings. What are these things? When everyone saw the 10 heavenly yin beasts, they were all puzzled. Acting all mysterious, old ancestor Yushong, kill him. When Emperor Fenghua saw the sudden appearance of the 10 heavenly yin beasts, he hurriedly ordered old ancestor Yushong. Although he could not tell the strength of these 10 heavenly yin beasts, he was still afraid that Yi Hao would cause trouble. Old ancestor Yushong did not say anything. Instead, his face was filled with caution. This was because he could sense danger from the many heavenly yin beasts. Old ancestor Yushong did not dare to delay any longer. He released his aura and charged towards Yi Hao with his weapon. In his opinion, these heavenly yin beasts were created by Yi Hao. He reckoned that after Yi Hao was killed, the problem of the heavenly yin beasts would be solved. However, he did not think that with the strength of the heavenly yin beasts, how could they not block his attack on Yi Hao? 2 heavenly yin beasts stood in front of old ancestor Yushong. What a joke, he is simply courting death. When everyone heard Yi Hao's words, they could not help but laugh mercilessly. However, before they could finish laughing, they saw 10 heavenly yin beasts suddenly appear in their surroundings. What are these things? When everyone saw the 10 heavenly yin beasts, they were all puzzled. Acting all mysterious, old ancestor Yushong, kill him. When Emperor Fenghua saw the sudden appearance of the 10 heavenly yin beasts, he hurriedly ordered old ancestor Yushong. Although he could not tell the strength of these 10 heavenly yin beasts, he was still afraid that Yi Hao would cause trouble. Old ancestor Yushong did not say anything. Instead, his face was filled with caution. This was because he could sense danger from the many heavenly yin beasts. Old ancestor Yushong did not dare to delay any longer. He released his aura and charged towards Yi Hao with his weapon in hand. In his opinion, these heavenly yin beasts were created by Yi Hao. He reckoned that after Yi Hao was killed, the problem of the heavenly yin beasts would be solved. However, he did not think that with the strength of the heavenly yin beasts, how could they not block his attack on Yi Hao? 2 heavenly yin beasts fighting. What a joke, he is simply courting death. When everyone heard Yi Hao's words, they could not help but laugh mercilessly. However, before they could finish laughing, they saw 10 heavenly yin beasts appear in their surroundings. What are these things? When everyone saw the 10 heavenly yin beasts, they were all puzzled. Acting all mysterious, old ancestor Yushong, kill him. When Emperor Fenghua saw the sudden appearance of the 10 heavenly yin beasts, he hurriedly ordered old ancestor Yu Shong. Although he could not tell the strength of these 10 heavenly yin beasts, he was still afraid that Yi Hao would cause trouble. Old ancestor Yu Shong did not say anything. Instead, he looked wary. This was because he could sense a dangerous aura from so many sky yin battle beasts. Chapter 1224. What a joke, he doesn't know his place. When the crowd heard Yi Hao's words, they couldn't help but laugh mercilessly. However, before they could finish laughing, they saw 10 sky yin beasts appearing all around them. What are those? The crowd looked at the 10 sky yin beasts in confusion. Acting all mysterious, old ancestor Yu Shong, kill him. When the emperor saw the sudden appearance of the 10 sky yin beasts, he hurriedly ordered old ancestor Yu Shong. Although he couldn't tell the strength of the 10 sky yin beasts, he was afraid that Yi Hao would cause some trouble. Old ancestor Yu Shong did not speak. Instead, he was on high alert. This was because he could sense a dangerous aura from so many sky yin battle beasts. Old ancestor Yu Shong did not dare to delay any longer. He used his aura and rushed towards Yi Hao with his weapon. In his opinion, these sky yin beasts were created by Yi Hao. After Yi Hao was killed, the problem of the sky yin beasts would be solved. However, he didn't think that with the strength of the sky yin beasts, how could they not block his attack on Yi Hao? 2 sky yin beasts stood in front of old ancestor Yu Shong. What a joke, he doesn't know his place. When the crowd heard Yi Hao's words, they couldn't help but laugh mercilessly. However, before they could finish laughing, they saw 10 sky yin beasts appear all around them. What are those? The crowd looked at the 10 sky yin beasts in confusion. Acting all mysterious, old ancestor Yu Shong, kill him. When the emperor saw the 10 sky yin beasts, he hurriedly ordered old ancestor Yu Shong. Although he couldn't tell the strength of the 10 sky yin beasts, he was afraid that Yi Hao would cause some trouble. Old ancestor Yu Shong did not speak. Instead, he was on high alert. This was because he could sense a dangerous aura from so many sky yin battle beasts. Old ancestor Yu Shong did not dare to delay any longer. He used his aura and rushed towards Yi Hao with his weapon. In his opinion, these lunar beasts were all created by Yi Hao. After Yi Hao was killed, the problem of the sky yin beasts would be solved. However, he did not think about how powerful the sky yin beast was. How could it not be able to stop his attack on Yi Hao? The 2 heavenly war beasts directly blocked in front of ancestor Yu Shong. What a joke, you simply don't know your place. When everyone heard Yi Hao's words, they couldn't help but laugh mercilessly. However, before they could finish their ridicule, 10 heavenly yin battle beasts suddenly appeared in their surroundings. What are these things? Everyone looked at the 10 lunar beasts with puzzled expressions. Acting all mysterious, old ancestor Yu Shong, kill him. The Fenghua emperor hurriedly ordered old ancestor Yu Shong when he saw the sudden appearance of the 10 heavenly shadows. Although he could not tell the strength of these 10 lunar beasts, he was still afraid that Yi Hao would cause trouble. However, old ancestor Yu Shong did not speak. Instead, he was on high alert. This was because he could sense danger from the many heavenly yin beasts. Old ancestor Yu Shong did not dare to delay any longer. He used his aura and rushed towards Yi Hao with his weapon. In his opinion, these heavenly yin beasts were all created by Yi Hao. He reckoned that after Yi Hao was killed, the problem of the sky yin beasts would be solved. However, he did not think that with the strength of the sky yin beasts, how could they not be able to stop his attack on Yi Hao? The 2 heavenly war beasts blocked in front of old ancestor Yu Shong. What a joke, you simply don't know your place. When everyone heard Yi Hao's words, they could not help but laugh mercilessly. However, before they could finish laughing, they saw 10 heavenly yin beasts suddenly appear in their surroundings. What are these things? Everyone looked at the 10 heavenly yin beasts in confusion. Acting all mysterious, old ancestor Yu Shong, kill him. Fenghua emperor looked at the 10 heavenly yin beasts that suddenly appeared and quickly said to old ancestor Yu Shong. Although he could not tell the strength of these 10 heavenly yin beasts, he was still afraid that Yi Hao would cause trouble. Old ancestor Yushong did not speak. Instead, he was on high alert. This was because he could sense danger from the many heavenly yin beasts. Old ancestor Yushong did not dare to delay any longer. He used his aura and rushed towards Yi Hao with his weapon. In his opinion, these heavenly yin beasts were created by Yi Hao. He reckoned that after Yi Hao was killed, the problem of the heavenly yin beasts would be solved. However, he did not think that with the strength of the heavenly yin beasts, how could they not block his attack on Yi Hao? Two heavenly yin beasts stood in front of old ancestor Yushong. What a joke, he is simply courting death. When everyone heard Yi Hao's words, they could not help but laugh mercilessly. However, before they could finish laughing, they saw 10 heavenly yin beasts suddenly appear in their surroundings. What are these things? Everyone looked at the 10 heavenly yin beasts in confusion. Acting all mysterious, old ancestor Yushong, kill him. Fenghua Emperor looked at the 10 heavenly yin beasts that suddenly appeared and quickly said to old ancestor Yushong. Although he could not tell the strength of these 10 heavenly yin beasts, he was still afraid that Yi Hao would cause trouble. Old ancestor Yushong did not speak. Instead, he was on high alert. This was because he could sense danger from the many heavenly yin beasts. Old ancestor Yushong did not dare to delay any longer. He released his aura and rushed towards Yi Hao with his weapon. In his opinion, these heavenly yin beasts were created by Yi Hao. He reckoned that after Yi Hao was killed, the problem of the heavenly yin beasts would be solved. However, he did not think that with the strength of the heavenly yin beasts, how could they not block his attack on Yi Hao? Two heavenly yin beasts fighting. What a joke, he is simply courting death. When everyone heard Yi Hao's words, they could not help but laugh mercilessly. However, before they could finish laughing, they saw 10 heavenly yin beasts suddenly appear in their surroundings. What are these things? Everyone looked at the 10 heavenly yin beasts in confusion. Acting all mysterious, old ancestor Yushong, kill him. Fenghua Emperor looked at the 10 heavenly yin beasts that suddenly appeared and quickly said to old ancestor Yushong. Although he could not tell the strength of these 10 heavenly yin beasts, he was still afraid that Yi Hao would cause trouble. Old ancestor Yushong did not speak. Instead, he was on high alert. This was because he could sense danger from the many heavenly yin beasts. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.